guys for the whole week. Looks insane.
It's a mix of exciting, just a little bit nervous. It's kind of nerve-wracking seeing how big it's going to be.
It's like a little stressful, a little scary, excited, you're happy.
There's curiosity, there's overcoming something, there's just so much going on. That's why I keep going out there even if I'm scared, but I know that the feeling after.
The champion of the Shiseido Tahiti Pro, Ine Fierro, has done it.
Is worth all that fear.
Today is going to be one of those days. It's going to be a good day at the office, I'll tell you that much.
So warm-up session couldn't have been better.
A special and powerful swell that we're getting. It's multiple days in a row.
Could be one of the best comps ever. Just take it all in and breathe and be ready to surf one of the best waves of your life.
Yorana and good morning. Tyler Wright, the best surfers in the world, here at the end of the road, throwing shakas, keeping themselves composed because it has been a wild last couple of days. Jordy Smith out there last couple of nights on some big heavy sections. Aaron Brooks last night getting so many trainers. Ethan Ewing, eyes on the prize. It has been the biggest swell of the season so far. Easing into opening day of the waiting period, which is this morning. Connor still laughing, fresh off that first win of his career, now staring at Tehupo'o and ready for the final event of the regular season. This is coming to you live at Chopes. Look at this. This is real life. We're absolutely scoring here on opening day, and the defending event champion having a blast this morning. Italo Freire, and oh my goodness. It's going below sea level on our favorite natural slab right here at the end of the road in French Polynesia. Stop 11 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Let's stay present, you guys. Oh my gosh. Inside out, bombing, still some toe sets coming into this reef. Buckle up, hang on. Let's just take a deep breath together, shall we? We've got a lot to look forward to. This is the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, Dawn Patrol, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Stace Galbraith. There's been a lot of this, Flick, the last couple of days, and we are absolutely scoring on opening day.
Let's go!
I don't know what I've got left in me.
Oh, wow. I am so desensitized after watching all those waves. You're kind of looking at this after the last couple of days. It's been incredible. This morning we've woken up, the swell is still holding, and it is looking like it is going to be an epic day.
All three of us didn't sleep last night. What would it be like for the competitors today, Stace?
I think Griffin Colapinto slept pretty well. I think Jao Chianca slept pretty well, and there's a select crew that would have, just based on being tired, and the rest would be pretty nervous, I reckon.
A lot of things to kind of compute, you know, for guys that are in the event, like Griff, you know, mentioning him, that wave he got sent over the falls on above Eli Olsen the other day. Most people are, you know, never coming back after that experience. What happened after that wipeout for Griff? Maybe a couple of the waves of his life.
The footage from yesterday is unbelievable. We've seen a few snippets, and they're, you know, those big billboard moments, and they'll be etched into my brain forever. I think it's crazy how quickly they've just picked themselves up from wipeouts like that, because you get a serious rinsing, and there's so much power in that ocean. So I was impressed with what I saw yesterday and the day before.
It's rare, you know, even for this event, to have everything align to be a swell event right next to a championship tour event. And Stacey, that's what we've had the last few days.
Yeah, we were watching Kai Lenny the other day, and I just sort of had to scratch my head like, I'm in the same ocean, in the same spot as like one of the world's biggest, greatest big wave surfers. Like, am I meant to be here? Like, is there, this is a regular shortboard event about to take place out there. There's tow waves coming through, and as we've seen on the warm-ups this morning, there's still a lot of energy out there.
A lot of energy. Getting word in that it's going to be a day for the men today, starting with the opening round. Women off for the day with plenty of swell coming the next 2 days of the waiting period. But today is supposed to have the biggest in size in our waiting period so far in these first few days.
Oh, it is. It's just unbelievable. Waking up this morning, we're all kind of asking the question, is that swell holding, right? And then we saw that big set come through that almost was a toe set still. So I think we're going to see a few sets like that come throughout the day. And yeah, the swell has well and truly held, Joe.
Well, let's catch up with a froth monster. I think he's ready to go. Strider Wazalewski in his happy place in the channel with Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, we're here, baby. Big Al. Hey, Al, great surfing the last couple of days. You've been going on fire. The side slip boogie was mental. We saw that on social media. I feel like everybody thought we weren't going to get the bulk of the swell, but it's pumping right now. Look at this wave. Look at, who's this, Joel? Pumping through it. Oh my God, he's coming up. Oh, we're right in the West Bowl. I know, the waves are fiery. It's like 6 to 8 foot, maybe a couple 10-footers. Super fun. I think it's going to be a great day, dude. Last couple of days it's been amazing. This place is paradise, and yeah, this is going to be sick. Can't wait to watch and surf. Yeah, look at this thing. Ah! Hey, he said it looks fun out there. Does it look fun? Oh, it's so fun, you know, like you're kind of like your heart is like beating a little bit, but once you can make that drop, you know, this is what we live for. This is why we surf the tour, and this is why we just surf in general. So yeah, this is a day that we always dreamed of, and it's gonna be sick. Well, there you go. Al Cleland's ready. We're ready. The waves are pumping. Oh my gosh, like every time you look over your shoulder, it just looks amazing. Oh, it's insane. Every time you paddle back out, there's a set. It's so consistent. Yeah, it's crazy. Look at this west one. Who's going? Oh, my friend pulled. Oh!
Rollo, go!
Woo! That's my dog. That's my friend from Pasquale's right there, Rolando Stanley. Guy charges, as you can tell. Get to it, brother. Thank you. Let's go.
Thanks so much, Strider. Great to hear from Al Cleland Jr. and a really special moment for himself. Rollo travels with him to most of the events this season, both from Pascuales in Mexico, living the dream together as best friends and getting to see his buddy get drained on a big opening day of competition. Al Cleland Jr. is not surfing till later on in the round, where he has Connor O'Leary and also Griffin Colapinto. When we heard Al got the call up basically days before the start of the season this year, we quickly said, wait till we get to Chopes, because of what he did in the Olympics last year as well.
It was incredible to watch him there, and I think he's sort of had that reputation that he is going to charge. If the waves are there, he is going to present to that opportunity or rise to the opportunity. And yesterday we saw it. I mean, he took a couple of epic drops, a couple of nice barrels. And, yeah, I think the whole question was, is he going to make the cut so we can see him here? And now we are.
Well, we've been talking about these next 3 days of the waiting period. Probably seeing a lot of action. Let's break it down with Surfline. Schaller Perry giving us the reports that today would be a special day here at the end of the road. Solid south-southwest energy, easing from what we saw in the last couple of days, Stace.
Yeah, easing, but only just slightly, as we've seen this morning. I think we woke up and we were like, oh, is it still there, like Flick mentioned? And, with the sun came the swell, and here we are, it's still pumping. And then there's more to come. I think the good thing about this morning, though, is the wind. It blew kind of strong all night. The last couple of mornings have been a little bit morning sicknessy, and you see that in the tow waves, how gurgly and crazy they are. And I think today is looking a lot more groomed and just absolutely perfect as you see the direction of the wind there, like kind of that classic trade wind. And I mean, what more could you ask for? Like Al said, it's a dream forecast.
Oh, I just can't wait to see the rest of the waiting period unfold. Tomorrow looks epic as well. Let's have a look at today, though. So this morning, 12 to 15-foot faces, easing a little bit throughout to the afternoon, 10 to 15, and then you've got beautiful conditions this morning, nice offshore winds, and then trending side offshore this afternoon, winds picking up a little bit, so maybe getting a little bit more tricky in the arbor.
As we check out the morning, next 4 days, big 8 to 12-foot faces, so holding strong into Friday. So today's Thursday. And Saturday, 6 to 8 foot, still really clean. It'll drop a couple of days after that. There's another swell they're looking at to follow. As we know, this is the last event of the regular season, so we really got to focus on who's going to be in the Lexus WSL Finals in Fiji. We had that late-breaking news at J Bay, Stace.
Yeah, it was a big announcement when everyone was in South Africa, and as you can see there on the screen, the world number 1, all they need to do going into Tahiti is win that first match. It sounds easy on paper, but it's a very big reward for finishing number 1 in the regular season. Should they lose that title match, number 1, it will go to a best of 3. But I think all the surfers on tour, you know, as well as the tour as a competition, they all agreed it's a great idea, and I think it's the best way to get it done. And then for every other heat that starts in that day, the higher seed starts with priority. So, yeah, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that.
No, I think the whole surf world is going to be pretty stoked with this, us included. I think it just rewards that consistency throughout the year. You know, everyone's been saying, you know, this is kind of where it should be heading, and this is what we've got now heading into Fiji. Also, the advantage of getting priority as a higher seed. I mean, any little win you can take, you'll have it.
Now all we need to find out is who's going to be there. Coming up next on Dawn Patrol, we'll find out who's in a shot, a mathematical shot, to maybe make it into the final 5. Back for more right after this. Welcome back. Contest on. Let's get you caught up with the year. Baron Mamiya kicking off with a big win at Pipeline, going back-to-back on his home break.
Yeah, absolute wizardry out there. And then Italo Ferreira, Abu Dhabi champ.
Iago Dora threw his name in the mix in Portugal. It was a pretty mixed-up start to the year, Joe.
That was great. Jordy started winning as well, taking his first win of the season in El Sal.
Oh, it was an emotional one. And then Jack Robinson ringing that bell back down under at Bells Beach.
Your boy Jack. And then Philippe Toledo winning on the Gold Coast. That sounds pretty spot on, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah. We got
4 foot right,
Julian
right
back
stand
as
bottom
well.
point at Burley.
Then Jordy got his second win of the season. First time he's done that in a single year.
Oh, it was amazing. Into the yellow jersey. And then Iago Dora, trestles. I mean, absolute wizardry, mastery, and acrobatics.
And then the big man Stace.
He's got Griff's number in finals, doesn't he?
Wow.
2-0.
That's big. And then the big guy theme continued. I think you got to be at least 6'2" to win events these days. Connor O'Leary got a 10, made us all cry. One of the best humans on tour, picking up his first win of his career. And he's actually snuck himself into the math as an outside long shot to maybe make the final 5. It's still 10 to 15 foot plus. It is on 7:30 start local time, kicking off with Italo Miguel and Seth Moniz, 2 big past champs, and Seth, who's been really sendy, you know, the last couple of days in the free surfs as well.
Yeah, he's been impressive. There's been a few that have been really impressive. Few even grabbing that tow rope, Leo, Jack, having a dig, and it's just been so impressive to watch.
But now we're just really loading up to see what's going to happen in the final 5 scenarios as we look out live. Kanoa Garashi stays.
Yeah, this is that wave let him in pretty nice. Sick west bowl comes firing through. That's probably one of the better waves Kanoa's had the last couple of days, and you can understand the different strategies of different surfers. Some of them are just out there getting after it, like, you know, there's not even an event on this week, but other surfers like Ethan and Kanoa, you know, we know we've got the skill set to do it, but they have been a little more reserved because it's a big week on the line for them. They're not locked in.
And
so
also,
they're keeping the body intact.
Yeah, good point. Kanoa also competed on his home break at the U.S. Open, had to delay his flight here, so he missed a little bit of that energy that some of them had on those warm-ups last couple of days. But back to the scenarios for the final 5. Iago Dora, he's thinking about being in yellow. He can wear yellow if he makes the final at this event.
Oof, that is absolutely deadly, I think. That combo, Iago Dora in yellow, heading into Fiji. I just, you know, I reflect on his performance here last year on finals day when it was big and how good he was. So, and even with it was small cloud break too, either way, he's deadly.
No, I think so too, and I think that he's the surfer that would benefit the most out of finishing number 1, just with his strategy and how he likes to surf heats. He's the kind of guy that could lose the first one, then win the next 2.
Yeah.
Whereas if I look at Jordy finishing in number 1, he's got that experience. Maybe if Iago, you know what I mean? It's like that. Finishing 1 is just obviously going to be so important.
The wild part about being here now, with the names that are outside the final 5, they're giant names as far as Tahiti's concerned. World number 8 coming into the final event of the season, your mate from WA, Jack Robinson, a past champ out here, silver medalist. You know, it's his time to shine. Waves are pumping, and this is what he's been doing so far.
Look at him go, Goldie Rob.
It's just mind-melting, isn't it? I mean, look, the carrot is dangling there for Jack Robinson, let's be real. I mean, all the elements are coming together, this big swell forecast, you know, consequential waves where you've got to put your head down and there's no sort of hesitation, and this is where he comes into his own. And I think, you know, just think about your product of your environment, Western Australia, big heaving left-handers. Think about Nalu, those takeoffs under the lip that we've seen him do since he's been 12 years old. I mean, all of the sort of elements are there. It's just, is he going to rise to that occasion?
Yeah, a lot on the line for Jack. What are your expectations on what he needs to prove, Stace?
I think in Arashi there is a little bit there to prove. He's done some amazing stuff in free surfs, but if you look at his event wins, you know, G-Land, Tahiti and Pipeline, the conditions haven't really been what we'd expect him to win in. He's obviously done amazing, but you never would expect him to beat Philippe Toledo at 3-foot G-Land, and he did it. Whereas today, it's got Jack Robinson written all over it, and I know that he's got that in his head too. Yeah. Like, he wants to perform when the waves look like this, because this is, as you said, it's what he grew up on. And, yeah, he's custom built for it.
And pretty wild, though, when you've got a chance to go from deep in the rankings. You got Jack, Baron, Mamiya, Marco Mignot in a matchup at the end of the round today as we focus on the numbers he's produced in his last 3 starts at shows.
Yeah, I just look at the win there, right? That was a couple of years ago, and he was kind of in a similar situation. He was outside that top 5, was chasing down that last spot, had a couple of really hard-fought heats, came up against, you know, Iago. You know, they both were sharing the same coach at the time, Leandro. Beat him, and then had Gabriel Medina in the final, and it's pulling a rabbit out of a hat, that sort of ability. And I think today, I mean, it's a similar sort of situation, so we'll see what happens.
Looking forward to seeing what's going to happen today on opening day. Remember, 7:30 start for the men. Up next on Dawn Patrol, we'll talk about the women's scenarios for the final 5. We'll be right back. Morning, everybody. Season started back at Pipeline. Tyler Wright, one of the best to do it. Kicked off the season wearing yellow.
Yes, she did. Got the win at Pipeline.
Look at the camel in the desert. Good times.
Katie Simmers went back and forth with Molly. Then Caroline won in Portugal.
Yeah, the goofy footer got the win in Portugal. Got to win the board. Can she make it happen here in Tahiti?
Then Gabby Bryan entered the chat. Most powerful surfer on tour.
Going right. It's dangerous. She was unlucky not to win here at Bells as well, but it was Isabella Nichols' day. Look at that big trophy. You kidding me?
Called it the best day of her life. Then Betty Lou found out how to win, and she's done that a couple times.
Right up the pad for your first victory after that one.
Gabriella Bryan, Margaret River. She's gone back-to-back there now.
And then Betty Lou winning in lower trestles, growing up as an amateur from Hawaii. She was very comfortable in Southern California. Then Molly finally got her first win of the season.
Yes. Pickles with the win at Saquarema.
Oh, she nearly went back-to-back too, didn't she? But a little bobble there at the end. She'll be thinking about this week, looking to redeem that. Oh, this will help that feeling.
Hi, Molly. Good morning. Look at this one. Oh, my gosh. She was close. Molly Picklum now. Vahine Fierro, the local queen of the end of the road here, will get a nice clean make here in the warm-up session right by the Wazo. There's Aaron Brooks.
Wow, this is the phenom. This is the dark horse, the very, very bright dark horse, Stace. She has been charging, and it's just so good to see the women out there this morning.
A little hair flick like it was nothing.
Aaron Brooks will be in the first heat when the women are on. They're off for the day. She's got Betty Lou and Isabella Nichols. Also Molly Picklum we saw there. She's got Lakey and also this young surfer that's 12. Kalia Galina in the main event is going to really try to mix things up with the best surfers in the world. Once again, make your fantasy teams locked. You only have a few more minutes to set your teams, and then it's set. So if you haven't done that, do that now. Let's focus on the scenarios once again for the final 5 ahead of Cloud Break. We've got the top 3 seeds locked in. We've got to see who will be in yellow and who will be taking those last 2 spots.
Ooh, I mean, it's pretty exciting, right? I mean, you got Isabella Nichols, you got Betty Lou there fighting as well for a spot. And then, I mean, Caroline Marks outside that top 5. She's got to be, I mean, you look at the stats, you look at the paper on paper. I mean, she's got to win here before. She has to win this event. I mean, she clinches if she wins. But with the Olympic gold medal, with a previous event win here, you've got to think with so much experience on the board that she's got to be feeling good and she's probably got to be feeling confident. However, those sort of wins were when it was a bit smaller. Right now, it's a different story with this swell on the line as we look to Erin. Another one this morning for her.
What a great
And that's
wave.
going to be her X factor this week, like her ability to turn waves that aren't that great into scores. There's not many people that can do that out here, particularly in the women's division. She's going to be very, very hard to beat.
And there's Caroline with her coach, Luke Egan, just enjoying this morning look at the waves, knowing that she will have the day off, but celebrating so much here, an Olympic gold medal and also a win at the CT level. She's never lost before the quarters out here.
Incredibly consistent, right? And I think we were just touching on it. I think, I think about her win here a couple of years ago. Yes, it was a bit smaller, but tactically and strategically in heats, she surfs beyond her years. I think it's easy to forget how young she is and just how much maturity she surfs with. It's like a chess game. You go here, I go here, and how she puts together heat is really smart. I think the only thing is this forecast is very big, and I know for a fact that she wants to be a part of that conversation with, the girls that have, the women that have been pushing the limits. So the app, what is it? It's there for the taking,
I agree. Caroline Marks will be the last seed of the round with Luana Silva, Katie Simmers. It's a day off for the women today. Men about to get started. Italo, Miguel, and Seth Moniz. We'll be right back. You're watching the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Still in Dawn Patrol, waiting for the first heat of the event to start. Italo, Miguel, and Seth Moniz. It's a big one. The two goofies have won out here before. Miguel, it was his first and only win of his championship tour career, but it was over a local hero named Cowley Vost. Since then, Cowley's taken gold. He's back in the main event as one of the most deadliest wild cards in the game. And also Italo beating John Florence out here at Chopes. Not many people can say that in a sentence and be telling the truth. Italo can. He's coming up in this first heat. He had a nice healthy warm-up. Comes into this one world number 4 as he's looking for a spot into the final 5 into Cloud Break.
Wow, I mean, this is just such a stacked heat. What a cracking heat to get started. Italo, Miguel, Seth. I mean, I've seen some crazy waves from Italo. I saw some crazy waves from Seth yesterday too. Just I mean, with the conditions we've got on hand, I mean, 2 past event winners out here. I think, and just with the way that Italo attacks heats, I think this is going to be a really fun one to get things started.
Yep, totally. And I think, Miguel's someone we haven't seen a lot of. I think they only got in, not yesterday, just the day before. And so I think one of his first waves could be in his heat, but he's just Mr. Cool, Mr. Cash. I don't think that's going to bother him at all. We know he's got the wherewithal to do it. And, yeah. It's a big heat for Italo, though. Very, very important heat.
Remember, it's first place into the round of 16. Second and third will be reseeded in the elimination round. And when you're looking to clinch a spot into the final 5, every heat win counts. A very important one for Italo with the world title race. For Miguel Pupo and Seth Moniz, it's all about finishing off the season with a major win. $100,000 on the line, all the points, but also to win one of the most prestigious events on the calendar. For Miguel Pupo, he's just been so classy in the last, handful of years on tour. He's found more rhythm than ever as far as matching his fitness program, turning in his best surfing. But he told me the other day, he's always known he's felt comfortable at Tahiti. When he finally won, it really just made sense to him, and he was able to say, hey, I knew I could do this. Now I got to show the world.
I think if you could, you qualify for the tour, you look at the, all the events available, and you could say, pick out what one you wanted to win. I feel like this is pretty high up there. You think Pipeline, You think Tahiti, and I just think, when I think of his career, he's been incredibly consistent, but I think some of my favourite moments actually have come from the last couple of years when we've got to see Sammy Pupo on tour, both those brothers together, just sharing some incredibly emotional moments together, good and bad, and it's been incredible to watch. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do here. You mentioned, Stace, that maybe he only arrived a couple of days ago, so this very well could be his first couple of waves out here.
Yeah, not a bad way to get your trip started.
Yeah, for some, they want to feel it, and they have this plan of going, hey, we know it's bigger in the lead-up. If I get smoked on a big day, they'd feel more comfortable coming into today, which is still really big. Like we talk about being desensitized of the highlight reel we've been watching the last couple of days. But for Italo, he was one of those guys that has spent a long time in the water last couple of days. And also Seth, who is probably the hardest charging guy in this matchup right now.
For sure, yeah. He looked really gnarly out here in the warm-ups. I think, Seth and Barron were trading off against each other the other day. And there's just all these tiny, micro comps going on. You got one, I'll get the next one. Or, you're from where I'm from, I'm going to show you up. And that was just like, there's all that going down. And, yeah, it's been really, really insane to watch it unfold. But
we went out in the channel when Seth was out there yesterday, and he just gave me these, traces of Andy. Just the way he would lock in and stand up and look at it. He was just playing with it where we saw some approaches where it looked like, hey, hang on to the wheel, it looked tense, Seth looked like just in his happy place. An absolute natural when it comes to heavy water waves.
There's definitely the difference, right? When it looks like some waves you have to hang on for dear life, but when you have that casualness to your surfing in waves of consequence, I think that's sort of the difference. And definitely we saw that from Seth.
31 minutes on the clock, still scoreless. No priority established yet in the opening heat of the morning, as we'll catch up with a couple of our favorite goofy footers. Renato Hickles with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you so much, team. Well, end of the road, end of the regular season here on the Championship Tour. It's only fitting that we send these surfers out to the ultimate end boss. Chopo is flexing today.
Easiest call of the year, Cote. Amazing. This whole lineup here is beaming, vibrating with good energy. We saw some massive waves already this morning on the warm-up session. Monstrous caverns. And Planet Attack today, men's only competitions. Well, we start with this men opening round, going to elimination round and round of 16 today. So I should ease a bit for tomorrow. We should resume competition with the continue with men round of 16 and then into the women. And let's see what Saturday brings to us. There is a chance we wrap the event on Saturday, but there is also a chance that we wait with this new swell marching on towards Tahiti for next Wednesday, and could be as big as this one. So we're monitoring with our friends from Surfline the winds and all the conditions, and we'll make the decisions as Saturday approach. But apart from that, don't go anywhere. We're gonna see a massive show today. Excitement.
It's always great when it lives up to the hype, and it is absolutely living up to the hype today. It is on in a huge way.
Thank you so much, Chris. Thank you, Renato. Great call. Best call of the season right there. Seeing some 10 to 15 plus bombs here. It's always tough to call size in surfing in general, but even at this wave here at Tehupo, it's even harder because it's backless. It's a slab that pulls water off the reef, so it has that feeling of really going below sea level. So you'll see a backless 6-footer. It's way bigger than 6 foot, especially when it comes to power, the way it slabs, and the energy that's just trying to shove you down to the reef.
Yeah, I think largely, you talk about the bottom of the ocean or the bathymetry, and it is because of that large drop-off that you have just off the back of the reef there. So you don't lose any of that intensity or that power. It just unloads, and you can see how shallow that reef is there. You can see that little wave rolling through on top, and it really just does unload and it just dissipate. All that power unloads on that reef. And I mean, just the ferocity of these waves, what we've seen over the last couple of days, the water moving out there, you can still see it right now in this shot, just how much water is moving over this reef. And I mean, just the free surf over the last couple of days as we start to see a couple of sets maybe roll through the lineup.
Starting to look out the back, you see the Lexus buoy kind of lifting and the bottom starting to drop out, putting his head down to kick things off. Seth Moniz pulls in. This one's moving quickly down the reef, and the Hawaiian gets caught on his opening ride of the morning. Got his head down early. I love how hard he paddles to get underneath the lip, but that one takes him down. Seth will paddle the channel and try again up before he's taking that one right on the head. So much power and intensity as you're trying to get to the safety of the deeper water. As we go into the tube with Italo, it is a bomb to kick off his heat and his campaign to defend his title here at Tehupo.
Oh my goodness, I'm just going to apologize for all the onomatopoeia that's going to come out of my mouth today, because
don't.
Are you kidding me? That thing was crazy.
Hair was still dry.
That was how you want to start, and that's that extra ability to analyze this lineup, putting in the time to identify the right ones to go on. We saw him do that last season. He didn't have very many wipeouts. He was so perfect with his wave selection. Let's take another look here, Stace.
Wow, yeah, as you mentioned, Joe, perfect positioning. Had to slow down a little bit just to maximize the time behind the curtain. And yeah, wow, what a start to the event for Italo. And that's going to have him feeling amazing this morning. That is just a dream wave, in or outside of a jersey. You're just so stoked on that one.
Oh my goodness. I love that angle because you really can see just how deep he was. Look at the sheer size of that lip. Look at it unfolding on top of each other almost. It's just mutant almost, that one. It's verging on the size of toe, right? Like he did an incredible job at reading that wave, and the positioning of the takeoff, where he had his feet on the board to sort of shift that weight further forward as we see Miguel.
Miguel Pupo locks in. This thing is opening wide for Pupo. A cannon of spin takes down the past champion at Chopes. But what a view that he just had. The Brazilian vet packing a solid one. Popping up there, grabbing the JS. Getting through some froth. He knows he's got to get busy to get to the channel. Let's look at this one, Flick.
This thing, I think, was going excellent if he came out of this. He was so deep.
It's just nearly maximum.
Wow.
Wow.
Eaten by that foam ball.
Wow. The judges are going to have such an interesting day today. I think, you know, obviously we would have all liked to see him make that wave, but I think none more than the judges. Because Italo's wave was amazing, but I don't think they'll go crazy on it. And it would have been really nice for them just to start the day and go, okay, like you said, Flick, here's our excellent wave and here's our very good wave. But I think what they'll probably do is just hold that score of Italo's for a couple more minutes and just wait to see another wave and try and set up a scale, not just for this heat, but the rest of the day. Because, wow, if Miggy makes that one, that's going to be a massive score, not just excellent, like high excellent.
Yeah.
Seth Moniz with Doug Silva, his coach, making an equipment change. His board he started off on, he lost, paddling back out, getting detonated on that inside shelf. So Doug, a couple of boards for Seth to choose from. And he'll get back to business and paddle back out. Doug's been busy last couple of days working with Seth.
Sense a bit of frustration there.
Yeah, I did.
And I think it's just because he knows he really didn't need to be on that first wave. It must be so hard to pass that one up, but he got those next two on the head and just went, I should have been on one of them. And maybe even able to maximise maybe Miguel's wave potentially, or, you know, you'll never know. But that's where you can see him throwing the leggy back there going, okay, well, now he's got to reset and just wait his turn for one of those real waves, because we know they're out there.
Well, and you know, for Seth, you know, he's won the free surf.
Yes.
You know, out of these guys, he's gotten the best waves.
Yeah.
And then leading into this matchup, he knows what he could do. So let's see what he can do with 24 on the clock as we check in with Strider Wazalewski.
Wow. I'm just going to say it. I'm feeling a little lonely in here. It's pretty gnarly. I mean, the way the waves are wrapping around the reef and the currents and everything. And we're just watching Miggy Pupo just send it on that wave. That wave was moving so fast. He was flying through that wave, and just the explosion at the end taking him out. Whew. I'm just like watching Seth like regroup. And then Italo. I mean, the guy got pounded a couple of days ago so bad. He hit his elbow on the bottom. It jerked his shoulder up. So his paddle power, he said, is about 60% right now. So can you imagine in your heat right now being out there thinking, okay, I'm still okay. I'm going to paddle for this huge bomb and just pull into these sick waves. I mean, his calculation and his wave choice has been impeccable the last couple of days watching him surf. So insane to watch. Here we go. Sorry, but looks like Seth pulling in deep in the barrel, sliding through, stalling, coming out. Are you kidding? This guy's looking solid. Yeah, Seth.
Yeah, Strider, thanks so much. Seth Moniz, after getting clamped on his start, had to swap boards with Doug Silva, and then turns in a very classy exit and a great display of backside tube riding that brought him to the semifinals here in the past. Runner-up in the Pipe Masters as well, and just needing to break down a 6.58 at the moment to take the lead off Italo. Let's look at this one, Flick.
Yeah, this is going to feel good, right? Especially speaking to that frustration. This thing was just nice, well-ridden, and it puts him right back in it. And he kind of snuck that one underneath Italo and Miguel. So just such smart surfing. Knew he had that third priority, paddles back out and just goes, thank you very much, I'll take this one. And he's going to be straight back into it, fully shaded there. You can really see him just dragging the side of his body to maximize that tube time. He's just so good at that. And so stylish and casual.
Just
so
so
stylish.
gorgeous to watch. Like Joe mentioned, some crew, you know, as you would be hanging on for dear life, but not Seth Moniz. He belongs in there. And the mix of emotions, the frustration's gone now. He's back to just business. He knows what a real set wave looks and feels like, and that's all he needs to focus on now. He just looks so good out here.
It's always like when you get asked, hey, who's going to win the event? And you're always like, let me look at the forecast first. You know, there's certain guys like Seth that just thrives if it's over 10 foot. The way he looks at the ocean, the way he reads a wave. And it's a balance of being willing to charge. There's a lot of people that are brave, but then backing it up with the skill to read a wave, to surf it well, to drive in the barrel, and do that unbelievable backhand tube technique where you're sliding and slowing down at the right times to maximize the scoring potential. Seth's got it all.
He does, and I think, you know, obviously you want those people that are going to charge, but when it's that good and the forecast is that good, you need both.
Yep.
You need to be able to have that no fear element and no hesitation, but you also need to have the technique. And yeah, you're right, Joey, he has it both. There's, you know, you could probably go through the draw and there's probably, you know, 10 guys in there maybe that really just have that absolutely dialed, as we look to maybe another little lump on the horizon here.
21 on the clock. Priority with Italo, the defending champ, locks in on his second scoring ride. He's got a lot of room to drive and makes it again. 2 choices from Italo, 2 completions, and he's got the lead and a score to back up the 7.5 stakes.
Yeah, that'll feel nice, but with this amount of time and raining in the heat and the waves that we're seeing, I'm not too sure if he'll hang on to that one at the end of it, and we're going to see a pretty healthy score come in for Seth here in a minute. So, yeah, it's always good to get the completions up, like you said. He's 2 from 2 here, and just a fun wave to be on, Flick.
Yeah, his wave selection's great. I mean, it's right on the foam ball there at the end. You can see it. So had some travel time, and you can see here just really pumping on the gas to make it through that bit. Nice to back up to 7.5, but I'm looking forward to seeing this score lock in for Seth as we see live action.
Locking in with, looks like Miguel Pupo, and he will get the exit after taking a crazy heavy wave to start. Trying to pack a crazy one. He'll get a make, and then Seth Moniz sliding in on the backhand. Moniz now with 2 back-to-back completions. He's found his rhythm in this first heat of the day. Still hasn't heard the score from his previous wave. Now he'll get it from the tower, a 7.27. Really comparable to Italo's start of a 7.5.
Bit of disagreement upstairs there. 2 thought better than Italo's, 3 thought less. Definitely understand where they're coming from. I think it was Italo's wave that got him the score on the first one. Obviously, amazing courage to go the wave, but Seth, he was a little late to it. He had to drive through it, and it's both amazing rides. I think these next 2 scores that come in, obviously going to set up the heat, but yeah, it's contrasting styles.
That's exactly right, and just a great balance of energy of what they've given to the tour. Miguel Pupo getting a lot of reps in, qualifying with Medina and John Florence a long time ago. Italo blitzed the tour in his rookie season and finished in the top 10 in Rookie of the Year. Seth, his best year of his career was that rookie season, just finished outside the top 10. But this is definitely one of his favorite events as we go to the IC replay for Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, so Miggy just getting in the mix here. Nice tube time, but you know, you're comparing this now to Italo and Seth, and then Seth here, this is going to be his second substantial score. Just smooth and controlled, just so at ease, looking very, very comfortable. And let's see it from this angle here. Beautiful pump there while having no hands on the rail in the barrel, so just that different technique. But nice way to back up that 7.27 for Seth.
25th edition of Championship Tour events here at the end of the road. The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, won first by Mark Occhilupo in 1999. And the game's changed since then. Just the waves that people look at, toe swells are not necessarily toe swells, because what we saw the last couple of days as we look at Italo packing a gem of a wave, spit out of another cannon. I guess this is real life. Seeing this many barrels going inside out, and the world's best just having a dream day at Teahupo. For Italo, he's trying to improve on one of his 7s with that wave, Stace.
Wow, I don't think the elbow's feeling sore anymore as we see more live action out the back, Joe.
Oh no, straight out of the sky. Seth has to pull the parachute and go straight down to the bottom. This is how sandy he is. He takes off as late as he wants that one, though, forcing him to jump. Seth Moniz popping up there, takes a deep breath. Remember, he's already made a board change, lost 1 into the lagoon already.
Hope he bought 4 boards out here. Still 15, 16 minutes left.
Wow, he only just came up before that second wave to get 1 breath in. I mean, he was actually under for quite some time there, but he looks to be all right.
Nice work from the Tahitian Water Patrol. They've been doing laps the last couple of days as we look at this one flick.
Jeez, this is just nuts. Look at the power of this wave. Look how fast this one's moving across the reef. I mean, commitment to the maximum as we see this one from Italo. Look, for me, it's wave selection from Italo. He has been on fire, just picking those really big ones that take maximum commitment, right? I mean, not necessarily the longest tube time, right? But it is really, when you talk about, you know, having that head down on the board, not backing down, I think, you know, this is going to revel that first wave.
Let's check in with Chris Cote.
Hey guys, yeah, radical moments right now for Seth Moniz. 2 broken boards in the last, 10 minutes. Luckily for him, his first broken board actually dragged him all the way through Lagoon. So better case scenario, this last one, the skis went right in and got him. He's already back on his board. He's already back out there. But man, he's taking a beating already in this first heat. Tense moments in the lineup right now.
Hey Chris, man, we were out there yesterday with the free surf. It was pretty intense in the channel with the boats and energy. How different does it feel today with the heat finally starting?
High energy for sure, but obviously a lot more serious energy. Yesterday was like a celebration of barrel riding. Today, I feel like the ramifications that we know are on the line are really starting to come to fruition. Seems like every surfer in the water behind me, every surfer in the channel knows full well what's on the line, especially if you're fighting to get into that final 5.
Good man, Chris. We'll be checking in with Chris Cote throughout the day. He'll be in the boat from sunup to sundown. With now 15 minutes on the clock, scores in for Seth Moniz. His low score, 5.27. His best is 7.27. Italo has another number to drop to see if he can increase his lead even further. And we're kind of seeing a difference in strategy here. And it happens a lot, you know, at this size of chokes, where you have just someone who's just lights out, picking the right waves, a little shootout. It reminds me of Medina, you know, in Cali 2014. Neither of them had wipeouts until the final. You know, there's a balance of how many wipeouts you can take in an event. Seth's going for 10s. It's clear to see it, and we'll see if he can kind of sustain that type of energy throughout the event.
But he's also just looking at the wave that's coming in. He's not really thinking about his priority. Obviously, he knows the rules of the game. He's going to have to pull back, whereas like Italo, I don't see him going away with second priority. He's waiting for first priority. He's going to wait for the wave that comes in his turn. And Seth is, as you mentioned, Joe, he's on a completely different thing. If he likes the look of the wave, he's going to have 4 or 5 pretty committed strokes and just check at the last second to see if anyone's there. Like, it's just him and Chopes right now in his mind.
One of our favorites to watch at this venue, Strider.
Hey, Joe, thank you. Yeah, you know, just paddled over, catching up with Reynos and with Doug Silva. Doug Silva said that he's on his 3rd and final board, but he just went and grabbed another board off the boat that was not Seth. So I'm not exactly sure which board he's on now. I'm going to go check it out if you need it. I'll be back in a little bit. But 3 boards for him in the water. Broke 2. He's on the last one. Doug just went and fished one off a boat.
Look at that. Thank you, Strider, for the report. I think all competitors seeing this first heat this morning might bring their entire quiver out to the channel with them today. One of those days. Seth Moniz running out of boards and still has 13:15 on the clock to try to get this win off Italo. Seth chasing a 7.63. Miguel needs a 9.9. We'll be right back. Flashing back to last year, a great year for Italo Ferreira, finding his way to the final with John Florence and getting his first win in Tahiti.
Yeah, this was amazing to watch, and I think we've just seen him today pick up right where he's left off. It was a wave selection thing for me last year. It was impeccable. You mentioned it before, Joe. He didn't fall right up until that final, and then meeting John in that final. But, I mean, the conditions, incredible. For me, also just like noting his wave selection, but the positioning from the takeoff. He was so deep, but he was just surfing with so much speed that allowed him to be positioned so deep and just travel through those sections. So, yeah, Italo was just on a heater last year. I mean, he looked unstoppable, and then he came up against John, and you're thinking, hang on, I mean, this is all time, right? And thinking this is maybe more catering towards John, but probably you could argue, you know, John the favourite there, and Italo just took him down. So impressive stuff.
It was a big back end of the year for Italo last season. You know, the first half he was worried about falling off tour. He was emotional at Margaret River, and Then he won Brazil, won Tahiti, everything changed, and then rampaged in the WSL finals and finished runner-up in the world to John. Started off this season just blitzing heats and wore yellow for several events. As you see, a hard-working Seth got this wave during the break.
Yeah, let's see what he got done. So takes off super deep, trying to travel through this section, but just gets eaten by that foam ball. So he's still hunting around on that inside, sort of that different sort of approach to what Italo has. I mean, right now, for me, I just think about the toll this has taken on Seth's body. I mean, I know he's been out there the last couple of days warming up, and he would have been rinsed a couple of times as well, but when you're in a heat, you're working so much harder than when you are in a free surf, and I think everything is so much more intensified. He's obviously feels comfortable in these conditions, but there's no doubt about it. You put your body through that rinse cycle in such powerful surf, you're going to know about it. You feel it, right? And I think it does take a toll after a while. It's very exhausting. So to see him still keep showing up and taking off, it's pretty incredible, right? I mean, it's as extreme as it gets today.
He's running out of surfboards, and Seth still paddling back out. Great moment for him just to hear from his coach, Doug Silva, on the way back out. Let's check in with Strider.
Oh, sorry, had to get out of the way of that stack. Wow, that was heavy. Okay, we're back in action. So Seth paddling back out, talking to Doug. Doug telling him he got that one underneath everybody. We got a great score. I think it was a 7.4. Just a little update on the surfboard situation. Doug Silva paddled over, found a board on a boat from Tyler Wright, 6'4" Paizel. The other 6'4" that he broke ended up in 3 different pieces. Carnage out here at the end of the road. Doug Silva said he handed Tyler a broken leash and she handed him a brand new board.
What a trade, what a legend.
Great, you know, camaraderie out here, obviously, and just insane. These waves are so heavy. Oh my gosh, look at this wave. Oh, wow! Oh, no!
Up the sky, and Pupo.
Oh my gosh! How that hurt me! Whoa!
Wow.
This is so heavy.
That was intense. Airdropped on top of the foam ball, got twisted up and sent over for his second severe beating in this matchup.
Looks like another broken board too, but that was very, very hectic. I could just feel and see the whiplash occurring right there. I mean, that thing was just hectic. I mean, he's got his head down at the moment, climbed on the back of that Red Bull ski okay, but let's have a look what happened. This was hectic, so late, all fins disengaged. He tries to grab that inside rail, but just gets sucked up and over with that lip. Look at the power of that wave. It broke his board. We've seen, what, 3 boards broken in this heat already. First heat of the day. Just, oh my goodness. Face plant too. See that sort of thing? Like, it hurts so much too. I mean, any sort of wave of power, of, you know, anything over, you know, that 10-foot range, and you hit that hard, I mean, the whiplash that occurs on your neck the next day is, wow, it's something else. I mean, you can hardly turn your head. As we see, Italo
Ferreira's just been brilliant. He hasn't had to deal with what Seth or Miguel have been dealing with throughout this heat. Every decision has been a make. All of his 3 previous scores in the 7-point range, counting a 7.4 and a 7.5. Seth going through boards, borrowing a board from Tyler Wright since he went through his quiver this morning. And then Miguel Pupo too, just heavy water wipeouts. Then you look at Jake Marshall, who's coming up next. He's watching his peers have beatings like that before you paddle out. It'd be interesting to see what's going through his mind right now as Miguel's catching his breath.
Yeah, wow, looks like that jersey's done. A couple of deep breaths right now. That was unbelievable. I mean, it was a serious effort on a really big wave, but I mean, he looks gassed, and rightfully so, because the intensity on that wave, the way that fall happened, I mean, it looked pretty awkward, but it looks like he's going to paddle back out, slow paddle, sort of settle that nervous system and have another crack.
Wow, tough morning for Miguel Pupo, a champion here at Tahiti, beating Cowley Vost in a tube shootout a couple of years back. Got here late, and next thing you know, he's had 2 severe wipeouts. The last one definitely took some gas out of the tank. Even took his jersey off his back. Now he's just trying to catch his breath, over on that west pole. And we'll see if he'll have enough in him to have another go to try to make this heat. Let's check in with Strider.
You know what? Well, I paddled out just to see how he was doing when he got dropped off by the ski, and he was completely blasted. I mean, I can't even imagine the emotions and the feeling. He was trying to unravel his jersey, but he couldn't get it inside right, and he was just, trying to do it. And he looked over at me, and his head was down, but his eyes were open. He just chucked the jersey at me and just went back to work. So this board obviously broken right above the fins, ripped to shreds, and well, we got his jersey here if he wants it back, but he went back into the lineup. Pretty emotional, pretty heavy. Serious business out here.
Thank you, Strider. You can see Italo paddling over to Miguel to check on him. Still with 4:30 on the clock. Just wants to make sure that he's all right. And Pupo's just still got that one-track mind of not giving up on this heat. But even Italo in the middle of business, he's like, hey, you all good? Checking in on Miguel. And looks like Miguel's saying, yep, I'm all right. Let's give it another chance. What a warrior.
You're obviously competing against your competitor, but when it becomes a certain size and there's so much consequence on the line, it really is you against the ocean. And I think it brings out this certain sense of camaraderie. We've seen it happen the last couple of days because you make one wrong move and it could potentially be, life altering. And I think you really are seeing the real consequences of this wave and how dangerous it is. And this is one thing I really like about big wave surfing is because of those very real consequences, you really see that camaraderie within the surfers.
Making a move on this one, Italo's been perfect with his decision making. His first wave, he's just had to punch over the back. His last score was a 6.07. His first wave that didn't get into the 7 range, as he's still looking solid out in the lead. But chopes at this size, 10 seconds is a big deal. And with waves like this, how quickly you can turn things around. A 4-second wave could be an 8 or a 9. And Seth still looking for a 7.63.
Yeah, it's doable, right? And I think that 7.63 can come easily. I think back to the 7.27, how that happened is he was paddling back out and he was underneath priority. Italo didn't want it, Miguel didn't want it, and he just shuffled that little bit further in. And I think, Stace was speaking to it before. He's just sort of free surfing out there. If a wave comes, he's going to be looking at it right until that last second. Does he want it? Does he not? I mean, everyone's really essentially in this. I mean, you look at the kind of waves that are on offer today, what we've seen the last couple of days come through. You can change this heat in a heartbeat. I mean, even that first wave of Miguel, I even think back to that one. He locked in the 1.93. If he had made that, that would have been the highest wave score of the heat.
Seth turning, head down, grabs the rail, slowing down to try to get more out of that pit. And he'll hop out of there. Going through a few boards as a backup from Tyler right now with Doug Silva. But he's chasing a 7.63. Mentioned his semifinal, which was heroic back in his rookie season out here. It was kind of a darker colored ocean. And he just was able to put his head down and absolutely pack some bombs. That was his only year, though. He made it into the final series. Upset early last year by Crosby Colapinto in the elimination round. But his goal at the start of the season was to win an event. This is his last chance in 2025 to accomplish that goal. As we go into the recap, first heat of the event, Italo Ferreira, defending champ, shows that it wasn't a fluke last year, knows which waves to be on, and poor Pupo dealing with some heavy water this morning.
This thing here, this could have gone, it could have gone either way. He makes that, he probably would have locked in the highest score of the heat. Seth underneath priority, fought his way back. This one, 7.27. Nice inside of there, just so deep. Beautiful degree of difficulty on the takeoff. And Italo backs up to 7.5 with this 7.4. Just impeccable wave selection. Really waiting for a priority. And then this moment happened with Miguel just up and over. I mean, serious commitment to even have a look at a wave like that. But it really took the gas out of him. You could really see that, he went through the rinse cycle well and truly. So we'll see if he gets another opportunity, but we've had 3 broken boards in this heat. We've seen some crazy wipeouts. I mean, if this is just a preview of what's to come today, we're in for a very exciting day and lots of emotions, Joe.
Yeah, for Miguel Pupo, wipeout that serious is so heavy. Seeing the air under your board on the takeoff, you already know it's going to be a wild ride, but we saw the intentional jump from Seth earlier where you have a little time to get in front of it, penetrate the water, and try to get out the back where, you know, Miguel is trying to pull off a 10-point ride above the foam ball and just getting hit so many different directions. Here comes Pupo the Warrior grabbing this wave deep behind the curtain, and he comes flying out. What an effort he's putting in, and great to see a big smile on the face of the Brazilian veteran.
That was good. I'm happy to see that, because before I was just thinking, okay, is he all right here? Because he was moving very slowly. So that's going to be a nice way to wrap up this heat. You know, it's not going to be the 9.9, but it's a nice way to finish, to be like, okay, nah, I've got this. I've got my feet in the wax. I've had a make. Let's have a look here. So smaller one, that one stayed open. He read it beautifully. And yeah, good to see the smiles.
I think he was trying to get his jersey back from Strider. What a Warrior-type performance for Miguel Pupo. Let's hope he gets another chance with some more makes, but he definitely showed how brave he is in this first heat of the event. Seth Moniz breaking a few boards. He'll have some time to get a new quiver for the elimination round, and it will be the defending event champ going straight into the round of 16. Heat 2 coming up next. We'll bring in Charlotte Perry from Surfline for some insight on the forecast. We'll be right back.
How you going?
Heat number 2 getting started by the local hero. Kaoli Voss pulls in on his home break. Wave spits, comes out behind it, just like we expected. Kaoli Voss taking control of the start against Jake Marshall and Kanoa Igarashi here in heat number 2 of the event. This guy won gold last year in the Olympic Games, and he's going for more of it today, Flick.
Whoa, this thing is absolutely thick. It's almost mutant, that one. Cal, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised from what I've seen the last couple of days in the warm-up. You know, obviously the local, the Olympic gold medalist, just slipping, slipping straight. It's just the form we expect from him, and really putting the pressure on Kanoa and Jake early on in this heat.
Such a dangerous wild card. He's up again. Kaoli Voss doesn't worry about priority out here. He'll go super deep on this one. Gets the exit. There are parts of this reef that nobody else looks at except for Kaoli Voss. That's being a local on this lineup, as we have a very happy Italo coming off with the first heat win of the event, catching his breath. Well deserved rest time there for Italo. Thanks for being with us. What a big day for professional surfing. So we had to bring in Charlotte Perry from Surfline to break down a great forecast, man. Thanks so much for all the hard work the last few weeks.
Yeah, happy to be here. It's a good day to be a surf fan.
Gosh, Tahiti looks good on you too, Charlotte. We've always had some great talks here, but this is a really special one. We're talking, what, the best swell of the season so far the last couple of days?
Yeah, largest swell of the season so far. The day before yesterday into yesterday, those tow bombs that were going down. Just incredible stuff happening here at the end of the road. We've seen that swell ease, settle a little bit, but it's still pumping out there, and there's still even a couple of tow waves in the mix.
That is wild. You know, when you have those tow sets kind of looming in a CT event, that's something we've seen before, and that's what we actually hope for as surf fans.
Yeah, just push the limit.
Exactly. Obviously, your phone's been ringing constantly on what to expect throughout the day. You said it is easing into today, but let's hear it from you.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Sai is going to just hold in that triple overhead range this morning. We're going to come down just a little bit through the afternoon. As we head into tomorrow, we're going to see size just continue to come down, really move in on that first ledge. Just a really nice size tomorrow. Beautiful conditions on tap this morning. We're going to see east-southeast trades come up as we move into the afternoon. As we look at tomorrow, just a really nice morning for conditions. And then easterly flows we move into the afternoon. Probably going to break down a little bit through the back half of the afternoon, but looking at 2 really nice days.
Awesome, Schaller. Let's now catch up with the winner of the first heat, defending event champ, Italo Ferreras with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yeah, Italo's just talking to some of the pit crew right now. Look at this. I mean, come on. Does it get any better than that? The perfect start. Bunch of barrels ridden. Your hair's pretty much still dry. How special is competing here?
It's a really special place to be, you know. I came here early, 10 days before the comp, and then start to trying different boards and then feel the energy of this place. And then 2 days ago, I hurt myself on a reef, and that was pretty hard. And it was pretty hard to understand how powerful this wave. And then, but it's right now, it's super clean and perfect, and it's super special to compete with two more guys on the water.
And obviously this wave is very dangerous. I saw you talking to Miguel after that horrific wipeout. What were you guys talking about?
Yeah, I saw like him pedaling and he started going up, and I was like, no, he's too deep, but he's kind of started going slow on the pedal. I was like, no, and then I saw him like almost jumping from the top, and then I was like, that thing was huge because I can saw like the reef and it's so shallow how it is, and then but it's pretty fun, you know. Like anyway, you try to be in a position, you try to pedal hard, and try to go deep, and sometimes the barrel is so wide and you never know if it's too deep or you need to like go fast or slow, and it's pretty hard, but it's a cool wave to surf.
Well, you might be surfing it 2 or 3 times today. What's next for Italo?
I hope can get more barrels and it can go a little bit more deep from the top. Yeah.
More barrels, more deep. Good luck moving on.
Thank you very much, Chris. Important one for Italo Ferreira, member world number 4 at the moment, as he's looking to clinch a spot in the Lexus WSL Finals, runner-up in the world last year, a 2019 world champion, and he's also trying to go back-to-back with his titles here at Teahupo. Putting on a clinic, but obviously really worried about his good friend Miguel, but he identified maybe the mistake of his good friend just started slowing down his paddle on the takeoff, which ended up making him eject out of the sky there.
Yeah, he was just that bit too late, and oh wow, I mean, I think today it's you're getting the wave of your life or potentially the wipeout of your life, if you know, and it's right on the verge of you just cannot hesitate, and maybe just, you know, a little bit reserve, or, you know, kind of taking it a bit easy, you can come undone. So yeah, good to see that Miguel's okay though, and he got that last one and he came out smiling.
Well, I always love checking my Surfline account because I like to look at all the maps, but I don't break it down very well, Schaller. So do we mind if we bring up all those great maps that you guys have, and you can walk us through that forecast again and actually define what all those colors really mean, because they look great.
Let's give it a rip.
Let's give it a rip, yeah. So here's the forecast for the event. Today you called it with some great size, 10 to 15 foot. A little bit smaller tomorrow. But let's hear from Schaller breaking down this forecast for what's looking like one of the best events of the season.
Yeah, so we have this purple blob set up there just to the southwest of Tahiti, really close, like just over 1,000 miles offshore with 40-foot seas. That set up the toe swell for the last couple of days. That's going to trend down as we move through. But if you see that low moving around the south of New Zealand right there, that's going to lift towards us as we move into the weekend. Then we get another one of those close-by storm systems. Very similar setup that delivered the swell for the last couple of days, just a smaller version. So a lot of opportunity. We look at the trades. We're going to trend more easterly tomorrow. Really nice trade setting up. And then as we move into Saturday, we're going to be in this light variable pattern. So nice offshore flow in the morning, really clean conditions, but likely to get a sea breeze in the afternoon. So today we have that triple overhead surf in the morning. We're going to ease a little bit just in that stock double of the triple overhead range as we move through the afternoon. We're going to see that side offshore east-southeast trade wind puff up through the afternoon. As we move into the next couple of days, though, we're going to see that swell gradually trend down. So still pumping tomorrow, but coming down in size. As we move into Saturday, still really fun, very approachable. But then as we move into the weekend, we see surf bottom out, and then we get that next run of southwest swell as we move into the middle part of next week.
And from your mind, are you thinking it's a 3-day run, or is it too hard to call? Do we kind of have to wait and see? Are you kind of checking things overnight and then kind of comparing to what that swell might look at like next week?
I think Saturday, from a full day run standpoint, is going to be tough because it's going to be really nice and clean in the morning, but we're going to see that onshore sea breeze develop. Whenever you're in the trade wind belt and you get this really light wind pattern, you get that sea breeze in the afternoon. So I think Saturday as a full day of competition is probably a little challenging, especially when there's some interesting potential as we move into next week. So definitely something that we're going to be eyeing in terms of what the wind looks like for next week. Right now it's pretty favorable. So we'll see how things shake out.
Are you telling me to stay present, enjoy what we have?
Enjoy the next couple days.
Next couple days. Thank you, Schaller. Quickly update on the numbers. Kauli Vaz started with a 7.5 on that opener flick.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a strong score to start with, and then he backed it up with the 4 straight away on the inside as we see Kanoa.
Kanoa grabs the rail, locks in, and stalls with a bit of a line to hang on to. Well done for Kanoa. Nice read. When you're going that fast, it's tough to burn that speed off, and he was able to pull in just behind the curtain there. So a good start for Kanoa to get on the board with the completion. Had to push his flight to Tahiti a bit late because he kept making heats on his home break. Well, that made sense. Two-time U.S. Open champ. What'd you see here, Flick?
Oh, I just saw great wave selection and a bit of travel time, really. I mean, this wave just kept on giving. He was grabbing the rail, ended up getting quite deep here. Let's look at the takeoff. You know, easier takeoff. Not saying it's not hard, but easier. And then this thing just stays around, gets a little bit more time in the tube. So, I mean, a score on the board for sure, but behind him, Jake.
Jake Marshall putting his head down and pulls up and under. Big cavern there for him to light up and kick out into the channel. Some of these just opened so wide, and Jake was able to identify this one here, Flick.
Yeah, for me, it's straight away the size of the wave. I mean, the thickness of this one, it just had a bit more intensity than Kanoa's. It's going to be interesting to see how the judges do break these two waves down. I feel like, I mean, look how open this one, it was quite big, but two different approaches and two different wave types, right? I mean, big wave for Jake, bigger takeoff. Kanoa, smaller wave, but just got that travel time and maybe a little bit more technical in the tube. So it's going to be a good comparison there for the two surfers.
Absolutely. Scoring today on opening day of the waiting period for the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Jake getting a 3-point ride. Kanoa still waiting for his number to come through, and Kaoli Voss still the headliner, being the Olympic gold medalist. And expectations on Kaoli to win the event. More on Kaoli with Strider.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. You know, paddling by, didn't look like Kaoli had a leash on. With this morning, no leash on his board. Paddling by, didn't look like he had a leash on. Went out to talk to Jeremy, no leash on either of those boards. And I think it's just to minimize the drag, make sure that he's free and be able to weave through those barrels. The whitewash actually grabs just that little bit of your leash and might tug you one way or the other. I feel like the freedom he feels without it is why he's got no leash on. So we'll double check that on the next wave.
But hey, Strider, we're kind of going, what is going on when you give us that report? Is that something that you've seen before?
Absolutely not.
Kaoli Voss might be starting a trend here, but obviously with his ability in the tube on his home break and, you know, with solid backing with an incredible quiver, he's well prepared, and he's just going to go even faster if he needs to without the leash drag.
There's definitely no leash there. I can see it. That is absolutely incredible. I think, you know, you kind of scratch your head and you're like, does it really make a difference? But at the same time, Kaoli is the best in the world out here. This is his home break. If Kaoli thinks it makes a difference, I'm going to be with Kaoli. I think he's right. You know?
And with such a good read on this wave, you know, he can beat so many sections. With the water patrol, they can find his boards if they need to. He's already has a 7.5 and a 4, and he's leading. And that's just how confident this guy is. You know, when he lost in the U.S. Open, you could tell he was like, I can't wait to get home and show everybody that I'm the best at the end of the road. He has that kind of feeling. And I mean, it makes sense. He's got a gold medal.
Absolutely.
Yeah, pretty impressive. Schaller, when it comes down to events on the calendar, we always ask people what their favorite event is. You know, for your job, this has to be on the top of the list.
I'm not putting it at the bottom.
And as far as the tools you use on Surfline, if you want to give people tips on how to get good waves at this part of the world, what would you say?
I'd say keep an eye on the wave height charts and then the winds. You know, I mean, anywhere you're going in the world, you're going to track storm systems as they're moving out from below New Zealand, especially if you're, say, at a place like Tahiti and you want to see storms move up close to the region. So keep an eye on those charts, watch for those purple blobs to pop up, and then as those swells are moving in, you can look at kind of the near shore stuff that we do and look at the wave heights and dial in your window.
And become a nice amateur forecaster.
Absolutely. I feel like everybody that surfs is in some capacity an amateur surf forecaster.
Yeah. Whether we're right or wrong, it's fun to play the game, right? And try to put yourself into good waves, Flick.
Oh yeah, that app's one of my most used apps. You know, I'm on there every second day, like, hang on, what's the surf forecast doing around the world? Where's there good waves? Is there going to be good waves in Australia? Western Australia? Anyway, where do I need to fly to?
It never ends,
No,
does
it doesn't. I mean, our life is dictated by a surf forecast. It's pretty crazy.
20 minutes and 23 seconds on the clock. Remember, it's all about all roads leading to Cloud Break, which is next for the world title race. As we focus in on the scenarios, Italo was in the first heat. He won it. He's in the round of 16. Now pressure on world number 3 in this one. Kanoa Igarashi hoping to clinch by making the quarterfinals.
Totally. I mean, the pressure is on for sure for Kanoa. And, I mean, it's interesting just watching their two different approaches to warming up. Obviously, you said Kanoa was there at the US Open. He kept advancing through heats. He arrived here a little bit later. I did see on that big day, you know, I saw through a couple of people's lives. Jake Patterson, he was going live. Kanoa was on the back of the ski, just taking it all in. Italo, he jumped off. He was pretty hungry for it. So we've seen two very different approaches coming into this event. But yeah, I guess it's interesting. Italo's that first surfer, you know, who had something to really prove it and is fighting for that spot. He's done that. He's ticked that box. Now everyone else is trying to play catch up. So yeah, today is going to be a really interesting day, and just with the waves we have on hand, it's going to be exciting.
19:15 on the clock. Kanoa Igarashi doing a great job this season and enjoying this lineup here at Teahupo, enjoying the Tahiti flight cam. You can see this view of paradise, these beautiful big green mountains. So much lush scenery when you look towards land, and then an unbelievable below sea level slab awaits here at the end of the road. This reef pass created by fresh water from the rain that would come through the valleys, and it was discovered a long time ago. You hear these really fun stories from the local people about a woman that surfed here way back in the day. There was a little surf exhibition at the river mouth, and she paddled way out here to see what Chopes was like. And then the great Mike Stewart adventure, the Laird Hamilton Oh My God wave, the contest at the QS level with Kobe Aberton and Conad Hayes, and then all of a sudden it was a CT event. At the time we were still scratching our head going, wait, is it really surfable at you know, over 10 foot? And it's just, the game has been changed year after year on what we expect out of these guys, especially Mihimana Brai, who's coming up next.
Yeah, I think every year that level and that bar gets raised, right? I think for me, watching that free surf the last couple of days, tuning into people's lives, watching the clips go out live on socials, on WSL, was just, it was incredible. And I think, I mean, a special mention to the Vast family, all three siblings getting probably some of the waves of their life. Nike Vast, Island Vast on that absolute bomb, sending it for the girls, and Izzy Gomez as well. It was incredible. Cowley got one as well. Just that family was on an absolute heater. It was really cool to see, and cool to see them all doing it for each other. You know, Cowley whipping in Island, Nike. It was awesome.
We always talk about swell window, wind direction being so important, but one thing you always remind us, Schaller, is the bathymetry, you know, on how this wave becomes so special. What's it really like here at Chopes?
Comes straight out of deep water into a shallow reef shelf, and it's such a uniform bend in the reef. It's how you get that just such perfect shape when you see those waves come through. And the interesting thing, you were talking about the slightly easier, we'll call it easier, take off on a couple of these waves. If you compare it to, say, like finals day last year, this swell's a little bit more south than that swell was. So that more southerly direction, it's out of the basically south-southwest, just right around 200 degrees today. That helps it run down the reef a little bit more, so you get a little bit of an early entry behind that west bowl.
2 days ago, I caught up with Seth Moniz, and he said there was a session where he was floating out there. No one else was out there, and he was like, hey, I didn't catch a wave. It was so severe west that it was just completely haunted. And he was out there just going, yeah, there's no entry point into this thing. It was giant, it was big, and if Seth's not catching a wave, I don't know if anybody is, you know? So direction obviously being a big factor out here today.
Yeah, absolutely, especially with the shape, how deep people are going to be able to get on some of these waves as we move through the course of the day. Really broad swell direction. You saw on those charts that we were showing earlier, that storm system was so close to Tahiti, it really spreads the directional spread of energy. So you have everything from southwest to south out there, with it gradually trending more south. But really a couple of beautiful waves, just enough west to really kind of cup around that end bowl.
Can you teach people how to be a little bit more core in their local lineups? I mean, intervals. If you know your intervals and like your swell periods, you're probably getting a few sets that day. You know, as far as a swell interval goes here at Tahiti, what are we looking at, and what does it all mean?
Yeah, so the swell interval is the distance between successive wave peaks. Longer period, more energy. It's usually on the front end of swells. So this swell, as it moved in earlier this week, 18-20 second interval, peaked in the 15 to 16 second range today. That interval's come down. It's going to be in the 15-second range this morning, ease a little bit through the day. For a place like Tahiti, for Chopu, that longer period, it gets more square than tall. You know, as that period starts to come down, we're seeing a couple of those waves stand up a little taller this morning. And it really enhances what we'll call it surfability. Places a bit wild, especially some of those sets coming through this morning. But yeah, as the period is super important for any wave in the world, because that kind of dictates how that wave energy is going to interact with the bathymetry.
That's cool. I love the insight, Schaller. At these events, does this come with a ton of pressure in your job to call? And who are the people that you're working with daily?
Yeah, got to get it right.
I can imagine.
So yeah, working with the contest director, working with Renato, Luis, out on the skis this morning, helping them make the call and just talk through kind of what's ahead.
Awesome. Doing a great job, Schaller. Always enjoy your company. We see this heat still with Cowley Vost in the lead, 7.5 and a 4.0. Jake got a 5.73. The one ride for Kanoa, a 5.5. I think all three of them were learning a lot from the opening heat of the morning. We haven't seen as much damage to surfboards in this one just yet.
No, just yet. I think, you know what, I think the ocean, you know, it comes in rhythms and pulses, and I think we're going to see that throughout the day. That first heat, you know, there was quite a few sets that rolled through. This one maybe been a little bit sleepier, but it's I think maybe with this sleepiness right now through this middle part of the heat, we're going to see it get pretty exciting towards the back end. I mean, right now, Cowley's positioned himself perfectly. You know, he's locked in that 7.5 and he's managed to get priority. As soon as that next set rolls through, he's going to have, obviously, first option at that wave. And, I mean, right now, I mean, Kanoa, Jake kind of playing catch-up, kind of got a couple of 5s on the board, but it's still wide open because it can be changed in one moment. So quick, these waves come through. But with Cowley out there, with the experience and the credentials to his name, I think he's going to be, this is like one of the toughest draws you could get, right?
Oh, insane. Just baffled that he's not wearing a leash. That is just so radical. Out in front, local wild card, gold medalist, setting the pace here in heat number 2. Jake and Kanoa chasing. We'll give Schaller a break. We'll be catching up with him later on in the event. In paradise, into the barrel, Cowley Vost stands up and gets blown out into the channel. One of the best ever on this wave at Teahupo, putting on a masterclass performance without a leash, trusting his JS's and his ability against the best in the world, protecting his own break, and being coached by legendary Jeremy Flores once again. That puts the warrior in him. What about this flick?
Oh, this thing was big. Favorite wave of the day so far. Just read perfectly. He had that priority. He knew exactly what wave he wanted. I mean, even just the technique there, you could see he actually shifted his back foot just that little bit further forward on the board, just to shift that weight, to power through that section. That's that little moment right there, that one little speed pump. And rode just beautifully as we see Kanoa flying out of the tube.
You see how fast he's going when he starts skipping body surfing on the surface of the wave, as he had to get something to go with his 5.5. A big opportunity for Kanoa to compete for a world title this year. He knows that Italo right behind him on the rankings made his heat, so he wants to keep tabs on Italo and get into the round of 16. Here's another look.
Wow, this was amazing. I mean, the depth on that tube was incredible. He grabbed the rail. He managed to get one of those, you know, iconic pumps as he's hanging onto the rail there. That was that moment. Super technical. Drove through that tube. So this is going to be a great score for Kanoa. It really had a nice length on that tube as we see Cowley again.
Vost locks in, nice casual pump. This thing is opening wide. Cowley Vost. The clinic continues. Dropping into the next one, California's Jake Marshall. Keeps his head down, that pushing him way down the line really quickly. These guys going back and forth in some of the best conditions we've had all year, dealing with the fear, the intensity of this wave, and Kalle Voss approaches it like it's a 1-foot beach break. It is unbelievable how comfy he looks today.
Yeah, the comfortability level from Kalle is scary. I think anyone drawing him in the heat would be like, oh no. I mean, he's the most, oh no, he's the most informed surfer. It's just like, really? Really? I mean, that was an incredible performance by all three surfers. Really great exchange. I can't wait to see the numbers start to drop in. Let's have a look and review this one of Kalle. Serious travel time. Really maximising that time behind the curtain in the tube. And I really loved Kanoa's as well. Let's have another look at this angle here. You can really see the depth, just how much he had to pump to make it through that tube. Really demonstrating how deep he was. And beautiful water angle here. Just the double arm drag, the double pump through that tube. I mean, he's already locked in a great score, and then this was Jake behind him. A little, get some nice cover there. Probably not quite as deep as what he'd want, but a serious wave there. Beautiful takeoff up underneath that lip. Really parks it. You can try and, he's trying to maximize that tube time, just dragging that whole side of his body in the face of the wave. So nice exchange there from all three surfers.
Back at the start of Jadson Andre's career, he was so confident he would paddle out to waves like Cloudbreak without a leash. You know, he felt that good. He's like, I'm not going to fall. You know, that's kind of where his head was at the time. I'm not sure if he did it at Tahiti or not, at Chopes, but I know this was one of his favorite waves on the calendar. But he had that point where his headspace was that solid. He just knew he wasn't going to fall. And I do think Kalle's in that category of being the most confident surfer in the draw. I mean, if you have a heat strategy, he rips it to pieces. Just what the angles he can take on his home break.
Completely. Here he goes again. Kalle
Voss lunging into this one. Maybe his riskiest attempt, putting himself really deep behind the foam ball. He had a serious lunge to try to make it. And now he's just swimming there, losing the board for the first time with 6 minutes to go.
It's interesting though, because, you know, obviously he can just swim to the side. I mean, his board's going to be picked up. He can grab his back up here. I don't not like the strategy. You know what? I think, yes, okay, maybe you're going to lose a little bit of time here, but you're out in the channel so quickly. If you have an exact replica, you trust your equipment so much. I think, I don't not doubt it. I mean, it's working for him now. He's got so much experience. He's got his backup board, and he's, what, 10 meters from the takeoff zone? His that board that he just lost will be picked up. I mean, as long as it doesn't get damaged on the reef. I mean, there's enough water on that reef at the moment that it should be okay. It looks to be in one piece at the moment. And you think about, you know, just the sheer power of what we've seen the last couple of days and this morning. When those sets come through, and if you get stuck in one of those sort of predicaments where you're like, hang on a second, I think it might be better to rip this leash off so that I can swim through. We've seen that. We've seen it happen a bunch of times over the last couple of days. We actually saw it this morning with Vahine Fierro as well. She sort of, I think she might have maybe lost the leash and swam through. So let's have a look. Just so late here. You can see he drives, but I mean, he's obviously caught on this foam ball here, just getting absolutely detonated. Just a little bit too late for that one, but I don't know, I just love the effort. I love the comfortability, and it's a cool approach to see it. When someone does something new, it's always fun.
Now with priority, Kanoa Igarashi wants to lock in, grabs the rail. It's a beautiful wave. Igarashi finds the space he needs, and he will slide out of another solid make. His wave before hit the jackpot, 777. Needs an 853 now to catch up to the local boy. Kanoa Igarashi will clinch a spot in the WSL Final 5 if he makes the quarterfinals here at the last event of the season. Let's check in with Strider.
Thanks, Joey. Wow. Talk about a happy day at the office. Oh, man, this is insane. So I just wanted to get back to Kalle Voss, and, you know, I think it was 3 waves ago where he took off underneath that incredible ledge. And you know what? I just have to touch on it. You have to be looking at the bottom third of the wave out here. Literally, you can't look at the top of the wave, can't even look at the lip. You're literally looking at the bottom part of the wave as you take off. And you can see Kaole, when he took off on his wave, so deep, so underneath it, so far inside, it looked like he was, you know, going to get sucked up and go over the falls, but it's quick to the feet and just driving through the barrel. So the technique out of him, obviously gold medalist, but just please take a look at that replay, go back and look at it and just analyze it. And it's just a textbook of how to surf this wave. It's a mind game that you have to play with yourself, but if you do it, checkmate, baby.
That's right, Waz. We watched that replay right with you as you broke it down. Great insight there from Kalle Vost. Last of Kanoa Igarashi, a 6.73. He'll keep that for now, but it's not enough for the lead change. So Kalle still out in front. Kanoa in second. Jake Marshall with priority, but he needs 2 new waves to break the combo to go straight into the round of 16. So this will be big for Kanoa. You know, it was always going to be tough when you're dealing with Kalle Vost. But for him, he's world number 3. He wants to get his spot into a great position. Yago Dora, Jordy Smith already set up for the finals. Italo Ferreira, world number 4, got a heat win when we started. So pressure's on in the world title race.
Yeah, the pressure's on, right? He's chasing an 8.53. It would be the highest wave of the heat, the highest wave of the day so far. So it's going to be something really special. I think things can happen. There's still 2 minutes on the clock. We know how quickly things can change here at Chopes, but I look at Kalle having priority over Kanoa right now, and I mean, you know, when you have that much experience, you can kind of lure competitors into different parts of the lineup, make them look at waves that maybe necessarily they wouldn't. Let's see what happens here.
Priority with Jake Marshall. It's Kalle Vost locking in. How was that stylish? Draw into the pit. Slowing down time. And this wave bending to his will. Kalle Vost grabs another gem at Chopes. Minute 40 to go. He's the man to beat. Won the Olympic gold over Jack Robinson last summer. And there was so much building into that. They knew that was coming years away. And he put his head down and accomplished that goal. The next step for him is to be full-time on the championship tour.
Well, he's really on his way to doing that. He's had not a bad start to the Challenger Series. So, I mean, and this is probably his best start to the year, I'd say. And, I mean, he's well on his way to doing it. Right now, this is going to be super interesting. He used his priority here, so kept Kanoa off this one, obviously seeing that there was definitely scoring potential. Knowing Kanoa is chasing down an 8.53, it'll be interesting to see if this goes into top 2. It was incredibly late. Once again, he's just got that on lock. Beautiful stall time, just maximizing it in the tube. And, you know, it's really up to Kanoa. I mean, Jake's got priority. If another 2-wave set comes through, Kanoa might have one more swing at the dice, 40 seconds on the clock.
Jake Marshall out of the mix to make it straight into the round of 16. But we know Jake, he just wants to get another chance to get the wave of his life. Up to Kanoa and Kalle to settle this one. And last score hasn't, or has drifted in for Kalle Vost. It's a 6.33, but it doesn't factor into his top 2. Igarashi chasing an 8.53, 10 seconds to go. Next heat getting ready. That's Jordy Smith, Crosby, Colapinto, and Mihimana coming out of the trials. Kalle Vost takes another huge win as a wild card and sends Kanoa Igarashi and Jake Marshall into the elimination round. So world number 3 under pressure in the ER, which is on the cards for later on today. Jordy Smith, Crosby, Mihimana coming up next in heat number 3. We'll bring in Kaipo and Stace for the call right after this.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
Back in an epic day of professional surfing, stop number 11 on the World Surf League Championship Tour, the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, and IC, another epic heat coming your way. Jordy Smith, currently number 2 in the rankings. Crosby Colapinto, who's been charging out here at the end of the road, as well as the local wild card winner of the trials, Mihimana Brai. And thank you for joining us on set, Kaipo Guerrero, that's Stace Galbraith, and our special guest, Kai Lenny. Thank you for joining us, Kai.
Stoked to be on with you guys.
It's been a pretty epic swell here, and you've been feasting on everything over here at the end of the road in Tahiti. Your take on what we've seen in the last couple of days?
Well, I think the swell over-delivered. I mean, I was in Hawaii, and I was like, all the events happening, you know, it's probably going to be that, like, big paddle size. And last minute, you know, got a call from Raymond, and he's like, you better come down here. And it ended up being, like, 2 solid days of towing, and then yesterday evening was some sick paddling as well. And definitely, I think the swell over-delivered, and it's why we love it down here.
Yeah, just head on a swivel for you globally just to make it out here. But memorable moments so far for you from this swell?
I mean, there's a lot. I got a lot of really good waves. I was really stoked to be able to surf Chopu Switch, get towed in on a couple. I've been debating on what would be better if you could be front side or backside out there. And so far, I think it's more comfortable to be front side for sure. But that
board did you use?
Mine. I can switch the straps around if you're towing. But I mean, gosh, there's been a lot of memorable moments, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's been incredible, and thank you for joining us for day 1 of the competition window. We're kicking it off in a big way on the water. Jordy Smith, Crosby Colapinto, Mihimana Brai. No real scores as of yet, but I want to get your take on this heat. Stace, oh, here we go. This happened, it's going to be an incomplete. This happened during the break for Jordy Smith.
Yeah, it's obviously a massive heat for Jordy. And, you know, everyone's got something on the line here. Mihi on a crazy one. He wants to, you know, follow in the footsteps of his mate and fellow local. Wow, he was so close to making that wave. Kai, as a newborn goofy footer, what could he have done differently?
You know what? I think he was just maybe a little bit too deep on this one, but those are the ones that are the 10s, and that shockwave is what got him. It kind of slowed him down a little bit. I always see the best guys try to get the shockwave under their board, and if it ever gets onto the deck of your board, that's what slows you down a lot, and they end up falling out of the barrel nearly. But hey, easier said than, you know, done.
Well, front row seat to all of that action is Strider Wazalewski out in the channel.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, well, just a little catch up on Mihimana Brai, that heavy wave that he caught, almost making it out the end there. Just like bucked off. We saw the board pop up immediately, broken just so quickly. I think we're gonna have to build a graphic on boards broken today. That's number 4. But beyond that, you know, Sam actually, our cameraman swam over to him because as he came up, his eyes were like going different ways, and he was spitting out water and got on the back of the ski and looked pretty shaken, and then you know, jumped in the water to paddle back out, but paddled out really slow. So definitely rattled by that heavy wipeout. So still really heavy out here. You know, it's, you know, Kai, you can attest to it. You know, these waves are just thrash you underwater.
Oh yeah, the beatdowns out here are just next level, and it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes you get lucky and you fall into an air pocket and it shoots you out the back, and it's almost worse mentally because you're like, oh, the next one's probably gonna be bad, because on the flip side, it's the worst thrashing that you can imagine, and hence why guys are wearing helmets.
Yeah, talk us through this, Kai.
Well, right here, I mean, as we saw earlier, he's just right on that fine line. If he's like a foot farther forward, that shockwave would have, you know, probably shot him out. But it's so hard when that whole, you know, cauldron of water just explodes into the barrel. You know, there's nothing you can really do. You can't really fight it, and you just hope you're on the better side. But it sounded like he was coming up spinning.
Yeah, Mihimana Brai is going to have to get more Chile surfboards. That's his support. The trials winner here in Tahiti, and his 3rd appearance at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, quarterfinals in 2023, got a 9th last year for his efforts. So definitely one to keep in your eye, and that's one of those local specialists that's so dangerous out here.
So dangerous. You don't want to get him in any round, with the first round or the elimination round or wherever you meet him in the draw. He's going to be lethal.
And speaking of local specialists and gold medalists and heat winners, Kauli Voss is on the boat for the interview with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Callie, I saw you walking off the beach in Huntington. You had fire in your eyes knowing you were coming back home. The swell was forecasted to be amazing. Did everything live up to the hype that you expected when you came home?
When I saw you in Huntington, you saw the fire in my eyes. But the day before, I was crying because I missed the first swell. So, and then I was surfing 1 foot Huntington. And yeah, the day you saw me, actually, I lost. So I was just like, after this, I was just like, oh, I hope to get home. I hope the swells hold and the wind too. And then, yeah, I got here the day before. It was pretty bad. And then I scored the 2 next days. Absolutely scoring, because the first day I was working. My siblings made me work. So I was driving the ski, whipping my brother and my sister on the best of their life. So it was a special moment. And also it was the same day a year ago that I won gold medal. So it was a special day the 2 days ago. And the next day of the swell, I was just like, okay, guys, now I'm surfing. So my brother worked for me, put me on 4 good ones. So I was really stoked. And then today made my heat with such a perfect waves, and wow, just amazing.
Now, I know it's more than confidence. Tell me about surfing out there without a leash. Is that a strategy that you've done before?
I feel like with no leash, it's easier. If you fail, you don't lose that much time instead of having the leash, because when it's that size, especially when it's big, I don't surf with leash, because if you fail, you're by yourself. So the lifeguard can pick you up easily. You just have to go on the lagoon, pick the board, and come back. Or either way, like if like I did, I fell here, but I stayed here. So it's easier for me to paddle straight to the backup and take another board. I don't lose time. But when it's smaller, it's better to have the leash. But when it's big, it's sketchy.
Wow, that is incredible. Unbelievable. So tell me, Callie, what are your goals looking forward to the rest of this event?
I don't know, to win. I really want to win here. For the CT, I have a second place to better, and yeah, I'm surrounded by great people. Jeremy is always on my corner there. I have my little brother here around, my family, my dad, and all the people here. That they cheer for me, and I'm really proud they're here, and I want to do good for them again. So yeah, I'm gonna try my best.
Love to hear it. Good luck moving through. Callie Vast is on.
Yeah, local hero, and like he said, he was touring in his sister Island and his little brother Nike on those giant days. What a great surfing family stays. But Nike Island, they got some bombs out here.
Bombs, charging real hard, and yeah, it's good to see. I mean, they've got a pretty good guiding light there, and the older brother, he's definitely paving the way for not just his own family, but for everyone out here and what's possible. And then heaps of other local boys too put on such a crazy show the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Always good to drive the ski one day, though. Get a bit of, good karma in the bank, and then hopefully it pays off for you the next day.
Well, I wonder if other competitors are going to read into Kauli and his no-leash theory.
Oh, I think for sure, and I think, it's something that I'm curious to get Kai's perspective on this. Like, we saw Carissa Moore, I think, take one of your little tricks with the little tails, or what do you call them, on the end of her board?
The mink system.
System. So what else do you think that shortboarders aren't doing that they could be doing? Because the no leash thing is a big wave thing, and what Carissa was doing was as well.
A lot of it comes down to personal preference. I think the no leash thing is genius. I mean, if you have a ski coming to get you, you're going to save your board as well. Most of the time, your board breaks because the leverage off of the leash. I think I would surf Jaws, for example, with no leash if there was a sandy beach.
Yeah.
Nazare, if I'm paddling out there, no leash for sure. I mean, that's what gets you more worked. And in this case, they're in the business of getting scores. They don't want to be using any more energy than they have to.
Yeah.
And I mean, if it's bigger, having a little flotation is good too, because you don't even have to swim. You just allow it to do all the work for you to come up. And I think Cowley's really smart because he's learning a lot that he's done in the bigger days, and he's just bringing it into that competitive field. And for him, he's going to feel extremely comfortable on a day like this because all of a sudden the scale's a lot different.
Yeah. Kai, I want to ask you some questions about your opinion on some of the surfers out here in this heat, particularly our top seed in this heat, Jordy Smith, number 2 in the rankings, has a chance to win his first world title after 18 years on the championship tour.
Well, I think everyone believes that Jordy is world championship material. Like, he should be a world champ, and this could be his year. I think with the current changes to, the final 5 in Fiji, he's going to want to get to that top spot. And there's a lot of people that are chasing after him. I think whoever can end up there, you just get one win in that final, it's going to be really critical. And the craziest thing about having this event as the last event into the final 5 is the fact that you have to play that game of, don't get hurt. The biggest one might not win you the comp. It's going to be kind of the longer, medium ones. And this wave looks pretty good right here.
Oh, my. High and going down. That's Crosby Colapinto right there. Got sucked up the face, Stace.
Oh, he went to the Kelly zone. Only Kelly goes to that part of the wave and still survives. That was crazy.
And then right here, who do we got? Jordy.
Jordy with the stall. Doesn't quite get into the barrel, but complete ride. And by the way, you know, Jordy Smith, with his appearance in this heat, with grabbing his jersey, Jordy has clinched his spot in the WSL Final 5, you guys.
As we see the expert operation there.
Yeah, the Tahitian Water Patrol here, they're top notch. And they're not afraid to drive the ski over 1 inch of water right there. And you're happy when you see those guys.
Yeah, big time.
But now Crosby, you know, he's somebody that he has nothing to lose, everything to gain right now. He's going to huck himself over the biggest ledge that comes in. And you saw right there, he could have played it conservative and not, like, you know, stalled as hard, and he probably would have made it. But would that have been the score? You know, he's got to just leave it all out there. The only bummer about going on a wave like this is, yeah, it was just, he wouldn't have gotten a very good score if he was a little bit in front of it. But now he has to do the Lagoon Tour. He has to go all the way around.
Yeah, one more look at this and just see what happened right there, Stace.
Oh. Yeah, like, as Kai said, just probably ripped off a bit too much on the stall there and just got sucked up the face, which is very understandable. The whole ocean seems to be moving backwards when you're trying to come down the wave face there.
Here's the long route out on the Red Bull jet ski, and look at Tahitian Water Patrol, how they find those really subtle, deep spots. Well, I wouldn't call them deep. Maybe
deep enough.
It's a difference between, yeah, like 6 inches of water or a foot of water.
Yeah, and that's crazy what these guys do. It's they're the best in the biz out here. So he's kind of taking the long route out there, but still ample time on the clock, 20 minutes for Crosby Colapinto, and no big scores on the board either.
I mean, you make a great point, Kai, and I think like Crosby and Griffin have kind of done both this week. They're obviously trying to make a lot of heats, but they've also leveled up in their own minds with their performances the last couple of days. Both of them have just been absolutely sending it, with probably more falls than makes, but some of the falls have been super impressive and just like breaking through that barrier of, like, you know, what they probably thought they were capable of. They've really leveled up, and now it's going to be real fun for us to watch unfold, like what kind of strategies working out, because I think of people like Ethan Ewing and Kanoa Igrashi who've had some great waves this week, but maybe just one or two kind of, and Geordie's the same, you know, just get the monkey off the back. Okay, I got my wave out here this week, I'm ready for the comp. How's that going to fare for the long journey of winning this thing versus someone like Griffin and Crosby and Jiao, who must have like nothing left in the tank?
Oh, yeah. Well, I think you can gain momentum, too. Like, if you ride all these big waves, and Joao was going, you know, as hard as he could. It was actually his brother, Lucas Chumbo, the big wave, you know, master. He was saying, Joao, slow down. And he broke a ton of boards. But, you know, that being said, you can use it as momentum. And if you do end up getting hurt, you know, that's the consequence of that. I think sometimes being tentative, you're not going to take that necessary risk.
Yeah. Let's take a look at Kai Lenny. Let's see what you were up to the last couple days out here in Tahiti. There you go. That's regular foot.
Yeah, regular foot. Had to, you know, get warmed up.
That's a warm-up.
The warm-up with that.
Wow.
I might have been a little deep. My first wave, I was a little bit in front.
So let go a little early.
Switch stance this time, Kai Lenny.
Yeah. It was, you know, super fun. Just different perspective. That's what I love about riding waves is, you know, just being able to experience something completely unique and new every time. What an awesome few days.
Do you think, you're really good at switch stance, but do you think some of your upbringing in windsurfing has helped you out with that? Because you guys go switch all the time on a windsurf board.
Yeah, I mean, in other water sports like windsurfing, kiteboarding, winging, any foils usually, you're going multiple stances in order to just ride the wind out and then to get the wave back in. So that being said, there's a comfortable level to that. The only thing is you're used to holding on to something, and you know, with surfing, you're so reliant on just how your body's positioned over the board, and it's been a challenge. But to me, it really came down to a big day at Nazare when I realized it's so hard to surf Nazare backside, and I'm like, I've got to get to the point where I can eventually just be frontside out here because I might be actually safer.
That is awesome. I'm getting a call from the channel, Kai. I think Strider Wazalewski's got a question for you.
I got a question for you, Kai. Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, Strider.
Yeah, thanks for breakfast, by the way.
Yeah, no worries.
I would like to talk to you about surfboards, fins, and foam balls. So on Crosby's wave, you saw the foam ball get under his board and it looked like it sent him sideways. If he was on a forefin, that was a tri-fin he was riding, or he is riding. If he was on a forefin, do you think that it makes is it a better board to ride or fin system to ride to shoot over those foam balls, or does it matter?
I generally love quads. I actually use not the traditional sense of a quad where you have a bigger fin in front, smaller in back. I like to use smaller front and bigger back, and that's something that I've learned through windsurfing and stuff. And what you do is you get kind of the best of both worlds. You get that the feeling of a thruster and the ability to control and adjust real quick and that hold, but then you also have the speed of the quad. And I'd rather have too much speed than not enough.
Yeah, that's rad that you use that fin setup, because I saw a similar fin setup with John Florence for his Waimea boards for the YETI with the larger trailer fins, the smaller fins up front.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then, you know, what we were talking boards and Crosby Colapinto. I got a chance to catch up yesterday with Crosby's shaper, Matt Biolis. And Matt says that Crosby is using a lot of the boards, a lot of his pipe boards here. And when he's designing boards for pipe and especially for Tahiti, is that he uses more nose rocker and less tail rocker to avoid tail lift, because that's something that is really takes people down.
Absolutely. And you need to have boards for each typical wave. You know, like a pipe board will work out here good, but you're working with such clean conditions, pristine conditions. A lot of the guys are going smaller boards than they would, like, say, at pipe, for example. But, yeah, I think lower tail rocker, you're just going fast. You're not looking to do a huge turn. And you're hardly adjusting. Front side you can, and the really good guys backside can get over that foam ball, but it's subtle.
Yeah, and you're spot on, because that's another thing that Matt Viola said is like, nobody's doing turns out here. I'm designing boards to control speed, to get into the wave, and to avoid that tail lift.
And, you know, if you looked at John's not here right now, but if you look at some of his ghosts and the boards he rides, he might ride with Paizel a double concave through the entirety, whereas a lot of guys will use single concaves. The only thing I don't like about single concaves all the time is sometimes they do create a lot of low-end lift early.
Yeah.
And you almost want the board to stick but release at the same time, so you got to rely on your shaper to give you the best of both. And a lot of guys do end up going, I think Ethan Ewing would probably be on something with like a single into a double out the back, and that gives you that little bit more control, but that early entry lift.
Yeah. Well, it appears that, you know, this is the final events, the race for the final five. Jordy Smith clinched his spot in the final five. There's only 3 more spots left now, Stace, for the men.
There is, and with Italo getting through this morning, it's becoming almost, you know, we'll obviously let the numbers play out, but it is really going to be a focus on that 4th and 5th position. Italo obviously looked really good this morning with a heat win. He's already jumped around, so yeah, it's, I don't know, just finished breakfast and it's already getting really exciting.
It is getting exciting. Kanoe Igarashi, you know, we're going to see him in the elimination round. He's number 3 on the rankings, like you said. Italo Ferreira, number 4 in the rankings, made it through into the round of 16, so that's a decided advantage for Italo Ferreira. Jordy Smith, though, could this be his Cinderella year, Kai, where he wins a world title after all these years on tour? And a surfer deserving of a world title.
I mean, everyone's, I think, a Jordy fan, everyone on tour as well, and it would just be that amazing story. I wouldn't say storybook ending, because he might continue to do his thing and have more momentum, but we'll see what he can do in this event. I think for him to be able to get that top spot is going to be critical, and you only have to attack one heat. And front side for someone like Iago, and then, you know, I'm sure Italo is, you know, he's been kind of on fire lately too in the free surf session, so he's looking to like climb all the way to the top if he can. And hey, it's all on the line for this last event. And the crazy thing too is, like, for Jordy, he has to go backside for 2 events in a row, rather than, you know, having the comfortability of being front side.
Just warming the hips up.
Stace, there's our rankings leader, Iago Dora. He's coming up in the next heat with Joel Vaughn and Teva Tairoa, the wild card, the Tahitian wild card.
Yeah, I think Iago and Joel have both had a couple of big days of checking it all out. And I wouldn't say either one of them have got the wave that they were really chasing in the warm-ups. So I think today is probably the first real look they're going to get at it. Obviously, it's not as big as yesterday or the day before, but still some really solid waves coming in. We've seen someone like Joel Vaughan. He's not scared. He had some amazing rides at Pipeline at the start of this year. It's just going to be about positioning for him.
Yeah, it sure is. Well, it's pretty quiet. Heat 3 of the opening round. More of the opening round continues. Stay tuned for more coverage of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By YETI, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
Back at the end of the road with the Lexus Tahiti Pro, Crosby Colapinto. Oh my, oh no. Oh my, oh no. Kai Figueroa along with Stace Galbraith and special guest Kai Lenny. Kai.
Cliff jumping. I mean, that's, if you're not under those things, and I mean under to the point where, you know, you might be body surfing, you're so low, you're going to be jumping off. We saw that earlier with Seth in the first heat, and these guys are some of the best backside barrel riders in the world, but a lot of it has to do with board length, you know?
Yeah.
I'd imagine he's probably on a 6'4" right now. Some of the Tahitians, if you take a note, they'll be on like a 6'2" in this situation.
Oh no, Stace.
Oh my word.
Wow, that was iconic.
And as far as pin drops go, he wasn't quite a pin. He was pretty... Yeah, I mean, you're just hoping that you pop out the back there, but it certainly didn't look like it.
So even in the warm-up days, we've seen this kind of bravado from Crosby Colapinto. He's really been going for it out here, Kai.
Yeah, Crosby is somebody that will go. And it's amazing that like both him and his brother Griffin, coming from San Clemente where the waves aren't as consequential, how hard they charge. And it's been really impressive season after season in Hawaii to see that. But here in Tahiti, you know, I think Crosby knows, like, for his game plan, he's going to go on whatever comes in, the biggest one. And he's been injured and been off of, you know, tour events because of, you know, maybe charging a little too hard too early. And I'm just stoked to see he made it in a heat without being injured, because days prior he was going for it.
He was going for it. And we all know, you know, the story of Crosby Colapinto, injured his elbow at the beginning of the season, missed the first 2 events, Stace. But still, even with missing those first 2 events and only getting 1 throwaway, Crosby still made that midseason cut.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive just psychological win there, to miss the start of the year like that at an event that he would no doubt be excited to surf in. Obviously, Pipeline, who isn't? But yeah, to come back and still make the cut. Yeah, it's a big psychological win there for Cros, and they're the kind of things that you know you overcome, and you see guys come back that following year when they get a full season and then have a real solid run. Like he's kind of due for that.
Yeah, let's go on to the channel with Uncle Strider Wazalewski on Crosby. What's up, Waz?
Just I don't know if you guys got to see the whole thing. So pin drop, just gets rattled, just underwater forever, but comes up, grabs his board, and just paddled back out on his own accord. Pretty heavy, like just thinking about that, but didn't look like he was, you know, he's kind of a little loopy, I think. He's a madman. I mean, come on, you guys, he just jumps on his board, paddles back out like, that was a little wave at Riviera and San Clemente. So I'm hats off. I mean, people are screaming out here, freaking out, was psyching and excited for him, but wow, what a feat and what a mental space to be in just to get on his board and paddle back out is insane.
Yeah. Kai, you were just talking about the hard-charging brothers from San Clemente, California, of all places, and how they're able to both attack heavy water.
Yeah, I mean, both of those guys charge. The thing is there's nowhere on Earth where the boats and the jet skis are that close to you, and they could be a really good influence or a bad influence. You could hear everyone screaming, and that go when maybe they're saying no is what sends you over the ledge. And you know, Crosby's pretty lucky. Sometimes it's not the first wave here that really pounds you, it's the second one, because you have no momentum with it. Here we go, Crosby
back
again.
up again, this time just tucking into the pocket, and Crosby Colapinto. It's a low-scoring heat, so Crosby's going to take the lead with that ride, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously still a heat win up for grabs here, and still not really the ride that Crosby was looking for, but with this amount of time on the clock, you kind of got to go out of, you know, trying to get the wave of your life mode and just back into heat mode, because you would hate to see a heat go through like this and just think, oh, all I needed was a 3 and I could have jumped around, you know. So it's, you know, at the end of the day, this is the 35-minute window they got, and this is the opportunities they've had, and they've been exciting, but just not huge scores so far.
Well, what do they say? It's like 9s or 2s, right?
Yeah.
Like, you're either getting a 9 out here or you're getting a 2. And, you know, if the heat before was absolutely pumping, and actually the heat before that was pumping, sometimes I feel like with, you know, the ebbs and flows of the day, you just have to hope you're in a really consistent, good heat. I mean, surfing out there, the conditions sometimes are hard to read, and then the very next second, it's just like turnkey. It's super easy.
Here's a replay, Stace.
Yeah, as you can see, he's just trying to slow down the whole time to get really behind the curtain. Obviously, the judges have seen some amazing rides today, and they're going to be pretty critical of that ride. I'm sure they probably, they're only human. They want to give him some bonus points for trying hard on those earlier rides, but yeah, I can't see them going too loony bins over that score. But as you mentioned, Kipes, he needs only a .56 to get into the lead. He'll get that, and here goes the big brew.
Here comes Jordy, showered with spit and spray, looks back. Jordy Smith completes his ride. He wants to keep this tight between himself and Crosby Colapinto. The next one just drains off of the reef. Crosby again in the barrel.
Wow, go.
And the sea monster spits all over Crosby Colapinto. He kicks out.
I think that was a pretty south direction, and ideally you want to get that chip from deep into that west bowl, and it'd be interesting if there's enough time. The next set might be pretty west. So I wonder if they take that into consideration, move a little bit wider, and those are maybe the winning waves. But right now, it's just make a wave.
But the positioning on that one, right, his second priority paddling back out, Mihimana's sitting there, like he wasn't really in the spot that he wanted to be for that wave, and that's kind of made the takeoff a little more difficult, right? So I think the judges are really going to take that into consideration. You went comparing to, say, this ride of Geordie's, where similar to Crosby's, he really tried his best to slow down but couldn't quite get behind the curtain, whereas Cros kind of had airdropping that one super late and got well covered, so he'll be stoked with the best ride of the heat there.
Yeah, so previous score for Crosby Colapinto, a 2.93. Still waiting for that last wave we saw in the replay. Here's Mihimana. Airdrops into it and gets punished.
It's just about rhythm out here. I mean, it's kind of smart what Crosby did, where you almost don't, you're not getting a scoring wave, but then you get in this rhythm with the ocean, and it only takes, not even a minute to paddle back out. And then if you're in rhythm, you can just kind of do laps. And if you end up sitting out the back there, all of a sudden you start questioning your judgment on waves. You're like, is this a good one? I don't want to lose priority. Am I deep enough? Oh, I'm too deep. And then, just can't second guess yourself at a place like here.
Guy, talk to us about any techniques you have while you're in a crazy wipeout or as it's about to happen. Because with a wave like this, you see the surfers, men and women, committed to the very end. Yeah. They're not thinking about falling and self-preservation. I guess if you look at your tow wave the other day where you were too deep, you got to eject somewhat early. But when it's this paddle situation, you're committed to the end, which makes the fall so much worse. Like, they're not penetrating there.
Well, any big wave, but especially here, if you fall on the West Bowl, all the water from the channel is unloading onto that reef. So, when you're towing, you're able to go a lot deeper. If I'm too deep, I want to actually jump off into the shockwave, into that kind of hole before the West Bowl, and I might be able to save myself some punishment. It's not guaranteed, but with paddling, you're pretty much committed to that West Bowl area, and that's the thing is, a lot of times you got to be able to read the room. Okay, I want to make it as far as I can, but can I get out early and get shot out the back and maybe able to just paddle straight away versus copping the punishment. The worst pounding here is always going to be at the end, ironically. I mean, anywhere sucks. But at the end, that's where all that water from that channel's unloading.
It's counterintuitive, right? A lot of places further up the reef, you're going to have the worst beating. But over here, it's further down the reef at that West Bowl.
You'll see the best guys when they fall. They always paddle, if there's a big set, they'll always paddle deeper. And that's the same thing with Cloudbreak as well. You want, all that energy is pushing down the reef, and then it's stopping right at the right of Chopu. And it's the last place you want to end up.
Yeah. Well, update you on scores. The last wave for Crosby Colapinto came in at a 5.67. He got that under priority. That's enough to keep him in a fairly strong lead right now, because the requirement for Jordy Smith, a 5.68. The requirement for Mihimana Bray, a 6.2. Those are big numbers right now with less than 2 minutes remaining stakes.
Yeah, they are in the context of this heat for sure, but it's with a minute 45 left on the clock, as Kai said, things can change so quickly out here, and I think I don't think that the surfers will be thinking about those scores so much as just focusing on making their best effort on the next wave.
Look at this guy grabbing the yellow jersey for the first time in his career. He gets to put on that yellow jersey.
He's worthy of it too.
He is. He's done it all. Free surf parts, comp wins. He is such a deserved, yellow jersey wearer at this point in time.
Yeah, well.
You can see too, he's pretty smart. He's wearing a helmet. He's also has a foam vest. I mean, I think a lot of that will help him if he does cop a wipeout to preserve energy. And this is like, they're going to be competing every day. So you want to be able to like save yourself.
That's such a good point because you've seen surfers just exhausted. This is the opening round. We're planning on going through the elimination round and the round of 16. So you definitely don't want to get gassed on a big day of surfing out here.
No, I mean, the last thing you want to be able to charge, have the confidence, but there's no reason why you need to swim to the surface. The only thing you need to do is just relax, preserve your energy, and any movement underwater is just going to be, you know, exhausting.
You actually had one of the best quotes in big wave surfing. You can either take the stairs or the escalator when you were talking about inflation.
Yeah. So that was always my philosophy. It's like, yeah, I train to be able to take the stairs to the top of the skyscraper, run up.
Yeah.
But I would rather just take the elevator.
Yeah.
And then I can go back out and just be that much more focused. And in big wave surfing, my goal is always, 6 to 6, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. You just want to surf all day.
Yeah. That really sat really well with me when you explained that technology, Kai. Well, heat's over, clock's up, and it is a gutsy performance, Stace, by Crosby Colapinto, earns him a spot in the round of 16.
Yeah, it was a scrappy win, but it would have felt good. He took a couple of poundings, got one really nice tube, and unfortunately there for Geordie, he finds himself in the elimination round, which is not where he wants to be.
Yeah, so Jordy Smith, number 2 on the rankings, into the elimination round, along with the wild card, Mihimana Bray. We're on to a quick commercial break. Why would you go anywhere? We got action in Tahiti at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Maeva, and welcome to Tahiti, one of the most beautiful places you will find on the planet, but also one of the scariest places when we talk about the end of the road here, Chopes. And we got another heat in the opening round of the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by our friends at IC Kaipo Guerrero, Stace Galbraith, and our special guest, Kai Lenny, talking you through everything. And we got world number 1 out in the water. That means Iago Dora up against Joel Vaughn and the Tahitian wild card, Teva Tairoa. There you see the flotilla that stays.
Yeah. It's not as busy today as it was the last couple of days. Last couple of days was, chaotic is one word that comes to mind.
There's nowhere else on planet Earth that a boat can get that close to a wave that could kill you. I mean, I think it's also just, the bathymetry of the water and how the wave will always end up over that section of reef. But still, I mean, every single day a boat nearly goes over the falls on on those toe swells. So it's just remarkable how good those drivers are. I mean, it's a game of inches between all of them.
And it's packed house, so they have to be mindful of not just the wave, but of the other boat drivers at the same time.
That's the thing, yeah.
So crazy.
And they're not colliding often.
No. And Kai, you spoke of the bathymetry out here, and it's really interesting how this drops off from a very shallow reef to basically 300 feet of incline straight into the Pacific Ocean.
And that's what makes this wave what it is. I mean, you have this powerful swells coming from like the bottom Southern Ocean, and when it gets over here, like in Hawaii, we might have some ledges, but there is a bit of gradual with those islands. And let's check out this replay real quick.
Joel Vaughn stays.
Yeah, you can see he's got the technique. He's definitely got the chops to get a big score out here, I think, for Joel today. And in this heat in particular, it's just all going to be learning. And he could definitely learn himself into an excellent ride, that's for sure. But it didn't have a lot of luck in the free surf, as you can expect being a rookie onto a packed lineup. It was absolutely massive the last couple of days. So I think for Joel, every minute he gets to spend out here with not many people is going to be a big win for him.
Here comes Iago, drops in.
Beautiful.
Double arm bar in there for the stall. No problem for Dora. In and out of the barrel. He's going to take the heat lead, Kai.
Yeah, Iago is somebody that, I think he's pretty nervous compared to some of the other guys that are in bigger waves. But what I admire about him is you see him putting himself in the positions, because you can't win if you don't play. And in this very case, sometimes you could be out there and you'll just let waves go by and by. And I'm not talking about a heat setting, but in the bigger days, like yesterday afternoon, there was some big waves and he was out there warming up. But look how he's one of the best surfers in the world. And the thing I believe is the small wave surfers often are the best big wave surfers. And if you look at the history of surfers like, you know, Iago, if they put themselves in the big conditions, they're going to look really comfortable. And so that wave will be a good start for his heat.
Yeah, Iago's shaper, Matt Biola, says he got a ton of boards for this event. Thicker center line, tapered rails, very shallow concave, and narrower tails than the boards he's going to be using in Fiji. So that's what Matt Biola did for Iago in this heat. Matt Biola is already at Lost Crew, is already celebrating a win for Crosby Colapinto, because he's straight into the round of 16, and he's with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Crosby, hard work pays off. You've been out here for the past 4 or 5 days, just absolutely chucking your carcass over the ledge. Tell me what it's like to warm up when the waves are already so crazy big.
Oh man, I mean, it's the last event of the year, and like I don't have a shot for making Final 5, so it kind of just feels like a surf trip, and then being able to surf such an incredible wave is insane. And honestly, just been like, it just feels full surf trip vibes, and last event of the year, want to just have fun and enjoy it. So it's been really fun just learning this wave and seeing all the local boys just go like under the ledge. You know, you're looking over going like, they're not making that, and then they kick out in the channel and everyone's screaming. So just learning how to like position myself at this wave and learn how to like take those drops has been super fun to learn that. And just learning the wave, because we're going to be here for a few years, and just incredible wave, and you could get the waves of your life, so it's super special.
These waves look like they're about 4 or 5 seconds long. Maybe you could just break down real quick what it's like when you see the wall coming at you, and then you're in the tube, and then you pull out. What does that sound like? What does it feel like?
Oh man, it's the most wild experience ever, because it goes from deep water to shallow water so quick. So it's like it happens so quick that your body almost goes into like fight or flight mode and like survival mode. So then you kind of just like instincts take over, and you put yourself in the position, and then once you like make the drop, you kind of like focus on that, and then you pull up, and you're in this huge barrel that's the size of like a school bus, and you're just like kind of taking it in, and the mountains are all right there, and then you kick out, and there's like 100 people in the channel. It's just the most unique thing in surfing. So it's just yeah, if you could bottle it up and sell it, you could sell it for a lot of money.
Now obviously I know you want to win this thing, but who are you going to try to watch and learn from throughout the day today?
Callie's super good out here, Baron, Griffin, Robbo, all the boys really. Everyone's so good at barrel riding now, so just gonna watch and cheer my brother on, because he's going for the Final 5, so do that, and then hopefully get some good barrels. That's the plan.
Crosby Colapinto is loose in the draw. Watch out. Good luck moving through.
Well, there you go, and a couple of rides to get caught up on, but Crosby touched on fight or flight. That's something you know about, Kai, that feeling.
Yeah, there's a moment where you can be so scared, and you can let that be debilitating, or you know, the only way through it is to pass through that veil of fear. And once you do that, you're not thinking. You're kind of like going off of all your instincts and everything that, you know, you've learned over the years. But here we go, Iago getting another score.
Yeah, 4.5 for Iago Dort to back up his opening 6-point ride. Joel Vaughn here, Stace.
Yeah, Joel Vaughn on his second ride of the morning, excuse me. And yeah, again, he doesn't look out of place out here, I don't feel. It's just, yeah, positioning could be a little deeper on that one, and he'll know that.
It's hard sometimes, too. If you're not, like, on those south ones, you get going so quick, it's hard to slow down enough, and by the time you do, it's already kind of at the end of the wave, and it looks like you're trying too hard. So it's just, like, it's so much about wave choice out here. And do you wait, or do you keep your rhythm? That's the million-dollar question. The best guys you'll see have, like, the perfect tempo, where they're consistently getting waves, but they're not, you know, they're not frantic about it.
And as far as positioning and identifying a south one versus a west one, what do you use as some of those indicators? Because it's a big, deep ocean out there.
It's a deep ocean, but you know what? Right where that Lexus buoy is a great lineup. It's almost, you never get lineups looking out to sea. You're always kind of looking back to shore, and the tower always serves. So like yesterday when it was a little bigger, we were just to the left of the tower. As the swell turns more south, you can sit a little bit deeper and backdoor it. But with that Lexus buoy, you can actually sit just to the right and under it, and depending on how far out it is how low you want to be. And I was, yesterday watching guys like Emio and the Tahitians and where they were sitting, and, I might want to sit a little farther out, but the guys that were out there warming up, like Yago, he would probably have picked up on that and is using that to his advantage. So if that real big one comes that has that west hook on it, he's going to know, okay, this is where it is.
Talk to us about the tell of a west one. Like, do you get, because if the buoy's not there.
Yeah, I mean, if the buoy's not there, you really, it's a question if you can get the chip and the momentum through it. And sometimes there's this little lurch deep enough, and if you get into that, it'll slingshot you through. And here at Chopu, you always feel like you're too deep, and then all of a sudden you're in front of it, and you're like, wait, I thought I was, because it bends towards you. It's not like peeling away like a cloud break's going to do. It's going to actually, the lip's flying at you. And so you're going to end up there quick, but it's a fine line.
Yeah.
Like there's a real line in the sand.
And everyone seems to have their technique. You mentioned Emil. The waves that I've seen him ride, he barely paddles for those waves. He's just right underneath it, but it's all positioning.
It's all positioning. He barely paddles. He's riding the smallest boards you can imagine. They're pretty thin, 6'2". He goes through a lot of boards because he's going on waves of major consequence, and when he pulls it off, it's insane. And when he doesn't, he almost has like a life-threatening event. And we saw that yesterday in the warm-up in the evening when the tow waves kind of got smaller. He caught some insane waves, and then his very last wave, he came up and he's like, bro, I almost died. And if he's saying that, and he's from here, and he's one of the up-and-coming best guys, you start questioning your decisions out there. You're like, okay, I got to be really smart, but the ways he typically goes for, you're not looking at.
Yeah, and really the depth of talent here that has been developing in Tahiti, Kai, has been mind-blowing. We have a 12-year-old that's going to be in our women's draw, Kelia Galina, and she's just one of the many of this new wave of Tahitian surfers that we see evident out here on the reefs.
Oh, it's incredible, and I think we're witnessing this generation. You have Kauli Vaz as well, who's an Olympic gold medalist, and he won that here. They know this reef better than anybody on earth, and that is a total advantage. If you want to get good in Tahiti, you need to spend time here. It's not the worst place to spend time, that's for sure, but you're going to arrive at moments where you question, why am I doing this? How did I get myself in this position? But then if you're willing to be persistent and go for it, you're going to get some of the best rides of your life. Might get the worst wipeouts in the process too, but that's about living. This is like what we do. This is what makes surfing so great.
I feel for a non-Tahitian surfer and to get experience out here, it takes a lot more effort logistically than, say, getting to know the North Shore of Oahu.
Oh, logistically, it's a water world down here. You need to have a jet ski, you need to have a boat, you need to have connections. I mean, totally, you can stay somewhere and paddle out, but you break a board, it's a long swim in. And, you also got to get to know the locals. I mean, they hold this place down pretty hard, just like in Hawaii, and the only way to, show up is to be really nice to everyone. And what I love about kind of the culture here is you paddle up to everybody and you give them, a high five, and you say, hey, how's it going? And you never try to take their own waves, and usually if they like you, they'll be like, go, go. And you kind of question if they just want to see you go over the falls or not, but most of the time they want to see you get a good wave. So, I mean, the Tahitians here are incredible, and this place is fantasy land. It's just iconic.
Yeah, it sure is a beautiful place, Stace.
Oh, it is, yeah. And I'd be questioning any kind of go calls. It's like, are you taking the mickey here? Like,
well,
you want me to go this one for sure?
You got to have really good hearing, because sometimes it's no or go, and ironically, they're too close together. So it's like, is he saying no? No, go. And this guy's somebody that'll go on anything.
He doesn't have no in his vocabulary.
That's an exciting rookie. It's the first time we're going to see Al Cleland Jr. at the end of the road, and looking forward to that.
I'd argue he's probably what most people are most excited to watch as a rookie coming here, because where he comes from, he hails from, Mexico, big barreling beach breaks, heavy. And, he's somebody that's going to go, and his barrel riding technique is up there with the very best
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, he'll be in heat number 6 of the opening round, by the way, if you want to stick around. As you should. Why would you leave this show? It's an incredible show. That's when Al Cleland Jr. is going to take to the water.
He's a pretty happy-go-lucky character. He doesn't mind having a good time, but he's just as competitive as the rest of them. And he had that heat here at the Olympics with Jean Deroux, where they both went absolutely crazy, got huge scores, but Al didn't end up winning that heat. So I know he'd still have that on his mind. Like he wants to get big barrels, but he also loves a heat win, you know. So I think he'd be looking to really put on a show today.
And he's got a good heat. Griffin Colapinto's going to be out there with him, as well as Connor O'Leary, fresh off his first CT victory over there at J Bay. So that's a great heat to look forward to. They're actually all good, but
every heat's good now, you know, and I think everyone's stoked that made this year's mid-year cut, because then you have basically a year and a half on tour if everything goes perfect. You know, being able to essentially like surf the whole season again next year. But what a contrast going from J-Bay to this. It's pretty much the opposite type of surfing. However, you know, someone like Connor O'Leary, who just came off inside and being a really good barrel rider, he can do some damage. And just because, you know, somebody is known for being really good out here doesn't always mean it goes your way. And so there's that luck factor involved. But finally, here we go. Tahitian.
Deva Tairoa strings through there, and he will get a score on his second wave. That'll be his first meaningful score. He opened up with just a half-point ride for straightening out. Learning a little bit about this 35-year-old here from Tahiti. He's a volunteer fireman in addition to being a great surfer. He's taken the place. We actually took two Tahitian surfers on the trials because unfortunately Alejo Muniz had to pull out of this event due to a shoulder injury and shoulder surgery.
Yeah, so he was stoked on the opportunity. Sick drop there, beautiful technique. He was stoked to get that one on the board, and still plenty of time remaining in this heat.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's just the conditions are changing. It's obviously a declining swell. That's when the really good guys are going to be making those subtle adjustments. Like, do you sit a little bit deeper? It seems like the swell's turned a little more south. We're not seeing as many of those super heavy west ones. It's a game that you have to play in the water. And luckily, on your paddle back out, a lot of these guys have their coaches or, you know, their support, and they can give them just that little bit of reference, like, hey, there's actually some that are sneaking past you guys wide, and it's such a tight, condensed area. But these are the days that can kind of be the scariest, too, because all of a sudden a 10, 12-footer can come in out of the blue.
And I feel like Yago set himself up perfectly here to kind of take care of that if it happens. He's kind of got his heat total.
Yeah, there you got Ethan Ewan with his dad, Bill.
And it looks like a quad there.
And the
two quads set up,
from
ready to
Darren
go.
Hanley. Yeah, so Ethan Ewing coming up next with Cole Hauschman and Rio Waida, heat number 5 of this opening round.
But yeah, just getting back to Yago's total, he's set himself up beautifully. If it ends up being a quiet heat like we saw with the last heat with Jordan and Cross, he's kind of got enough points you'd think would take it out. But if it starts firing at the end, he's going to have his pick of the litter.
I would like to be in his position because at least now he can sit and wait. And as things slow up a little bit, he's going to be able to just like have the priority and then just pick the one.
Yeah, I always refer to this position as heat control for Yagador because he's actually controlling the heat. He's got the lead, he's got the priority, he's got all the cards in his favor. So really, he can control the tempo of what's going on in this back half of the heat.
You only have the yellow jersey because of that, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're just learning to read the room. Like you said, Kai, dying swell, it's like he's watched that heat before and he's going, okay, I don't need to do anything crazy here. I just need to get some completions on the board. But again, it's that experience. Like, he's, probably not as experienced out here as Teba, but he's certainly surfed a lot more championship tour heats than him.
And he's learned on the fly. This is his 5th appearance in Tahiti for CT competition. His best result was last year at a quarterfinals finish, so he's improved every single time.
I mean, the thing is, you have two sides of the coin. You maybe got the CT guys that don't spend as much time as they would like to be absolutely comfortable. I mean, for sure, you got some guys that growing up before they made the championship tour were here doing their thing. I mean, like, I think Rabo's been getting 12, 15 footers paddling since he was 12.
12 years old,
But, but then on the flip side, you got a local Teva or any one of the wild cards like Mihimana, but they don't have the competitive experience being with the CT. And that's the hardest thing about being on a wild card is knowing the math, knowing, like, the strategic. Usually when you're free surfing, it's like biggest, gnarliest wave. If I can make it, I win. But that's not the same game out here. And if you look way back in the past, like guys that were always tacticians like Gabriel Medina, he wasn't necessarily going on the biggest West Bowl ones, but he was going on these south ones into the West Bowl, and maybe not the tallest of the heat over the contest, but he was getting the length of the ride and the depth of that barrel.
Yeah, and speaking of picking the good ones and conditions, we'll go out to the channel right now with Strider Wazalewski. What's happening out there, Strider?
Well, we just wanted to check in on the conditions. You know, the east-southeast trade winds have kicked in, so it's making the flotilla a little bit more organized, which is nice. With that wind coming across it, a little bit of texture on the face, not too bad. And then, well, we got the tide coming up. We've got pretty big tides today. We have full moon, I think, tonight. So, you know, about 12, 20, there's about high tide today. So that's going to kind of flood the reef a little bit, kind of fill things up and slow things down maybe with that declining swell. But I like Kai's call there. You never know what's coming behind the closed door. I mean, there could just be a massive one out the back. So you got to be ready for it. But I think that's why things are slowing down a bit right now. We got a declining swell and the tide coming in and filling up the reef.
Full moon, Strider. That's your time to shine, brother.
We love it. It was beautiful moon set this morning.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Thank you, Strider. 9:37 local time, 12:26 is the high tide mark here. Like Strider says, it's going to be a big tide. We're going to gain about 1.5 feet of water, 1.4 at 12:26. So tide filling in through the first half of the day. Swell sticking around. Yago Dora out in the lead right now. We're going to come back after this quick break to the conclusion of heat number 4, opening round. Can Yago Dora hold on to the lead?
In the 80s, there's this crew of surfers. Yeah, these surfers. They decided to draw a line in the sand to protect the waves they loved. From that first wave save, the Surfrider Foundation has grown into a coastal protection powerhouse. We take on the big guys, the major polluters, the powerful corporations. You name it, we've been there. Become a Surfrider member today because the ocean needs more friends.
Yeah, the ocean, our natural playground, plays a crucial role in our health and survival. Unfortunately, this precious resource is under threat from pollution, single-use plastic, and the impacts of climate change. Go to Surfrider Foundation, see how you can help. And Yago Dora is helping himself to another meaty score out here at the end of the road. Kai Pogorel, Stace Galbraith, and special guest Kai Lenny rolling back into that one with Yago. Kai, he's taking control of this heat.
Yeah, that's the best wave of the heat so far, and it's been slow, but better than the last one. And, you know, you can tell by the way he's paddling, he's pretty comfortable where he's sitting, and he might just be trying to manage the rest of this heat for the next one.
Stace.
Oh, this is just expert, like you said, Kipes, heat control. He's really doing his job well here. He's obviously, everyone's so close, so on top of each other. He would have seen what happened to Geordie in that last heat. He knows Geordie's breathing down his neck for that #1 spot. And he's really doing a good job of just trying to keep that distance and keep his hands on that yellow jersey, which would just be a massive, massive win for him going into Fiji if he can hold that spot.
That's right. Again, post-heat format. Winner in this opening round goes straight to the round of 16. Second and third in this opening round go to the elimination round. Those will be man-on-man heats in the elimination round. We're going to run those elimination round heats today, and we're also planning on running those round of 16 head-to-head heats to set up a quarterfinal. So as long as the swell and the wind cooperate, we got a huge day of surfing here at the end of the road.
It's cooperated so far, hasn't it? We had a little sleepy in that other heat with Geordie and Crosby. There's been some amazing rides in this one so far, and like you said, Kipes, a great score coming in for Yago there. But we did see the wind kick up. Kai, you've got some theories on that, or maybe you and your buddy Chumbo do?
Yeah, no, I was just talking with Lucas out in the water, and he really likes it when that east wind comes up, and it almost sends this little chop across the lip of the wave. And when you're paddling in, I think it's probably better if you're front side. It just gives you the ability to get a slingshot into the West Bowl, so you might be able to sit a little bit deeper. And looking at where Joel Vaughn is, he's kind of like in the sweet spot, I'd say, right now. And Yago's kind of smart too, because if a west one comes wide and those guys are just a little bit too deep, he, being front side, is going to actually be able to negotiate that really steep drop. And then you got, you know, the local Teva. He is looking for that southern push into the bowl.
Yeah, we got, this is the sprint for the final 5 last regular season event on the calendar, and we got to take a look at some of our final 5 scenarios right here. Jordy Smith, he's clinched his spot in the final 5. Where he's going to be in the seeding, yet to be decided. Yago Dora clinches the #1 seed by making the final here in Tahiti. Kanoe Garashi stays, needs to reach the quarterfinals. He's already in the elimination round, and Italo Ferreira, Ethan Ewing, and Griffin Colapinto are battling to be above that cut line.
Yeah, it's already been a crazy start to the day on the live ratings. Italo's jumped up into 4th. Kanoa's, jumped up into 3rd. Kanoa's been bumped down to 4th. And Ethan and Griffin yet to surf, but they'll be coming up very soon. Ethan's coming up in the next heat, as a matter of fact.
By the way, look out for mathematically in the hunt, Toledo, Robinson, who's incredible out here, and Baron Mamiya, who's been putting on a show.
Scary chasing pack.
The warm-ups. Whoa.
Yeah, he's gnarly. I mean, where he hails from, Pipeline, 2 event wins in a row there. Come here, this is the dream for him. And he's spent, Barron spent a lot of time down here in Tahiti as well.
Pressure with Ethan Ewing coming up. He's right on that cut line, #5, coming into this final event of the regular season. Yago Dora somehow finds more shade.
He's in the rhythm.
And, yeah.
He's just going surf trip vibes now.
That's how you want to surf this place. It's so hard when you sit for a long time and, you start questioning your decisions. And even if that doesn't end up in his score line, he might paddle out and one might just magically kind of come around him. And he just has that, ability to stand in his wax. And the guys have been sitting for a while out the back. So, I don't like sitting too long personally.
Water angle here, Stace.
Yeah, an amazing vision here from Sammy Smith. And, yeah, like you said, Kai, it's a good way to just keep your rhythm up. But I'd like to know, Kai, is it similar for you when you're towing versus paddling, that same kind of FOMO that you have looking at the back of a wave you don't go? Because I feel like on a ski you see a lot more, you're just a little higher, and so every wave looks like, oh, should I be on that one?
I mean, with towing, it's just you want the biggest possible one to come in, and you're coming with all this momentum and speed. And the technical part on those big ones is not getting too high on the face. Traditionally barrel riding, you're along the face and you're kind of cutting across. And out here, you need to be at the flats. It needs to be uncomfortably low. And the lip throws so far out, you're never going to get lipped in the head. You have to almost feel like you're riding on flat water, like you had just let go of the rope on, the lagoon here. And you're going to get sucked up to the top. The tendency on those tow waves is to pump into them. And it's like, oh, don't do that. And the front side's nice because you have options. You can get on your heels kind of quicker and slide your way back down. Backside, you get up high. You see the guy's butt hits the side of the wall. And this has nothing to do with what these guys are surfing now. But when those really big, meaty ones come in, you can see the best guys, especially backside, they're sitting down as low as they can get. And that's where they get all their control. And nose is almost pointing to where we're sitting right here.
Here's a technical question for you out here. You're really good with your equipment. You're shaping some of your own boards now, Kai.
Yep.
What would be the difference between a design for a regular footer on their backside here versus a goofy footer on their front side? Or would there be a difference for the board design?
I think it depends on the person. It depends on the style. I wouldn't mind having a board that would be good either way in a sense. For me, what I would be using out here is more of like a quad with the bigger back fins, smaller fronts. Definitely want a narrow tail.
Even at this size?
Yeah, for sure. And I think the philosophy there is with the bigger fins and back, you're able to get that tail higher up so you can actually point your nose farther down. So if I was shaping a board, I would add a little more nose kick and, kind of like what Matt Biolis was doing with the guys' boards where they're dropping the tail rocker. You're not going to need a board where you're going to need to do a big swooping turn. It's really just for the kick out. And you don't want that tail, if you're taking off really late, especially backside, to slip out. And it's going to be more challenging backside if the wind continues to come up because you take off a little later and you're kind of leaning forward, that tail washes out. You're going to have to want to be a lot more over the tail. And that's when you're going to want that nose to be up, tail to be engaged. And what I like about two fins always engaged is you can make that real quick high up in the barrel and then point the nose back down towards the lip.
Yeah, and we've seen, just disastrous results with backsiders out here with that tail, slipping out and sliding out. Like, it's just horrible because it stops all their forward momentum and they're just in the worst place.
I mean, the tendency is you want to lean really forward, but out here you kind of got to be like back and then forward right as you engage. And if you're just in the lip, a little bit too much, you're going to be either pin dropping or you're going to be trying to commit to that landing.
Talk to us how hard that is when you're paddling as hard as you are, because your forward momentum and the need to be going fast into the wave is obviously paramount. But then at that moment, you said you want to be like up and back.
Well, I think the biggest red flag is if you're paddling really hard and you don't feel like you're in it, you're already too high on the wave. You literally want to feel like it's catching you, you're not catching it, and you want to almost feel like the next move you're making is to stay just over your toes as a backsider and then committing onto your heels. If you go onto your heels too quick, you're going to stay too high, and that's when that tail washes out.
Well, speaking of backside technique, we just saw Joel Vaughn on his wave. Unfortunately, he's in a two-wave combo, so with the clock winding down, it's going to be really tough for the surfer from North Shelley, Australia, to get into the #1 spot, but he did show some nice technique on that backside barrel ride, Stace.
Yeah, I just hope Joel isn't being too hard on himself right now, because I definitely think overall, whether it's in this event or years to come, I definitely think he's going to figure this place out. He probably hasn't had the heat. He definitely hasn't had the heat that he's wanted now, but yes, you can see like no hands driving through the West Bowl there on a smaller inside wave, but still so fun to surf, and I think he has all the ability to do it. It's just a matter of time.
It's going to happen. I mean, both him and his brother have been on a heater lately, and I'm sure this is going to, now that there's going to maybe be quite a big break before the start of next season, it would be smart for any rookie or anyone that's not totally locked in down here just to do strike mission. And from Australia, it's pretty quick.
It's not too bad. It is really quick, and like you said, it's worth it. I would do any amount of travel to get to this place. It's absolutely paradise. And if you're a pro surfer, it's similar to Hawaii. You need to be good here. No matter what you're rating, you need to be one of those surfers that's like, I'm the guy here.
If you're not locked in at pipe, it's really hard to get the experience out of pipe beyond just watching, because you got the top dogs out there getting all these waves, and you might have to go on waves that could potentially hurt you before the start of the next season. Here, at least, you can pick a swell, pick an opportunity, get the practice of backside riding, and then show up to the North Shore and be like, okay, when the opportunity presents itself, you have confidence in yourself, maybe not totally in the wave, but you already did most of the homework.
Yeah. I guess familiarity brings comfort. The more times you put yourself in that situation, you would know, Kai, probably the more comfortable you are.
I always say, you can't win if you don't play. And in this situation, if you're going to watch the wave, you might as well watch from the lineup. And if you get a wild hair, like, I'm not going to catch one, that's usually when one comes to you and it just speaks to you. And you're like, I'll go for it. And then all of a sudden you're like, what would my life be like if I didn't just take that leap of faith or just that one step just to go in the lineup? That's the hardest thing, is just to put yourself out there.
But it's such a human reaction to have. I was caught up with Yago Dora the other day, and he did that. He said he just sat for too long. He sat in the challenge like, I just want to see it. And then he said he watched it, and he psyched himself out rather than in. And it can happen to anyone. It's such a hard switch to flick. He's obviously got the ability. It wasn't that he didn't want to surf. He just sat.
Well, and all of these guys, they have the ability to be some of the best big wave surfers in the world. And I mean big wave, like be able to charge a Jaws or a Nazare, because their technique's there. But what it is, it comes time, experience. You see a lot of the best big wave surfers on Earth are generally older because they've been there, done that. They've seen both sides of the coin. And, in this case, you just have to put yourself there. And, hey, if you're going to watch from the channel on these free surf days, you might as well just sit out there, and no shame if you don't even catch a wave, but you've logged much more than watching from the channel.
Well, we're 5 seconds away from this guy right here, Yago Dora, logging in another heat win. He's on to the round of 16. By the way, Yago Dora, with his 6-point ride, his 4.5, his 7.67, his 5.5, every single ride from Yago Dora is higher than the rest of the field in this heat. That was a dominant performance by world #1, Yago Dora. He's on to the round of 16. We're going to see Joel Vaughn and Teva Tairoa. They're going to be in the elimination round later on today. Thank you, Stace. Thank you so much, Kai. This was so entertaining, so great. And congratulations on just some incredible waves that you've surfed out here. Check out Kai's Instagram, by the way, and see some heavy rides. We're back with more action from Tahiti. Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC Returns. After this quick message, Yago Dora on to the round of 16.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus, experience amazing. Still a stellar opening day of competition as we lock in with Cole Hausman. This one draining across the reef, and he's into daylight. What a read from the big man from San Clemente, California, who's taken a lot of wipeouts, has had a lot of success over the last 3 days, said he's learning so much and inspired by some of the best chargers in the world. This one continues with Rio YETI, the Indonesian, getting lost in the traction, but putting his head down to get this heat started. And that'll set up the high seed, Ethan Ewing, with priority. What a day it's been so far. Into Heat 5 now for the opening round of competition. All roads leading to the Lexus WSL Finals. So Ethan Ewing on the hot seat, trying to keep his spot in the Final 5. With Griffin coming for him, who's right behind him on the rankings, coming up next in Heat number 6. So Ewing, number 5 in the world, has been surfing great, you know, turning in some of his personal best performances, always at Bells, those really classic venues that bring out a lot of his strengths. Cole picking up his 2nd win of his career this year. And Rio finaled at the pool event and is trying to find his groove again at the end of the season. Look at the company I have here on set. Flick Palmatier and one of her great friends that love to surf big waves together, Izzy Gomez, coming off a magical few days. Izzy, thanks so much for joining us today.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
Really hard to get a hold of you when your phone's at the bottom of the ocean. What happened there?
Oh my God, maybe we shouldn't talk about it. But yeah, my phone is at the bottom of the ocean. That was my tax for my time here in Tahiti, and small price to pay for the days I had, and I'm just like super grateful to be here.
100%. So all of Izzy's friends and family and business opportunities, that's why she hasn't got back to you yet. But I think everyone is really clear of what you've been up to. How do you describe the last few sessions you've had out here and what it means to you?
Yeah, oh my gosh. Well, you know, I've had a really tough last 3 years, and just battling some mental stuff, and this was just like such a breakthrough trip for me. It was very last minute, and everything just seemed to come together, and I had a great support system, and I'm just like so stoked and so thankful. And the locals just like sharing the lineup with us, it's so special, and there's so much like good energy here, and it's such a beautiful place, and I'm just really happy to be here.
And when you're here, good things are happening. Look at this, a 9-point ride from Cole Hausman on his opener. Rio got clamped, so that's going to be a throwaway. How she read that beautifully. I know he smashed his elbow on the reef a few days ago, so he definitely earned every bit of that wave flick.
Yeah, let's break it down. This thing, crazy drop. I mean, look at the length of this tube. Absolutely threads the needle perfectly. Yeah, I mean, I can't wait to see this angle. Let's see, he had to really drive through this barrel. You could just really get an idea here from this angle just how deep he was. I mean, it was a bigger set wave. You can see how open this one stayed the whole way through. I mean, this is the highest wave ride of the day so far, this 9-point ride. I mean, beautiful opener. I mean, what more could you ask for here? I mean, you're coming up against Ethan, Rio, tough heat. What a way to start.
What a great way to start and a great way to kick things off. Wearing yellow for the first time in his career, picks up a win. Dora is with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Yago, you look great in yellow. First heat in the yellow jersey, you get the win. But tell me, does this feel any different than the other jerseys you wore?
I don't know. Doesn't feel different. We don't really see our own color when we're surfing. So yeah, I'll see in the photos later maybe. But yeah, it's really nice. I'm really grateful to be wearing this gold jersey, and yeah, it doesn't change anything. It's like result of my hard work, but I'm gonna keep being the same and doing the same work that I've been doing the whole year, and hopefully go all the way.
And I could tell you were surfing out there with a lot of joy. You turned around and look at one wave, you look straight into the barrel. What is that feeling like to really see what's happening out there?
Yeah, it's so good to surf waves like this, you know. It's like the rare occasion where you can actually like stop and enjoy a heat. You're not like stressed the whole time trying to get scores. You're just enjoying the beautiful waves and the conditions we have. And yeah, that was just one of those moments. Like I saw us coming out of the barrel and just looked back to enjoy the view, and such a beautiful wave. The sun's out, water's blue, and it's bumpy.
Well, Iago in yellow, moving through with a nice heat victory. Congratulations. We'll see you soon.
Thank you. See you guys.
Iago feeling calm, and you always wonder, what does it feel like for Iago? He says it feels normal, knifing the takeoff, locked in, loaded up. Is Ethan Ewing, hangs on to a gem of a wave, and a great read on the backhand. Ewing enters the chat here. His first wave ran into the matchup. The high C2, world number 5, looking to keep his spot for the final 5 flick.
Wow, I mean, Ethan's heard the 9 drop for a Cole, and he's just answered back beautifully. That was just real wizardry on the backhand, just the grab rail and the control. Let's have a look. Just grabs that rail. You can see that technique. He's really using the side of his body to slow himself down. And on the exit, almost gets too high, but just recovers casually. And I just love that technique. Look how sort of much this wave is throwing over the power, the intensity from it. And out behind him, Rio.
Rio White out in the open face. It always comes down to a barrel riding event at this size, so he will get out of there. 1, 2, 3 start for Rio. Second scoring ride coming in. But the wave of consequence was Ethan Ewing on the back end compared to Cole on his front side of the 9. Watching the bottom drop out of this one. Rolling in, Cole Hausman drives under the hood. Nice armbar there to manage the speed and hops out, providing a quick backup to the 9-point ride. Izzy, so many different sections of reef and even different wave profiles, you know, this south-southwest angle. You see Cole's first, a total shootout that he had a gun for the exit, and that one, he tried to wipe off more speed to get the score.
Yeah, that first one was incredible. Such a good read on that one. And Cole's been putting in the time out here, and yeah, like you said earlier, he kind of hit his arm on the reef, and here's a replay of, is that Rio?
Yeah, Rio White just a little bit out in front, Flick.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's a nice little warm-up wave, but when you can probably hear the cheers from the channel for what Cole's put down, what Ethan's put down, I think he knows he's obviously going to need a big score. I mean, we're about to see another great wave lock in for Ethan, so Rio's got a bit of chasing to do.
And now catching up to Rio White again, up and out, as he's just trying to feel the rhythm and pace of the day. And we've already got 2 excellent scores from his competition. Cole with the 9, Ethan with an 8.
Well, that's daunting if you're Rio right now, hearing those 2 scores log in. I think, you know, then you're thinking, okay, well, I need an excellent wave if I'm going to be at pace here. But the good thing for him, he's got time on his side, and we know just how quickly you can turn a heat here at Chopes, just with, you know, how short the ride is and how quick that paddle back out can be.
Pretty cool to be here with Izzy Gomez, especially after Kai Lenny, you know, was just in the booth, continuing that conversation of, you know, the true water women of the world and the impact that you've made, you know, being a world champion 5 times in the stand-up paddle divisions, then ripping on a shortboard, winning QSs, and then just turning into a big wave hero, you know, and first getting an alternate call to the Eddy, getting the call up, you know, into the main event. What a journey you've been on.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy just to think about it and look back on it. And I have to say, like, Kai really paved the way and was kind of the blueprint for me to look at that and be like, hey, like, there's not just a singular path for me, and I can kind of just follow my passions and make a career out of it. And it's been so special, and I really, truly can't believe it. Like, I'm still just like, I'm in Tahiti. I get to do this for a living. It's so cool.
That's insane. Well, we already touched on the phone being gone.
Yeah.
I bring it up because you haven't been able to watch your clips as much as we have. You ready?
Yeah.
Let's watch what Izzy's been up to. She's probably been waiting to see why we're so excited. Toe session. Take us through the feelings that you have watching this one, Izzy.
Oh my God. Yeah, wow.
So sick.
Oh my
Izzy.
gosh, I almost died. Wow. Honestly, I think I kind of blacked out in that moment, but I just remember having this like laser focus of like, I could not see anything when it spit, and I'm just like, just hold your line, don't get lipped in the head, and like you'll make it. And I'm just like still in shock. I don't think I've processed it yet, but I'm so happy.
We were talking earlier just before, and what I didn't realize is that you'd had a crack at a few waves beforehand. Can you talk me through what happened, and then sort of how did you get your mind back together after that to take on that beast of a wave?
Yeah, well, that day was, it was very kind of just like sporadic, because I came here with like, people are doing me favors by bringing me out there and towing me in. And Lucas was just like, all right, let's go. And quick, put my suit on. So I didn't really have time to think. I just had to like breathe, be confident, get ready. And he put me on a few, like I think 3 waves before that one. And I took some beatings and was too deep, or it was like a smaller one that didn't do it, had to straighten out. And I think that kind of like broke the ice for me as far as like taking a few beatings and just trusting myself, like, okay, like I got this when the wave comes. And yeah, it's so special.
The energy here is surreal, and we felt that, over the years of this event. You go to Code Red 2011, where it turns into a swell event, where there's a CT in the middle of it, and there's big wave legends like yourself just showing up ready to maybe get the wave of your life, accomplish that, which is great. But like you said, it does take a village sometimes. There's people looking out for you.
Yeah.
So who are the people that actually were giving you lifts to the lineup, and who towed you into that wave?
So one of my longtime friends, Tereva David, he picked me up from the house and brought me out there. I hung out on his brother's boat for a little bit, and then just the whole crew at Red Bull. I mean, like throughout my whole career, I've been with Red Bull for 10 years now, and they've been just so supportive throughout every season of my life. And when I told them like, hey, I'm thinking about last minute striking to Tahiti, they're like, let's do it, like we'll figure it out. And Lucas, I messaged him, I'm like, if I show up, will you tow me in? He's like, I got you. And so yeah, it really does take a village, and it's also just like such a cool thing. The big wave community, like we all do it because we love it, and there's just such a cool camaraderie between everybody. There's no room for like ego or trying to like one up each other. It's kind of like, hey, like I got your back. Like it's super consequential out there, and there's no room for that, so it's cool.
Wow. As we see Connor, all smiles right now.
That's
Last
right.
event champ.
Yeah, coming up next against Al Cleveland Jr. and Griffin Colapinto. Griffin has just been on a different planet the last few days. Izzy, I think we all saw it. Were you out there for that moment? Eli Olsen getting the tow wave. Griffin got sucked up and over the falls on what looked like a 30-footer.
Yes, I was there, and my jaw was on the floor. I was just like, oh my God, I hope he's okay. But that was crazy, and I mean, like, right there, that kind of shows me like, all right, well, put Griff behind the rope. He's got it. Let's whip him into a couple.
Right. You're like, you're part of the club, bud.
Yeah,
exactly. So yeah, Griffin with a lot on the line, world number 6, as he wants to compete for a world title at Cloud Break. Remember, he won the regular season event at Cloud Break last year.
Yeah, he did, and I think he would be amazing out there. Obviously, that experience, he made it all the way through to the final. I think what we saw from him, you know what yesterday and the day before showed me is that he's so hungry, right? I think it was so evident that there were guys out there, I think, Leo, Jack, Barron, Griff were all showing me that, that they really wanted to give this thing a serious crack. And it just says you're hungry and you want this. And I think, almost sending a message to other people that might be a little bit ahead of you. You've got Ethan sitting there in, 5th on the rankings. We're looking at him in this heat, and there's different approaches to this. You've also got to take into fact, Kanoa above him, that this is the last event. It is really consequential. How much do you want to push it, because you could get injured before potentially fighting for a world title? So there's 2 completely different approaches. Griff, who's fighting for it, who's absolutely going nuts, and then you've got people who are being a bit more reserved, and rightfully so.
You're bringing up that point, straight what happened to Ethan Ewing that year, warming up here in Tahiti, breaking his back, and then he had to bail, did a quiet recovery, couldn't get a hold of him, then came back swinging for the fences and almost won a world title. Griff in the channel, he's got Al Cleveland Jr., Conor O'Leary, off the event of his life, winning at J-Bay, and now up to 11th in the world with an outside shot mathematically to put himself in the final 5. And just a quick update on that top 5 situation. Jordy Smith in the elimination round is world number 2. World number 3, Kanoa Igarashi, also will be in the elimination round today. That's huge for the world title race. And as far as seeding's concerned, we know Jordy's in, but we don't know what seed he'll be when it comes to Cloud Break. Yago getting a win as world number 1. Italo, world number 4, with a win into the round of 16, and now focusing in on Ethan Ewing for the title race at the moment. Izzy, it's interesting with those warm-up days where you have tow sets, but you also have the paddle crew.
Yeah.
How does that work with protocol and who's up, when a set comes in?
Yeah, I mean, here in Tahiti, I think it's maybe a little bit different because this wave is just a straight-up slab. So I think everyone's pretty respectful of knowing, like, hey, like, the paddle guys are going on this set, and the paddle guys aren't even looking at the waves coming in that we're going to tow. So I think there's a really good separation and, like, mutual respect there versus places like Jaws where if there's still 3 people paddling, like, you're not towing. And so it just kind of varies. But, like, I mean, I have so much respect for those guys that are out paddling on those days where it's borderline too big to paddle. It is so inspiring, and I'd love to be able to, like, flip that switch and send myself over the ledge maybe one day. But yeah, like you were saying, Griff and even Crosby, like, they're just, it's so cool to see them and, like, just how hungry they are and how much they want it. It's really cool.
Yeah, they're tapped in. It's a kind of an energy thing, and we talk about it in performance waves. When Griff does a full rote, or he gets that wave on the box, or he gets lifted. But when he creates that magic, kind of that inspiring, like, doesn't look like it's tactical or there's too much heat strategy, there is this relationship with the ocean, and you see that happen in a heat. I mean, that's as good as it gets.
Yeah, 100% in a heat. You brought up that moment, the box moment earlier this year in Margaret River. That was incredible. I think his whole performance, and then that giant air. He got the 10, right, for the air, the big rotation on the right as well. And for me, he was so in form in Margaret River, and watching what he did yesterday was incredible. There's this shot, we've watched it a couple of times, yesterday afternoon when we were doing through a bit of a run through and testing everything. And there's this one moment that is etched into my brain where he just looks so cool, calm and collected, just getting shot out of this barrel and just taking it all in, and it just sort of won with the wave, I guess. It was a pretty incredible moment. It's etched into my brain, so he looks connected.
And Izzy, I know why you want to call him up to join you guys on these big wave sessions, because there's something in the art of wiping out, and also the feeling you get where you're okay and you want to do it again.
Yeah.
And describe your process of that, on how you've overcome that fear and then dealing with a wipeout and being actually okay to know that that's going to happen if you want to go for the wave of your life.
Exactly, yeah. I think when I first started surfing big waves, I was like 18, 19, and I had this crazy irrational fear, like, chip on my shoulder of, like, if you fall, you might not come back up. And I just psyched myself out so much until the first time I went out at Jaws, which was literally with Flick and Laura, I got caught inside before I even rode a wave and just copped, like, 3 sets on the head. And I was like, okay, this was meant to happen to show me that, like, I was just catastrophizing in my head and it wasn't as bad as I thought. So I think those wipeouts, and obviously you're going to have, like, some gnarly ones, but oftentimes, like, fear is so, like, you just make up scenarios that aren't going to happen, and it's really hard to overcome. But then once you, like, take those beatings and you come up and you're like, that wasn't nearly as bad as I made it out to be, then you're like, all right, like, I got this. And it kind of, like, builds your confidence.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a mental exercise, and definitely earning it. And most of the situations people will not sign up for. And look at the surfer that you are today. Still enjoying our conversation with Izzy Gomez as we will take a quick break. Cole Hauschman still leads with his big 9-point ride.
Welcome to Chopu, thick barrels, heavy drops, and a wave that demands full commitment. Go deep, enjoy the barrel, and get spit out. Real waves, true physics, the closest feeling to real-world surfing. Download for free now.
Great opportunity to download True Surf. It's for free. It's in the App Store or Google Play. And the update now has new graphics, upgraded waves, really incredible replay cams, and also that POV view. That is great. Download it today. Surf real live conditions that we have right now here at Teahupo. It is pumping 10 to 15 foot plus, easing throughout the day, but barely. It's going to be a solid day for the men opening round into the elimination round. We just got a text from Renato Hickel. There won't be the round of 16 today, and they'll save that for potentially first thing in the morning. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, Izzy Gomez still on the call here in heat number 5, as Cole still leading with a 9 and a 5.0. Ewing with his 8. Kind of doing what he does best, being selective, picking the right waves. That's been a theme for Ewing, well, his entire career, and he's accomplished a lot, especially in the last 3 seasons on the championship tour. I think we've got a caller coming in. Chris Cote, how you doing out there?
Hey, I'm doing great, guys. You know what? Cole Hauschman is in this heat. He just got one of the best barrels of the day so far. And check this out. IC, one of the presenting sponsors of this event, has the not only Cole Hauschman collab, but also the Tahiti collab. See those inside graphics? Boom, right there. I'm feeling cool. Not as cool as Cole driving around in his, Bentley, but I'm feeling pretty cool out here in the channel.
That is really cool. You look like Cole, Chris.
Hey, thanks so much. These are available now, so you can look as cool as me and Cole. I mean, you might not have the cool hair like Cole has, but you can look at least as cool as me.
You always look sharp. Thank you, my friend. IC family owned and operated company down in San Clemente, California. Good friends with Cole, and they just signed Jack Robinson as well to the team. Hustling this section is Cole Hauschman, getting a nice, easy exit, looking to improve on a 5-point ride flick.
Yeah, he's on lock. Oh, out the back, Rio.
Rio finding a nice tube to shoot out of. His first 3 tries, he was pushed a little bit out in front of the barrel, so that one felt great for the man representing Indonesia. And now they are battling for second priority. Ethan has first, but that priority rotation is so important. The sprint race is always really entertaining here at Chopes. After they get really barreled and they're fired up, and then it goes right into head down and making sure they get the good priority.
Yeah, exactly. You got to kind of like almost imagine that there's still the priority buoy going on.
Yeah. Wow, those days. You still hear some stories from that crew where things would happen behind the buoy.
I don't even know if I was born there.
This angle here, Cole's last wave flip.
You can tell by his body language that he's so fired up. You can see he's connected, and then we see Rio. We didn't get to see what he got done out the back, but Rio also fired up. You can see that little adjustment on the rail with that hand grab and just weaving his way through. So both guys fired up. Cole, to me, just looks very connected. He looks sure-footed. His equipment looks great, and wave selection as well. So that's 3 makes for Cole now, and it leaves Ethan out the back. I think it's still dangerous time. So, I mean, there's 8 minutes on the clock, and at this stage, Ethan's still only chasing a 6. We'll wait to see what Cole locks in for that last one, but just with the caliber of waves on offer and what we've already seen from these guys in the heat, I wouldn't be feeling it. It's so good today that you can't be feeling too confident right up until the end.
And it's interesting when you think about what fires up a competitor at this level, and for Cole, he's had 2 finals with his best friend Griff. They're so close. He's won both of them. He's got bragging rights. However, he's in a position where he could help out his buddy. If he sends Ethan Ewing to the elimination round, Griff's in 6th place, Ethan's in 5th place. Right there's some extra incentive from that San Clemente crew, and Cole would be feeling that.
Yeah.
Watching the 9 again, Izzy, what's your take on that one?
Wow, I mean, that was just a beautiful drop straight into it. That pump was like so critical. That was such a well-surfed wave.
Now watching this one bottoming out, Ethan Ewing comes out the other end. Oh my goodness. Ethan Ewing had an 8, packs a bomb and makes it. Only chasing a 6.51 for the lead of how that one's going below sea level.
That thing was a beast.
Whoa.
It was so big. I think this is going to be another giant score for Ethan. I can't wait to see how the takeoff looked, how critical it was. Judging by the way he came flying out of that thing, he had some serious speed. This wave's got some size to it.
God.
Look at this takeoff. Just drives through this section, Look how round this thing is. Such a big cavern. Hold the door open. The door's wide open. This is what we said, right? You cannot count Ethan out with so much time still left on the clock. He still had priority. And, I mean, he was only chasing a 6.5, so this thing was serious.
That was next level. Kind of back to that conversation of Cole might send him the elimination round, but I think things may have just tossed up here.
On these types of swell events, you know, at this level, it's like 5 seconds is an enormous amount of time. It's weird. It sounds funny, but it really is. When they're chasing scores out here and it's 10-foot chopes, things can change in an instant. Ethan only chasing a 6.51.
Yeah.
We're seeing that and some as he's about to flip the script on Cole Hauschman and this heat and the title race. That was insane. That was one of my favorite rides he's had out here in his career.
Wow.
That was amazing. That was crazy.
This takeoff, so deep, so critical. I just love the control. You can see him using his hand to play with the speed and the wave here. He's right on the foam ball here. I think also, obviously, the size of the wave coming into play here a lot. We've seen that, you know, I rewind to that first heat of the day and I see similarities to Italo's sort of wave selection, just in the height, just in the power, the size of the lip. This is going to be a great score, and yeah, I think it's danger zone for Cole right now.
Yeah, you wonder in the last few days in the lead up how this would affect energy when your adrenaline's spiking even before the event starts. And you know, Ethan had a few swings, you know, the last couple of days, always really methodical with his approach with his dad. They would hop on the ski together, just do their laps, do it their way, you know, and he got some great reads on this lineup that has given him a lot of pain in the past. That score still yet to lock in. They're comparing it to Cole's 9. It doesn't need to be that much. It needs to be a 6.51. It's an 8.57. Another excellent heat for world number 5. He's out in front. Cole now is chasing a 7.57. Rio's in a severe combo with 4:22 to go.
Oh, here we go, Cole.
Cole's turn, swinging for it, pulls in. He is deep in this cave, and he will thank Teahupo for that wave. And now giving some hope for his good friend Griff, who's number 6 on the rankings. Ethan, world number 5, and Hauschman might have got his lead back. Let's check in with the Waz.
Holy smokes, dude. That was a totally... Did you see that last one come through? Jeez, the whole crowd out here losing it. They're all clapping for the wave itself. Cole's wave was just mental, just tucked right into that thing. Oh my gosh, this has been so fun to watch. The whole compression of the barrel, and you're watching these guys in the tube, and you watch them have to like hold their line through the backdraft, and Cole's paddling through the lineup right now, just losing it. He's got Cole, he's got Crosby and Griffin, the whole crew out here, they're loving it. It's just, wow, I'm almost speechless. But that last set was a tow wave. The ones before it were insane. That was a heavy little exchange right there. We'll see what happens as Griffin's feeling the title race right now under him.
Oh, it's big. Thank you, Strider. Cole Hauschman answering back. Ethan just got his lead, and Cole just pulled into one of the better waves he's had out here and putting in the reps the last few days. Cole said he's just so inspired by watching the big wave crew out here, and he's learned a lot in a short period of time. How about this one, Flick?
Oh, this thing was crazy. You could just see from that first angle when he was paddling in just how stretched out that one was, and he was going to get some serious tube time. This thing just bending on the reef. It's so open. Look how big that cavern is. He just threaded that so well. This is the shot. I mean, but you can really see this one's going to stretch out. He's got some room to play with here. I mean, that thing was wide open. So he needed the number. I mean, the wave presented itself and he capitalized on the opportunity well and truly. He's so locked in.
Yeah, I think that score just came in, 8.73.
Cole Hauschman gets the lead back in a tube shootout against world number 5. 8.73 from the panel. The high score is his 9 that he had. So he's got the top 2 excellent scores. Ethan Ewing is not winning this heat with an excellent scoreline. Rio Waida will be resetting for the elimination round as the battle continues. Ethan versus Cole for a spot into the round of 16.
Wow, this is so crazy. You know, Strider brought it up before, but Griff just watching on the sidelines here, just about to paddle out for his heat. Like, hang on a second, Ethan's getting through. Hang on a second, Cole just got the score. I mean, it's so crazy, you know, surfing just wins today. It's so entertaining when the waves are so good. We have a forecast like this, and just everyone wins, you know. It's just like amazing when you're seeing what people trade off wave for wave and just really push themselves to probably what, you know, they're pushing the limits and maybe what they thought is possible for themselves.
And no matter what the tours look like, no matter if they're final fives or cuts or whatever you want to call it, Tahiti's always played spoiler in the title race. You know, it's always had that vibe to it, from the Manoa Droles, the Bruno Santos, Ricardo dos Santos, you know, all these players that would affect it more recent times, Kaoli Vost, you know. If a top seed loses, more often than not, they're getting the dangerous local wild card in the next round.
Yeah. This is so true. I mean, wow, okay, here we go. It looks like maybe Cole having another look.
45 seconds on the clock. Hausman, second year on tour, winning in Saquarema, Brazil, to pick up his second CT victory. Coming here inspired to perform. The presenting sponsor, IC, backing Cole. He's got his signature shades with the brand. He spent some time with that whole family the last couple of days in between sessions. And he's feeling the love and the backing here at the last spot of the regular season. 18 seconds, Ethan, second prio under Rio Waida. And Ethan in the red jersey paddling up the reef, and he is going to run out of time. Another big seed sent to the elimination round, and Cole Hausman gets one for Griffin Colapinto. He is fired up, one of the best combined heat totals he's turned in his career. And he'll go straight into the round of 16. He's screaming right there, right at Griffin, who's coming up next. Connor will have a lot of momentum off his win at Jeffreys Bay. And also Al Cleland Jr., who is an absolute menace in waves like this. Izzy Gomez, always so fun to hang out with you, and congrats on just a stellar last few days. I can't wait to see what's next, and I can't wait for you to get another phone so we can
Oh my gosh.
Well done. Have some fun. Hope you see out here on this next swell as well. Are you going to be hanging around?
I might be chasing the swell somewhere else, so we'll see. But I appreciate you guys bringing me in here. It's been fun.
It's been fun.
Awesome. Well, keep us posted.
I will. Well, I don't have a phone. This is my phone right here.
Awesome. Thanks for everything that you do and your good vibes, of course. Follow Izzy Gomez on her journey. Go on her social media and see the wave that she's caught the last few days. And also, it's posted at WSL. Meanwhile, it's Cole Hausman making things interesting in the world title race. Set world number 5 to the elimination round. His good friend Griff, world number 6, has Connor and Al, as there are monsters still out in this ocean. Oh my goodness. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up next. Exciting times here on opening day of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Lexus doing some big things in professional surfing, and it's been such a fun ride, especially in the Surf LX 2025 LX 600 luxury automobile that Griffin likes to get involved with. The Lexus team rider kicks out of the first wave, bottom drops out, Cleland face plants on a bomb. This one starting off with a flurry like we'd expect from these hard-charging athletes, but man, that was a really bad wipeout.
Oh, that was so gnarly. That is just so crazy, that level of commitment from Al. I don't expect anything less. Oh my goodness.
He just charges. Even when it comes to big sections to hit, you're like, don't do it. He's always going to go for it. One that's bottoming out, he's always going to jump into the biggest pit of his life. Coming up right there. Wow.
It's like the third wave he's copped on the head right now, so I'm a little bit gassed after that, but that won't hold him back. He'll be more fired up after this.
For sure. That was intense. Still getting bounced around the reef, and you're just losing more and more water. And there's water moving so many different directions. Easy for your leash to get wrapped up.
Shallow
Water
right
patrol's got to be in the right place at the right time. They're always communicating with him as they're doing laps. And he's getting sent through the lagoon towards the tower.
Little tower tour.
What a start, man. Just going through a beating like that all this time, taking more waves on the head, and Water Patrol team grabbing him and will whip him around the tower and all the way out the back through the channel.
Look, as long as he's okay, sometimes a beating like that can settle the nerves. Oh my goodness.
Connor O'Leary loves going front side into a pit, winning on his backhand at J Bay, into a beautiful tube on his front side to get a quick score in the matchup. Griffin had a 4.83 start, so Connor right in the mix. Now world number 11 after that win, and watch the route these guys will take. Passing the tower, they'll pass our booth, go around the buoys into the channel. Thinking once he starts stepping on the gas when he gets into deep water, probably see him in about 90 seconds. As we lock in, Griffin start.
Yeah, so this is Griffin's 483. Well-read tube there. A little bit more of an easier one, that one today. I mean, there's no easy waves, and then right behind, this is what we just witnessed. Oh my goodness. He just absolutely ate it on this one. Just tries to grab that rail, but so late, and just went head first into that wall of water. I mean, that's not going to tickle. And then Connor locking in this wave, just a quick in and out there, but on a really nice open tube. So Connor with the best of that exchange.
6-point ride for Connor, 4.83 for Griff, and a serious wipeout for Cleveland Jr. What a way to start. Let's catch up with Cole Hausman on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, from rolling down the 101 in a Bentley to driving through barrels here in Tahiti, it's a good day to be Cole Hausman. What a start.
Yeah, that was, I mean, that's technically like why you do it, and the Dream Tour, it's just firing. But, yeah, I had all the feelings in that heat. First wave of the trip, pretty much. I busted up my elbow day one, the toe swell, just tried to paddle a few, and then so I just took a few days off, and that was pretty much like my first like legit wave. So yeah, I'm loving it. It's so fun. It's this is the dream, you know. That was a fun heat. I don't think I could have like pictured anything better.
Talked to you a minute ago about some of the decisions you have to make out there. Not all of these waves look perfect or makeable. What are you seeing when you're paddling into a monster like you got on your first wave?
Yeah, you really just, you're looking down, you just see reef, and then you really don't know if it's like makeable or not until you just go. And then like today's a little bit more calm than the last 2 days, so like you can kind of have an idea, but you're kind of just going, and the bigger the wave, the more people want to see you go. So yeah, just trying to send it and have fun last comp of the year.
I know you got a ton of support out here in the channel with the IC crew. You got your parents flying over here. Unfortunately, you missed today. But what are your goals moving on through the rest of this event?
Yeah, goal's always finals day and make a final. It'd be a dream to like win this event. It's just like one of the ones all year you want to win. So yeah, just I'm really just trying to enjoy it. It's only my second year on tour and second time in this event. So yeah, just trying to have fun, and yeah, I'm staying with all the IC guys. They got a mansion house. We're just like having fun. So yeah, just hopefully stay in the comp so my parents can come watch, and yeah, enjoy it. Watch the boys freaking get barreled.
Well, you did Griffin a big favor there by knocking out his rival, Ethan Ewing, to the ER. So good luck, Cole. Moving on, looking good so far.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Cole. What an experience that was. You know, he's still so young on tour, just his second season against the best in the world, and his profile just builds. You know, he's a cool kid to talk to. He works really hard, puts a lot into his craft, and it really shows.
It does. It's pretty incredible. Second year on tour and already 2 event wins. You know, it was incredible for me to watch that trajectory from, you know, the regional qualifying series to the Challenger series to the qualifying for the tour to his first event win at Bells. And such an iconic event, and then already this year with another event win. It speaks volumes to the kind of surfer he is, how well-rounded he is. And, yeah, I mean, he really is well-rounded. You look at Bell, he's won at Bells, you know, on the backhand, it's lethal, you know, from small winky pop to bigger bowl. Then you look at Sakurama, just the power on the forehand, and then you come here to the consequential waves of Chopes, and he's not afraid to have a dig. So I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of his career unfold.
These three have a lot of experience, I guess, when you just think about even just last summer. All three participated in the Olympic Games here at Teahupo. Al representing Mexico, Griffin the United States, and Connor O'Leary for Japan. So they had extra time to be out here. They had just so many coaches to work with and resources as we look at an effort to pull in. Griffin disappears, and he'll end up in the back of rotation for priority, and Connor will light up this section. He got a jump start on that barrel, but it spits without him. And Connor misses the opportunity to increase his lead.
Wow, that almost looked like to me that he did have enough power to kind of power through, like to squirt through that section, but just getting gobbled up. And then same goes for Griff. So a couple of falls there. Connor's still out there with that lead with the 6. But yeah, all three guys here. Yeah, back to that Olympic chat, Joe. I mean, there was that one big day, right? And it was that sort of more west swell. And when it gets west out here, it gets more gnarly, and it's harder to find that entry point. And sometimes you're looking at waves like, whoa, is this thing, like, how do I even enter this? But the standout for me was Al. Like, it was just crazy, right? How much, I mean, we saw it already at the beginning of the heat. He is not afraid, really. Like, if there's a big wave in front of him that's consequential, he is not going to back down. And yeah, we've already seen it this morning.
Yeah, I mean, growing up in Pascuales, that's a pretty heavy beach break, and he was able to really hone in his tube riding skills, but he does it with style. It makes his style backside what we got to see last year at the Olympics. It was kind of that, you know, Jack Robinson, John Florence, Kelly, you know, that Andy type approach. He's in that type of mold. As we watch Griff, he saw something in that wave just a bit too deep.
Yeah, a bit too deep, and that one kind of clamped on the end there. Didn't really stay too open. And, you know, I mean, he's having a crack here, just having a swing, trying to get a couple of scores on the board.
And he barely had enough time to go down again after that last set, holding the rail. Nice clean entry for Al Cleland Jr. That felt great for all of us, knowing what he dealt with on his opening ride and getting a nice clean make. Nice little settler there for a guy like Al. Now he can go look for those black ones again.
Yeah, you could also just see the casualness to his surfing, right? The way he exited that tube. We were speaking about it earlier today, but there's a difference between holding on for dear life and being casual. And right here, I just see someone who's so cool, calm, and collected, almost riding out. This morning in the free surf, I think it was, we saw him ride one parallel and just having a bit of fun with it, you know, which is pretty crazy. Yesterday or the day before, it's all a blur now, but he took off on this one, which was just, he was sliding down the face, like the fins like disconnected. The way he held on to that, I think Jake Pato posted it actually on his socials. I saw it was mastery. It was really cool to see. And to your point, Joe, sort of, you know, to Jack, to John, those sort of comparisons you can start to make. But he's just got a comfortability level here that it's just really nice to watch.
Yeah, at Snaketails. That's Jake Patterson's handle. And he did post that crazy slide out that he made. Last couple days, pulling in. Nice, easy ride until that moment where Connor gets clipped. He's got such a solid power stance. You just don't think he's ever going to go down. He's had 2 falls where I thought he was going to make it. And now a bigger one, super deep. Griffin Colapinto, who are you?
Wow, he was so deep. He came from behind that thing, and you could. This is going to be a great score. It was a big wave. The degree of difficulty was there. Came from behind the section. You could even see him, like the lip broke and then he went through. So I think it's just a great demonstration of how deep he was on this wave. This thing was tapped.
Wow. Colapinto locks in a crazy one. Connor getting the lift from the water patrol to the channel. Let's catch up with the Waz.
Wow, the smile on that kid's face right now is you can't even rip that off his face if you tried to. That is just ridiculous. He was so deep on that wave, and he hooked a hip. He did the hula hoop where you throw your hips into it, and you get that placement on the wall, and just drove through the mental insane. So he knew he needed the real ones. He went back out to get them. Now he needs one more, and they are coming through. Let me tell you, there is going to be some more. Oh my gosh, it is fun out here. Woo!
So much fun, Strider. What a day. 8-6-7 for the last of Griffin Colapinto. He will take the lead. Connor to second. Al down to third with priority. Needs an 8.58, but you just think of what Griffin's turned in the last few days. Horrific wipeouts. You know, going over the falls on a 30-foot beast of a wave over Eli Olsen, who was towing it, and came up, kept surfing. He stays in this place that is just so hard to define. You know, we know he goes deep in his mental headspace, but he's gone to another level the last few days.
Look how deep he is. He threaded came from behind the section here with the spit. He came out. I mean, this was just beautifully ridden. I mean, nice bigger wave too, and exactly to Strider's point, did the hula hoop, that really incredibly different, it's a difficult move technique wise to sort of nail. He grabs the rail here, and this is the moment, just grabs it, pulls it up, and sort of does a speed pump while holding that rail. You can see he's right on that foam ball from that angle. You could see he just hit that little shock wave, sort of blasted that energy through his board, and he did so well to hold on. So, I mean, yeah, but I guess that whole saying, right, you got to pay to play. And Griff has certainly paid in the last few days. Watching that, I was actually tuned into Snaketails, Jake Paddo's live when that was going down, just to reference that point where, yeah, Eli Olsen got towed into this, it was a tow bomb, it was giant, and Griff had gone the wave previous before, was in the wrong position, just started paddling, trying to gun it over this section, and just got absolutely caught up in the lip and thrown over. It was, I almost was like, well, like, is he all right? I was very worried after that. I was worried for his life, actually. It was serious, serious stuff. And, you know, yeah, to go over on a tow bomb and come up still sort of smiling and be like, yeah, his whole vest got ripped off him. That's how much power that ocean was holding that day. And to come up and be on the back of the ski with Tommy Witz and be like, yeah, you know, it was kind of gnarly, but I'm all right. My board got smashed, my fin got ripped out, and my wetsuit top got ripped off me, but I'm okay.
Yeah, it's interesting, like, how much adrenaline can you take, you know, as well? I mean, for you, Flick, in big wave sessions, it's like, do you know when you need to turn it off and kind of refill your body and your mind and prepare for another one? Or is there a place when you could just go, yep, it's all there, let's keep going?
I think it's both, right? I think also... I think you're either in or you're not, and I think some days you rock up and you feel like everything's connected and you feel like you can just really push the limit, and then other days you rock up and you're really not feeling it, and I think that's when you sort of got to honour that intuition a bit, because when you start to push things when you don't feel connected, I think that's when things can go wrong. But another thing that I feel that can happen a lot in big wave surfing or anytime you're pushing the limits is you sort of get this thing called adrenal fatigue if you're pushing the limits so much. Like if you spend a whole winter in Hawaii and you're constantly pushing the limits, you know, sometimes you might have a big wave session at like a Jaws or an outer reef, and then like a few days later you might get a random anxiety burst of like dug dug dug, and you're walking on the bike path, you know, along the North Shore, and you're like, whoa, 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 like everything's fine. I'm fine. I'm walking on the bike path. Like, why am I getting this sudden burst of anxiety? But I think it's just this. Your adrenals have been so blasted that it's still looking for this, like, you know, sort of place to disperse, and it's still in your body. So it's an interesting thing to note that that's the kind of warm-up they've come into this contest with, because all that adrenaline's still in their body. You know?
And it's like once you get a crazy one, everyone wants you to do it again. Strider can speak to that. Sometimes the reputation of like, hey, you've done this before, and you're like, hey, I got to do this again now? I still got the fear inside me.
Yeah, you know, I would say that you definitely kind of have to, you have a self-expectation, but like I think what, you know, Flick was talking about, you listen to your inner voice, right? You got to say, some days are good, some days are bad. I mean, I've sat on the beach many days when the waves were pumping and just said, no, I'm not doing it. But the other day, when Griffin was in the water, I was just talking to him before the heat about it, He said, you know, I came down here to surf this contest, and the world put these waves in front of me. And we had this conversation about, you know, don't get in the way of the world. And he was here, the thought of the world title was there, but the opportunity of a wave of a lifetime was also there. And that meant more to him in a sense of his presence right now. So it was pretty interesting to have the conversation with him about how heavy the waves were, what he really wanted, and what he was after. And now, like, oh, we better move. He's you know, got sucked over the falls on that big one, but he loved it. So he's back.
Love it. Thanks for the inside, Strider. Strider moving into the channel without a problem. Yeah, talking about what's in front of you. And you think about the legacy of this event, you know, and with it are all the event champions. Within it all are those sessions, those monumental waves that were ridden, sometimes in the lead up to the event, sometimes after the event ended. You know, I'm thinking about Corey Lopez. One of the most defining moments in his career was out here on a huge day where he paddled in on a really small board and made it, and then everything changed, not just for this event, but for his career. CJ Hobgood had a crazy paddle-in wave that was all over the mags. Andy and Bruce, or Bruce said, you know, Andy, you're not going to go on that famous ride, or Andy just let go on a bomb and went for it. It's those types of things that are building, you know, the pure surfer in you that you want to subscribe to, and that's where Griffin's at right now.
Totally. I think there's moments that happen at waves like these that you get talked about forever, right, for the rest of time. And I think, you know, even, you know, throughout this event, we'll reference moments, you know, from, I know some that come to my mind is I won't ever forget watching Owen out here and just how incredible he was. And, you know, the 10-point rides he's had out here, the heats he's had with Gabriel Medina, John and Kelly, their heat, you know, there's moments that will forever be etched into your brain. And even though you might not necessarily, I mean, those guys have all won events, but it's like, you might not necessarily win an event out here, but if you can command a moment like that, people talk about it forever, they never forget it, and forever you will be known as someone who was a hard charger.
Griffin Colapinto, currently world number 6, out in front. Connor O'Leary in second. Al Cleland with priority, chasing an 8.58. Another man that's been on a roll, Leo Fioravanti, last few days. He's coming up next against Toledo and Chianca. We'll be right back. Let's relive some of the 10s we've had this year. Griffin Colapinto back at Main Break Margaret River did this crazy full road, stomps it under priority that Leo had, and ended up getting the win, made it to the final, and everything changed in his season.
He had an incredible event there. I mean, from that 9.98 or whatever it was at the box to that 10. And then here, Connor, the big man, gets the 10 at J-Bay. I think this is sort of a match made in heaven. I love the barrel aspect to this too. The tube ride out the back, I thought was a real point of difference. Not so much on the inside, but out the back. And then, you know, Connor's really put the time in on right-hand point breaks. So he's moved up to Lennox Head there with his wife, Steph. So he's so primed for this wave. And it was just so cool to see him matching that power for power. And, yeah, getting the eventual win at J-Bay and also the 10.
That 10 was unbelievable. That was pieces of what he did on that amazing 10-point ride. Remember, if you get a 10 anytime, at any point of the season, you get a YETI 110 Tundra filled with YETI signature products. So Griff got hooked up, so did Connor. Well-deserved 10-point rides this season. And for Connor, it was such a fun breakdown of that event win, but even that 10-point ride. He's like working with his coach, Richard Dog Marsh, as a backsider. They're not looking for the barrel there unless it's just staring at you. And that was a point where Connor's like, the only logical thing is to pull in. Outside the game plan, worked perfectly. There's a bottom turn that followed. He just snap out of the barrel, and then a bottom turn where he just loaded up with all this finesse and power. And it was one of my favorite maneuvers all season. And a win that I think the entire tour was so happy to celebrate. The amount of people that were lining up for a hug from Connor was out of control. I think right there he felt, you know, so much love for what his peers think of him, what everyone that works behind the scenes think of him. You know, definitely one of the favorite humans on tour.
Yeah, it speaks volume to the kind of person that Connor is and how he carries himself on tour, how nice of a bloke he is. It's just, everyone says it, you know. I mean, there's obviously everyone's nice, but, you know, Connor is one of those nicest guys on tour, and everyone loves it when the nice guy wins, Joey. It's just a good feeling because he's just such a good guy. And I think it was just such a feel-good win. And here we go.
This happened during the break. Al Cleland used first priority, pulled up and under. Everything looked solid there as he got the make. Kicks back out, and then we look at this one from the channel.
Okay, this was a sick barrel, but for me, it was the exit out that I loved the most. I mean, the barrel was epic, but it's just so stylish the way that he kicked out of this barrel, just with that low road, just that point of difference, just adds to that. It's sort of just a beautiful example of the comfortability. I mean, what's Al chasing? Al's chasing a 6.78 here. I mean, wow. Yeah, that was beautifully ridden.
Nice read from Al Cleland Jr. representing Mexico. What a year it's been. Didn't even think he was going to be on tour until John Florence made the announcement that he's going to sail around the world and enjoy some time with his young family. And then Al was like, whoa, okay, I'm going to be at Pipe. And then he knocked out Jack Robinson. He just started flowing into success. And it's kind of like his personality. You know, he's going to have the most fun. He's going to take everything in stride. And he didn't need to know, months in advance that he'd be on tour. He knew he was already ready.
Yeah, it's just, he goes hard in every aspect of life, and it's so cool to watch. I think he's been the best addition to the tour. He just brings so much personality. He just brings so much value, and it's fun to watch him. Every time, he's one of those surfers, I think Jack, John, Kelly, when he was on tour, you just don't know what they're going to do. They're always they bring that level of element of surprise. And yeah, it's been cool. I think one of the funniest moments for me was, when he paddled out for that heat at Margaret River and the cut stop, and he didn't even know how important that heat was. If he made that heat, he was going to make the cut, and he comes in and he's like, "What? Did I make it?" And he had that last wave as well in that heat, and gave that perfect example that you said, Joey, where it's like those sections you're looking at where it's like, don't do it, don't hit it. And it was just crazy. Went for this Hail Mary moment. You're like, whoa, 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 you have the rest of the tour here to surf. Like, don't go injuring yourself. So, yeah, he's go hard or go home. That is his mentality.
It's like I couldn't even rewatch that attempt from Al because it hurt my knees. And
yeah.
I actually texted him right after. I'm like, are you good, man? And he's like, oh, yeah. I'm okay. Moving on to the next one. As we just saw two-time world champ preparing, Felipe Toledo is coming up next against Fioravanti and Chianca. And he's in that conversation of a guy with a shot to push himself into the final five. Griffin just ahead of him in 6th, Felipe in 7th, Jack Robinson in 8th. Those are really the main 3 we're focusing as potential, guys that can upset the current final 5 situation.
Yeah, I think it's scary. When I look at those 3 just sitting around there, obviously we're looking at Griff and the form that he's in right now and what we've seen in the last couple of days. Scary. I think Jack as well, obviously, with what he's done out here in the past, a couple of years ago, managing to get that win and fight his way up. And, historically, when we look at what's happened here with these final 5 scenarios, it's really that 5th place that someone's chasing down, right? I mean, I could be wrong, and this event could prove me wrong, and maybe we see 2 places change, but really the danger person right now is Ethan, I believe. And right now Griff's, doing his bestest to sort of fight that way back up because, Ethan's now in the elimination. Griff's still holding that 1st place lead here, so then you've got Felipe coming up in the next heat.
Pressure's on. Yeah, I mean, Ethan served great. I mean, you're losing with a couple of big 8s. That's just the kind of impact Cole Hausman just made on the title race. As we look at the final 5 scenarios for Dora, he did get a win, and he wants to make sure that he's wearing yellow. He can do that by making the final of this event.
Wow. Dora, we spoke about that rule change, right, in the Dawn Patrol this morning. I mean, what an advantage if you're winning yellow. If you're in yellow going into Cloud Break, you just have to win that 1st heat and you've got the world title, right? I mean, there's big stakes to wear that yellow. Obviously, Jordy Smith, he's clinched that spot just by entering the water here. But yeah, we spoke about it already. I think, we got Kanoa and Italo. I mean, they're pretty solid, but you don't want to say, it's not over until it's over. But for me, it's Jack. Even below him, you got Barron. I think the last heat of this round is, I think it's Heat A. You got Jack Robinson, Barron Mamiya, and then Marco Mignot. And, you know, there was a couple of questions, what's Marco got in store for us? But then he put together some crazy waves yesterday afternoon, I think it was. So, and he even called it one of the best waves of his life. So that Heat 8, don't go anywhere because it is going to be insane.
So insane and really cool to check out the tower that the judges are in as we just flew on past it there. And then into the lineup here at Teahupo and into a wave. Paddling in and up is Griffin. Colapinto grabs the rail, super deep and easy make for Griff. World number 6 with the down carve celebration. And he's just gotten rid of his 4.83. Al and Connor are going to need bigger scores to catch up to the Californian.
He's looking so connected. He looks so at ease. The read on the wave. He's been so deep, even on that one. I mean, it wasn't maybe as big as that 8.67, but the positioning on the takeoff for him has been everything, right? Because that's just set him up to be so deep, to be able to drive through these sections. I mean, he was able to get one pump in there standing up before he grabbed that rail. Just even that down carve to me and the body language associated with that just says, I'm connected, I'm feeling it. And I think to see how hard he went the last couple of days, and it was, you know, it was bigger, there was toe sets coming through all the time. Knowing how hard and how successful you were, even though you did have a couple of crazy wipeouts, it sort of takes a level of, it sort of takes the edge off when, yes, it's still big today, it's still consequential, but it does take that edge off knowing that, well, I got it done when there was a lot of toe sets coming through and I had success, and now it's a couple of feet less and I feel a little bit more in control, and so it does stuff to your nervous system. Here we go.
O'Leary making a nice pit there, coming off the replay sequence. So Connor checking his watch, knowing he's got 2:30 left and it's far from over. That last wave for Colapinto had put Connor in a combination spot. Griff getting a 7.67. So that was an important ride to keep Connor in the mix. Entered this event with an outside shot mathematically to maybe sneak into the final 5. A lot of things have to go his way, but he still wants to stay on a roll. After winning your first event, you want to back it up and do it again. Let's see what happened here.
Yeah, so Connor just nice and late, drives through that section. That one stayed so open too, nice and round. Let's see. Just beautiful. It's just so picturesque, this wave. Not a drop of water out of place. So blue, so crystal clear. Just such a perfect barrel. So Connor is going to be back in the mix here with this last score.
Now down to 1:30 on the clock. Connor was comboed, not anymore. A 7.03 now requires a 9.31. Al's with priority needs a 9.61. And now with Ethan Ewing moving to the elimination round, Connor is now outside the math for a final 5 spot, so won't be in the title race this year. But with the momentum from a J-Bay win, first of his career, he's only getting better. And he's looking to finish off this final event of the season really strong. So a minute to go. Griffin watching Connor as he has a higher priority. And he's got to stay out of the way of Al Cleveland Jr. And what we've learned, Al can do anything at any time. He's here with his good friend Rolo, who got an amazing barrel this morning before the contest started. Al's put himself in position, controls the takeoff, beautiful technique, trying to burn off some speed. And just kicking out there. Great barrel ride, but man, he was chasing such a big score. I think Al knew that he needed a bit more out of that barrel to get a 9.61. Here comes Griff on the next one. Beautiful bottom turn. That thing moved on him and extended the barrel ride. An absolute magician in this heat today. Connor's turn. Oh no. That one bottoms out. And Connor takes a vicious wipeout at the very end of the matchup.
Oh, no.
Tough one there for Connor, going all in. He was surfing for a 10-point ride. Water Patrol right next to him to grab him. And they'll put him on the sled. Warrior type approach from O'Leary.
Wow, that was a big wave.
And he's laughing. Look at that. Happy smile. Are you supposed to laugh after that? That's
Oh,
probably healthy for you,
Yeah,
right?
I think it's probably just
Probably
like
the best thing to do.
some nervous laughter. Let's just change the situation. Let's reframe it to be something positive. Let's laugh even though it was a bit scary. What a pin drop. Oh my goodness. Wow. I mean, you talk about the different techniques to sort of abort mission, and sometimes that pin drop can be the best option. So that thing just going so top to bottom.
Wow. Good effort, though, for Connor. At least he had a look. Hope he gets another chance to lock in and get the wave of his life. Already chatting over there with Dog and Tyler, as he will be in the elimination round along with Al Cleland Jr. and world number 6, Griffin Colapinto, is into the round of 16. 867, 767. It's been a big week for Griff, and he's feeling it. And he's trying to hunt down at least Ethan Ewing's spot in the final 5. We'll keep you informed on the rankings. And you can also check out the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com to see who's above the cut in the final 5. There's Cross with a big congrats to his brother Griff. Great day for the Colapinto brothers. Heat 7's coming up next. Felipe takes on Leo, and Joao Chianco bring in Kaipo and Stace for the call.
Back at the end of the road, Griffin Colapinto, final wave of the opening round for Colapinto.
Wow.
That was a 9.33, Stace.
Thanks for coming.
Incredible. One more view, Stace.
Kai Lenny and I were debating what the best strategy was for this week, and I think Griffin has got that down pat. Send yourself over the ledge for 2 days straight, and then just wipe the floor with everyone in your first heat. Thanks for coming.
Well, that is a good sign of what we got on schedule for today. It's been an incredible day already, and we're still in the opening round, heat number 7. And wow, I can't speak enough of everything we've saw. We've had great guests. We've seen incredible waves. Kaipo Guerrero, Stace Galbraith. This is what we came for. This is what we live for.
You're looking good, brother.
Thank you.
Can you chuck me on the door for that club you're going to hit later?
Yeah, we'll get you it's an exclusive club out in the valley here. No, but we're having a good time here, and just that 9.33 for Griffin Colapinto got him into the round of 16. We're going to see Al Cleland Jr. and Connor O'Leary in the elimination round later this afternoon. New heat in the water with Felipe Toledo, Leo Fioravanti, and Joao Chianca, all vying for a spot in that round of 16 and to bypass that elimination round this afternoon. Important heat, as you can see, for Felipe Toledo. Right now, number 7 on the rankings, and this is the sprint to the final 5, Stace.
Yeah, it really is, and the live rankings masters are getting an absolute workout at the moment with world number 6 advancing through to the next round. So we'll get you that update shortly and where he sits. Unfortunately, Ethan Ewing will find himself in the elimination round, and that's somewhere that Felipe Toledo does not want to be if he wants to give himself a red-hot crack at busting into that final 5, Kipes.
Yeah, as we look at our current, top 5, we have Ethan Ewing's going to be in the elimination round. We also have Kanoa Igarashi in the elimination round. So that's opportunity for surfers like Griffin Colapinto, for surfers like Felipe Toledo at this moment.
Yeah, and they'll know that too. Everyone says they don't look at the ratings, but that's just an absolute lie. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do and where everything is situated. And for Felipe Toledo, I don't reckon he could have had a harder first-round draw. Joao Chianca has been one of the standouts here the last couple of days. And he's obviously well-versed in waves like this. And then Leonardo Fioravanti.
Been charging,
towing waves, paddling waves, just all over it. Cheering his mates on. He's been having a hell time.
So no, actually at 2.17, first wave for Leonardo Fioravanti is third priority, open priority between Felipe Toledo and Joao Chianca. Chianca on a Channel Islands mod Rook model is 6.60 by 18 7/8 by 2.5. It's the same model that Joao rode in his Olympic stint here at Taupo. Also, another note from this Brent Powers, CI team manager, is that Joao, in these chunkier conditions, likes to ride a smaller board than most people.
Yeah, he's kind of on that MEO Cermak kind of school of thought, and a lot of the local guys here. I'd say Baron Mamiya is probably a similar one too, also on the Channel Islands program, where they're just they tend to sit in, not right now, but when they get a bit more settled in, you'll see them sit in a little further, and they barely paddle. It's just 1 or 2 strokes down the face of the wave, and riding a smaller board can help with that, but you've got to have a real knowledge of the wave and your equipment and a really high skill level to pull that off.
Yeah, the 24-year-old out of Saquarema, Brazil, received a wild card, an injury wild card this year for the championship tour, made it past that mid-season cut, so things are looking good for 2026 for João Chianca. Chianca, did sustain that head injury over at Pipeline back door, and that took him out for a while. It was a long road for him to come back.
Yeah, it was, and I think that was probably one of the most impressive things that I took out of the last few days watching from the channel was João was out there, no helmet at times, no vest, and he was just surfing in boardies, having an amazing time, and he was getting belted. Like he was going really hard, but it was a good sign to see how strong he must be feeling and how confident he must be feeling, because we obviously all saw that wipeout. And, understandable maybe if he wanted to kind of knock it back a year before the comp, but absolutely not. He was just all guns blazing.
Yeah, that road back was an incredible one. It was a quick timeline for someone like João Chianca to recover from, at times, with that injury, just wondering, hey, is he going to, be able to speak normally again? Is he going to be able to walk again? And he overcame all those obstacles, and he's surfing just as good as ever.
Yeah, he is, and he's got a pretty wild tow partner in his brother Lucas. Together those two the last couple of days, absolutely cleaned up.
Yeah, Chombinho, that's the little Chombo, and Chombo, the older brother Lucas, and dad Gustavo, who's also a great surfer in his own right, relocated the family into Saquarema, Brazil, a wave-rich region.
It is, yeah.
Of Brazil. Felipe Toledo just arrived here just a couple days ago, so kind of coming in a little bit late, still acclimating to Tahiti. The 2-time world champ out there with a lot on the line. He's had a decent result here at Tahiti. Made the semifinals back in 2018. And he's got a lot to prove still, though. But there you see, 2-time world champ. That Final 5 format really worked out for Felipe Toledo. Back-to-back world titles.
Yeah, it did. It worked out really well. I think both those years he went into the ratings #1, and obviously came out on top. And we know what he's capable of at lower trestles and waves like that around the world. He's obviously one of the most exciting surfers to watch, and he's the kind of surfer that you yell at the TV screen when he puts a wave together.
Sure, dude. Well, and we talk about equipment. You can see a little bit of a padding. So Toledo opting to wear an impact suit underneath the jersey for a little protection from the reef, perhaps, or a little neutral buoyancy.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of everything. Those, those impact suits are great. It's a bit of protection from the reef. It's protection from your board from hitting you, and it's also flotation. And you'll see a lot of surfers these days, using that protective equipment, as we see Chombinho here.
Chombinho on the drag here, high. Can he get through this? Going to get eaten up by the whitewater, and no escape for João Chianca. You can see how he dropped down, dragged, but just the way that this wave sucks so hard and draws off the reef, sucked him up and potentially over.
He just wants to get the party started. I don't think he wants to sit around with priority all day. We have seen the swell go a little more south. They're kind of running along the reef a lot more, like that last wave you saw at Griffin. Still heaps of size though, but I think João would be stoked to have third priority out there and to start sniffing around and start throwing himself over anything. As we see here, beautiful stall technique. But Biden just bit off a little bit more than he could chew, but he still recovered from that. But unfortunately, it just sent him up too high at the start and just sort of rode straight down into the foam ball and wasn't able to pull it back up again. But I think he'd just be looking at 35 minutes on the clock with only two other surfers in the water, and he just wants to make the most of that.
What about the scouting report, Stace? I know you've been out there for a lot of the warm-up sessions. What did you see from João?
Just honestly, it surprised me how hard he was going. Like I mentioned, he was going on everything that came his way. Paddle waves, tow waves. He's all up and down the reef. He's surfing all day, every day. And he's really just enjoying the last event of the season, Kibes.
Fioravanti, under the priority of Felipe Toledo, finds a little shack there, and that's much better for the Italian surfer. So he's going to complete his score line.
It's amazing, that drone angle, isn't it? It didn't look like much as it comes into the reef, and then as soon as you see the front on angle, it's
still a wave of consequence. One of the smaller waves we've seen today, but I think it's just because we're desensitized to what we've seen the last couple of days.
Isn't
It's
that
still solid out there.
Crazy. If in any other situation we'd be just blown away, eyes wide open at what today's conditions are. Here's a replay.
Yeah, this is a beautiful wave, and beautiful positioning. You know, you mentioned he did get the wave under priority, but it's it's just a game of inches out here with the takeoff. Like you see Philippe probably 5-10 meters too deep for that wave, and Leo was able to scrape across to the west bowl and put himself in that wave. And similar to Zhao, I think he'd just be stoked to get a wave on the board, and better yet, that one's a completion. So Leo's got equal parts absolute mad as a cut snake, but he's more of a tactician than Zhao. He knows how to put a heat together. So I think he'd be pretty stoked to get a completion on the board there.
Well, barreling lefts, Leo Fioravanti, and barreling rights, pretty dangerous. And back-to-back, two-time pipe winner, not back-to-back, but 25 and 23. He did make the semifinals out here in Tahiti back in 2023. So he's got a pretty good track record when we look at, heavy left-hand barrels.
Yeah, no, he's as you mentioned, left and right. He's crazy, and you look at where he spent a lot of the time of his life growing up. He's definitely a citizen of the world, but he's based as a youngster out of the southwest of France, and still now. And we know what that part of the coastline is capable of creating. It is obviously sand bottom over there, but still really heavily barreling waves over there. And he's no stranger. And I think more than anything, he just loves it.
Yeah.
He wants to be out there. He wants to be the biggest waves coming through. Yeah, like I said, he wants to be towing. He's paddling as well. He's, again, he just looks like one of those guys that's enjoying being here. It doesn't look like he's here for a comp.
Yeah. And he's, extremely confident because he's also extremely fit.
Yeah. He trains the house down. He might be the guy that takes it the most serious on tour. I
think so. One of the guys for sure. I mean, he's got that eye of the tiger.
He does
constantly.
Yeah. He's full athlete mode, and it shows off. Like his results speak to that. You mentioned he's had some finals at pipe, and he's he's one of those guys you do not want to draw in a heat anywhere.
Yeah. Well, he's got the lead right now with a 2.17 and a 4.17. Low-scoring affair, but what we've seen throughout the day is there's these calm, almost relaxing moments in the beautiful South Pacific, but then all of a sudden the hidden sea monsters start hitting the reef and showing their teeth. So that's what we've been seeing all day long. Leo Fioravanti on the paddle right here. We'll see if he stays busy underneath priority. Fioravanti, 7 years on the championship tour. Let's hear from Leo Fioravanti and some of his goals coming into this year on the championship tour.
My biggest goal for 2025 is winning an event. I'd love to get on that podium and hold the trophy up. Wherever that is, we'll find out, but I will give it my all to make that happen. To accomplish that goal, all the goals that I have, it's just putting in the work, putting in the time, in the gym, in the water, but also not overthinking it. Trying to really realize, think about last year, study what happened last year, and start to see where I can improve on the mental side, on the physical side, on the, in the water. And hopefully, with all that work I've been doing with my team, I can bring it into this year. And all those little changes, those better changes will help me achieve that goal.
Wow, that's what we were kind of saying right there, and he confirmed that himself.
I mean, he's really well spoken. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't just sit down on that chair and say world title. But event wins do get you world titles, so it's all part of it.
It's all a path. It's all a path to a Final Five. One step closer to a Final Five clinching is Griffin Colapinto with a convincing heat win, 18 points of a possible 20. Let's hear from Griffin. He's on the boat with Chris.
Yeah, thanks, team. A huge heat win there, Griff. I know you've been coming here for a long time, but you and Chopo have had a torrid affair this last week. Sometimes loving, sometimes downright violent. We see a huge set coming through right now. Let's do this one.
Philippe's going, he's doing it. Oh, airdrop, no hands. Oh, he pulls it, yeah! Well done, well done.
You're hired.
Yes.
That was amazing. So tell us about the relationship that you've had with this wave over the past week.
Pretty much everything you could ever imagine. Wipeouts, sucked over on tow waves of my life, just experiencing it all. And I'm doing it because, you know, that's why I started surfing, was to have a potential wave of my life. And this is like so satisfying for the soul. And I love competition and competing, but you know, when it comes to an opportunity to get the wave of your life, that's just as important to me. So yeah, I just focus on that. And now we're competing. I'm still healthy. My body's intact and won my first heat. So psyched.
Now, I know mind, body, soul connection is huge for you. Tell us about what goes through your mind when you jump off the boat into the water to paddle out for your heats.
You know, just like doing your best to envision yourself on those waves you want, and then right now, obviously, there's a lot of implications with the ratings and stuff. So a couple of funny ratings thoughts popped into my head, but my brother told me, just be present, just come back to the present moment. Like, you're gonna get those thoughts, but you just have to like stay aware and tell yourself like present, 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 you know. And so yeah, just coming up with some mantras there, and yeah, it's a really special place. So I think the better you can just flow with the wave, the more it's gonna reward you.
Well, I think you answered everybody's question right there about the final 5 implications. Good luck moving on into the next round.
Thank you, Cote. Okay, see you guys later.
Yeah. Well, there you go, into the round of 16. And during that interview, Griffin called a 6.83 for Felipe Toledo. Single wave enough to put Felipe out into the lead, Stace.
Kai Lenny mentioned it earlier, and the statistics kind of speak to it more than just Kai's point. The best small wave surfers do have a certain edge in big waves, and I think that airdrop there really spoke to Philippe's ability to control his board when it's not connected to the wave. And that drop was insane, and you saw how much that meant to Philippe. Like, again, inside a jersey or out, like Griffin spoke to, these guys have the opportunity to get some of the best waves of their life today, and you can see how much that one meant for Philippe and everyone watching. That was a sick wave. He'll be stoked with that.
Yeah, cat-like on that drop. A lot of times you see guys get into kind of the pig dog stance and knife into it.
Here we go.
Here we go. Look at this. Talk about pig dog stance on the bottom of a sea monster, and it just spits its guts out. Wow.
There's going to be one behind it too. Oh my.
The draw off the reef right here, and Joao Chianca staring down this monster as he rolls over him. And now it's time for Tahitian Water Patrol to get busy and search the whitewater for Joao. There he is. They're going to make quick work of it. The grabber does his job.
These guys are such animals. He's just paddling back to the channel.
Cavitating. Cavitation. Go. And the Red Bull jet ski going for a talk about pulling it out right there. You know the feeling of that. When you hit the throttle and nothing's happening, cool head on their shoulders.
I learned something there. On the sled, get the thing bobbing, get the propeller to kick in.
Yeah.
Impeller. Wow.
Yes. I like that. The bounce,
like whipping the horse. Get going.
Yeah, look at these guys. Some of the best. And that was a tough situation.
And Joao made the right call.
He decided just to swim to the channel. There's Lucas Shumbo, his older brother, giving him some advice.
Oh, my. That wave was off its head. And I actually thought he was going to recover the goat boat. He went pig dog, goat boat, Kai Otten style. And
his leg slipped off.
Yeah, and I actually thought he was, because he was so over his board, I was like, wow, this guy's going to ride through this tube on his backside.
Here it is.
Crazy drop, and you know he did all the hard part. He just the back foot just came off there, and he got absolutely detonated. So committed, so far over his front foot.
That is a horrible wipeout.
Oh my word!
And this right here, get it going. Give me some grip right now on the impeller. And you know what? Look at cool head. Ride it out.
Beautiful. Well done.
Point it to the beach and ride it out. Mike Ta'iroa, well done.
That is the gnarliest 0.93. Yeah, you'll see maybe today. That was hectic.
All right, so Joao Chianca regathering himself, entering the lineup once again in third priority. First priority with the man in blue, Leo Fioravanti. Fioravanti still searching for, he needs a pretty chunky wave right here. 2.67 will take him to the lead, but that's kind of like some false hope right there. That's because Felipe Toledo's doing it on just one wave, and there's our Tahitian Water Patrol again on the Red Bull jet ski. these guys.
If I think of the position that Felipe Toledo's in right now, he's just ridden one of the better waves we've seen him out here in recent memory. And he's got two guys in his heat. Like, look at Zhao. He's really exploring the whole reef, looking to get essentially a 10. He's really only got one thing on his mind here. And I think Leo's kind of in a similar boat where they're a little bit clicky. They're very clicky, actually. We see Chumbo waxing up Zhao's other backup board there. We saw Seth Moniz break 2 boards this morning.
Yeah.
So very, very common to see these guys come into the lineup with 3, 4, 5 boards. But yeah, just getting back to Felipe. He's got the single best score on the board so far. He's packed a sick one. If he can sort of keep that momentum going, I really like the position he's in here as we pass the half mark clubs.
Yeah. Great heat management by Felipe Toledo. Patient start. Let everyone kind of unfold in front of him and then to set the situation. And you know that he probably read the room in that Leo Fioravanti and Joao Chiancas have been charging so hard in the warm-up days, maybe came in a little bit overfroth. He let them go and stayed patient, and there you go. That 6.83 is what he got.
Yeah, and it was a funny one with that wave. I mean, the 6.83 that he did get, he kind of was paddling out to it. Leo was paddling in and under, and I thought Felipe was actually going to let it go, but it was a really good decision to go. But that's why he ended up with that kind of sketchy drop, because he did kind of take himself out a few strokes too far for probably what that wave was looking for. But he pulled it off so well, and I think, fortunately for him and most mere mortals, he didn't have priority when that Zhao wave came through. As we see Zhao top of the reef here over the falls.
Oh, no. Way to the south. Paddles for that one. Decides not to go. Meanwhile,
Felipe's chipped in off the end there beautifully.
Yeah, and that's smart surfing. You know, that's what world champs do. Surf smart heats. Get the backup for that 6.83.
Absolutely. Yeah, it'd be good. We'll catch the replay of that full ride there, but we saw Zhao go over the falls there, and he's had 2 huge wipeouts, and his skill set is so high out here. He's obviously frothing at the bit to just get into anything. We've seen that. That's quite clear. But he's still got a heat on his hands here. He's still got to perform and make some waves, and he's just so talented. But he's also just he's been the keenest guy in the lineup the last 2 days. He's kind of got to transfer that free surf hunger into a heat win here, because he's definitely the favourite for this heat, I feel.
Let's see. This is what happened here to Joao Chiancas. Tries to pull back.
This is super deep. The swell has gone a little more south as the day's gone on, but still most of the crew sitting a bit close to that west bowl. We've seen no one this deep so far today.
And then you can see Felipe Toledo picking off the end over here, getting a nice backup score.
He just tried to slow down there, not quite getting super deep on that one, but it will be a backup score that he'll put into his tally. But even for Zhao, as good as he is, a very ambitious positioning on that wave.
Wow. Well, the action's going on over here at the end of the road. We got more scores coming to you. Felipe Toledo and his backup. We'll come back with that information when we return to the action here in Tahiti. It's the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC Toledo. Standing up tall. Yeah, Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Oh, and the warm-ups yesterday. Glory, as well as brutal wipeouts. Look at these waves.
Oh, Jacob Turner, the goofy foot on that last wave. He's been on fire. Young Hawaiian Grom. We saw Griffin and Crosby just going absolutely skids.
Colapinto brothers on point. Ethan Ewing got some room to move on that one.
Oh, wow. I mean, as you can see, the drop crazy.
Hey.
Young Ari out of Kauai there. He's been traveling with Jacob. He got a sick one. And then Griffin went mad. That's a tow wave every day of the week. Al Cleland straight down the mine shaft. I think this is Mateo Hiquili here on this wave. And we saw plenty of tow waves in the mix of all the paddle waves all day. And this is Jack Robinson going for the double ride.
Sorry, Jack. Oops. Oh, no.
How's this whiplash? Ready? Zoop.
He's okay.
He's all good.
He's got plenty of boards, too. Smiling, laughing that one off. Jack Robinson. We're going to see Jack Robinson in the next heat. Coming up, Robinson up against Baron Mamiya and Marco Mignot. Are you kidding me?
Wow, what a treat. Are we going to wake up? Is this a dream? These matchups are insane, and the waves are absolutely pumping.
Look at the board. Is he going to be on a sharp eye? Is he going to be on Arakawa? We'll find out.
Jachenko.
Chumbinho stalls through this one, rides the foam ball, and now he's on the board. 9-2-3 if he wants to turn the heat in one wave, but he's well on his way to making it a much, much less of a requirement.
Yeah, I mean, he's obviously capable of getting a 9-2-3. We've seen him probably fall on a wave of that score size. But I think for him, he'd just be stoked just to get one on the board and a completion. It won't be the best wave of the heat, but it'll be, you know, something just to get him in the rhythm.
So score comes through for Joao in that last wave at a 3.9. Now needing a 6.27 to take the lead. Leo Fioravanti with priority needs less than that. He needs a 6-point ride to take the lead at this moment with 8 minutes running down.
Yeah, Leo's been pretty patient through this sort of middle third of this heat, and like we mentioned at the start, he's definitely the smartest competitor in this heat, but he's also got that, you know, big wave energy about him as well, as we see a big lump coming to the reef here.
Yeah, speaking of big waves, here they come. Stacked up, hitting the reef, sucking out, pulling in. Fioravanti battling the storm and the whitewater foam ball, and Leo Fioravanti emerges. 6-point ride, think you got it?
Oh, might look to see a replay there. Like that one, just judging off the buoy that we've got out the back there, the Lexus buoy, that one looked like it was always going to be like really, really west, and those ones you see the guys try to... And Leo said, you know, took the words out of my mouth. It's like those waves are so big and they're so impactful, but they have so much speed and water behind them that to slow down is so hard. I think the judges will sit right around that number. I don't think it's a home run yet.
Here it is.
A beautiful technique, great drop, made it look so easy. You know, huge spit, and it shows the waves really critical, but it's just... this front angle, the spit kind of helps him here because he kind of looks like he's gone for ages, but he's out of it in reality.
Well, we could hear that water audio as and we take one more look at this beautiful water angle. We could hear from the water mic that his coach Richard Dogmar said definitely the high score. So we'll see if Dog's right on that, because
the only thing that I would think that the judges might appreciate, and he doesn't need a 6.83, only needs a 6, so can sit under Philippe's and still turn the heat. But I think the judges were really digging that airdrop from Philippe.
Yeah.
You know, he didn't really get that deep in the pit, but the airdrop's psycho, and for him to kind of pull that off, no hands into the pit, was pretty technical. So it's going to be interesting to see how the judges break this one down. This is a huge score on the implications for the final 5 right here. If he turns the heat here, I think that'll be you know, pretty hard for Philippe to come back from that.
Yeah, and it will force Philippe to respond. He does have priority, Toledo, so when the number does come in, he'll know whether he's going to have to attack or defend, basically, with this 5 minutes and 40 seconds. And judges taking numerous looks at their replay before assigning a number.
And as you know, as they have access to all the different cameras around the point, they definitely utilize them when they're judging this ride. Typically at a wave, you would really only look at the front-on angle, which is pretty just Johnny on the spot, pretty boring. But with all the different tech and that we have here, you really want to see how deep and how much the guys are using their board and the rail to slow down.
Shumbo takes off deep on the reef, and it's going to be an extended barrel for Joao Chianca, so his name is right in the hat as well, as we look at who's going to take the lead in this final 5 minutes.
It's looking pretty good, Kipes.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo waiting patiently, holding priority until he gets the information on that last exchange. 6.83 for Leonardo Fioravanti gives Leonardo the lead. Felipe Toledo needs to respond with a 4.17 or better. We're still on standby. We're still holding for score of Joao Chianca as well. Lots to digest.
Lots to digest.
Now Felipe needs to attack regardless. He needs that like under a mid-range score. So.
And Kai was talking about it earlier, like the rhythm that you need to create out here to kind of blend in with the ocean's rhythms and then the wave and figuring out kind of how you're feeling in the heat. And I think Zhao's tried to do that the best. He's ridden the most waves, but he's also had 2 of the heaviest wipeouts you could get, and so he's sort of still kind of fighting it, whereas Leo's sort of been the opposite, been really patient. And I think that's the hallmark of a great competitor, how you can wait that long and still be able to execute on a wave that big.
Toledo, again, number 7th on the rankings. This final 3 minutes and 50 seconds are going to be pivotal in his effort to make it to that final 5. Really wants to avoid that elimination round at this point. Needs under a mid-range score. He's got the time. He's got the priority. It's all on his shoulders.
I think he's got the skills too. We just know that it's not his, a place where you think he's going to come out and just blitz everyone. But we've seen it on that opening ride, the 683. I truly believe he's got it in him, and I would love to see a huge wave stack up on the horizon here and see Felipe Toledo's chin hit the deck of his board and absolutely drop a huge score.
A little bit of ruffle on the water developing as well, Stace.
Yeah, we've seen that wind pick up a little bit throughout the day, but Chopu has this funny thing that just disagrees with the wind and still just barrels off its head.
Yeah, just going from 300 feet deep to about 4 feet deep will really take away a lot of that chatter just off of pure draw. It's the bathymetry out here is just crazy, right? You look at, and you're always amazed. I mean, I've been coming here for over a decade now, and you're always amazed at the water bending that happens on this reef. Not just the draw, but also the way it sweeps around and the angle of this wave, how it actually hooks and turns, and there's that end bowl and that corner. It's crazy stuff. Here goes Felipe. Airdrops into this one, goes for a layback, survives that. And okay, that was a big drop. Lack of time, really behind the curtain. But he has a modest ask of 4.17.
Yeah, like you said, modest score, but he didn't really get behind.
Oh, well, wow. That's going to make it hard for Felipe. Joao Chianca emerges after completely disappearing in a tail pole barrel. Joao needing a 5.78. He could go from 3rd to 1st with that number or anywhere north.
He liked it. He's fired up. Like you said, he's ridden the most waves. He's given himself the most opportunity. I would say one of those opportunities was an absolute death wish, but the others have been really good. He just got a bit unlucky on the bomb. But here's the Felipe wave. Crazy airdrop. He just managed to get his toes into the board and pull up under that wave. As we see Jiaochen at the top of the point here. Did so well to poke his nose there and slow himself down, and then just such a hard barrel to ride with the amount of foam across the face of that wave.
I think he's going to take this heat. I'm just watching the replay, and it's early. It's my opinion. Again, I just always going to say my opinion. He's a 5.78. I think he should get that number.
I think it's like the hardest wave to ride in the heat, and I think he did an amazing job of riding it. Probably not. You're not going to get a photo out of a wave like that, but technically to slow down and keep your board moving towards the channel with that much foam in the water and how heavy that wave was.
Yep. Felipe's number comes under for that airdrop, just a 2.53. I'm sorry, 2.53 for Toledo. So he does not take the lead on his last wave. It's all about Joao's last score for the result in this heat. But wait, Fioravanti drags into this one. It's a roomy barrel, and he comes straight over that foam ball. Nice response from the Italian surfer.
Beautifully surfed there. 30 seconds left on the clock. He only needs a 4.17 Kipes.
At the moment.
At the moment.
Yeah, so this is going to be coming down right to the wire. The score for Chianca, the score for Fioravanti.
And maybe an opportunity here for Felipe as well.
Felipe scratches into this one and just skits out on the bottom and pays for a trip over the falls there. So the horn's going to sound. We're going to wait and put it on hold right now to start the next heat because we need some important scores, one for Joao Chianca, one for Leonardo Fioravanti. Situation really is, if Joao does get the score, which is 5.78, was Leonardo's Fioravanti's last wave enough to turn it back in the Italian's favor. He's doing a download right now with Richard Dog Marsh.
I think that it will be. I think if Zhao gets it, it will be only just. I think just the size and roundness of this tube does spend some time behind the curtain there. Then again, Kipes, judges love this wave,
Yeah.
and I understand why. Crazy
Yeah.
drop, crazy tube,
That-
7.6.
That was my thought on this one that we're seeing on the replay right here. That was a 7.6. Just needed a high 5 to tell you the truth. So now Leonardo Fioravanti needs a 6.01. Now Fioravanti did respond. So now I'm thinking that Leo's going to get the number. Leo's going to get a 6. We're just waiting for that score. But we can take a look and analyze the score for Joao Chianca to get that 7.6. So he started off this heat really tough. You know,
Really
wipeouts, incomplete waves. But now it's all about the score for Leonardo Fioravanti, just needing a 6.
Tense moments in the channel here for the boys.
My gut is that Leo's going to get that 6. And that's responding when he needed to, once Joao turned the heat. Fioravanti does. Joao's going to hear the news right now, as well as Leo. He hasn't heard it yet. Still, these guys are still waiting.
I think they might have heard the scores, but they don't know exactly what that meant as far as the positions.
Let's watch.
I think Cedric's moved on to the next seat. These boys are old news.
Well, I wish I could
send Leo a telepathic message, Capo.
I know. I'll text you, Leo. You made the heat. Leo Fioravanti into the round of 16. Joao Chianca and Felipe Toledo on to elimination round this afternoon. We're on to a commercial break, but we'll be back with much more from Tahiti. The island of Tahiti in French Polynesia is absolutely beautiful. We're here at Taupo, Pereure, Chopes, whatever you want to call it. It's a miracle of the surf world. Final heat in the opening round. Jack Robinson, Baron Mamiya, and Marco Mignot. We saved a really good one for you for the last. Kaipo Girl and Stace Galbraith talking you through the action. Look at this heat.
My word, what a lineup on paper. Jack Robinson, Baron, and Marco all getting some of the best waves of the warm-up sessions yesterday and the day before. And I just can't even believe they're in the same heat right now.
It's going to be a great heat. Jack Robinson, now his retinas are completely protected. New team rider for IC.
Always important to keep the retinas intact.
Get your polarized lenses there. And can't wait to see what the Jack Robinson signature shade's going to look like. So congratulations, Jack, on that. 27 years old, 5 years on the CT, Jack Robinson. He's won this event before in 2023 in a spectacular fashion over Gabe Medina.
Indeed.
He's got to be one of the guys to watch in this entire draw.
Big time. It's interesting to see positioning there. Baron holding down the inside by the look of it. Marco's already had a short ride. So we'll wait to see how Baron and Jack get their heat underway.
Marco Mignot stays still unproven in competition here as a rookie on the championship tour, but is very impressive on the warm-up session.
Super impressive, and I will say probably similar to someone like a Joel Vaughan, like one of those guys that you might not see a lot of in big waves, and then they really surprise you. And really charging hard the last couple of days. He's been cruising around with Jeremy Flores, and that's a pretty good person to have in your corner, particularly when you come into a place like this.
Yeah, Marco Mignot, rookie, like I said, on the championship tour, 24 years old, representing France by way of Sayulita, Mexico. Has had a pretty good rookie season, and he's it's going to be great to see how he evolves, guaranteed to be on tour in 2026.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is a great way to round out your year, firing waves at a spot like this, and then the knowledge that you're going to be on the tour for the whole of next year. He'd be feeling pretty good about himself.
Yeah, and if you haven't checked out at worldsurfleague.com, check out what the 2026 season looks like. It's going to be an incredible run of events. Here we go. Talked about Mignot, really deep on that one. Not going to find an exit.
Oh, you're brave. Thought he was coming there.
Sometimes they do the jinx and they pop out.
You did that on purpose, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
every
you do it
time.
to help him.
Oh, yeah, I was trying to help him. There we go. Marco furiously paddle back into the channel as we're waiting for some more sets to come through. Let's hear from the last heat winner, Leo Fioravanti with Chris.
Yeah, right on, guys. Thank you, Leo. Always finishing strong there. What's it mean for you to get that last-minute heat win to put yourself in the next round, not in the elimination round?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you went to the elimination round, you get to surf again and pumping waves. It's not that bad. But I always, we're out here to compete, and it was a slow heat. So honestly, it was pretty cool to see Felipe launch himself on that first one, which looked pretty solid. And then we were just battling, and I came from behind a little bit, made some good decisions, waited for a while until I got a decent wave. I felt like I could have been deeper on my waves, but because it was slow, it was hard to really gauge the distance of the lineup and how deep you were and stuff. But very happy to make that heat.
Now, you've had an amazing year to watch. How important is it for you to finish the entire season on a high note?
Oh, it's super important, but either way, I think we are finishing on a high note. I mean, the last couple days have been some of the best memories I'll have for the rest of my life. The waves were so incredible, and we're competing in perfect barrels, so hopefully we get some good swell tomorrow. I think round of 16 is off for the day, so hopefully we get some good waves tomorrow, and then looks like there's another swell in the wind.
For sure you got a lot of friends and family cheering you on. You want to give them a message?
Ciao a tutti in Italia, grazie per il tifo, si va avanti. Dai.
Whoa, that was quite a handshake. Fireworks on the way out there.
I heard that pop, not even through the headphones.
Oh, look at the draw on this wave. Here we go. Jack Robinson has to pump for speed, finds the barrel, and Robbo, like we know he does, finds the exit, makes it look way too easy coming from that deep on the
Coming from deep, he rode that wave like a goofy footer, just flying from behind the section. Not one of the bigger waves, but just technically going that fast and coming from behind it like that. That's he's obviously the master out here, and it's exciting to see his heat get underway. Yeah, see, Barron didn't have the inside for long, did he? Little Jack just round the back of him there, no worries. But Barron didn't put up too much of a fight. I think Barron's probably looking to land the knockout punch on his very first wave. The way that Barron warmed up out here was unbelievable. Just his wave count, the amount of waves he completed, I think he'd be feeling more than warm. He'd be feeling red hot.
Yeah, and Barron's confidence and courage in just absolutely terrifying surf yesterday. Knifing drops, standing straight up in huge barrels was really, really impressive to see. So we'll see how the Hawaiian responds right now. Still waiting for a score for Jack Robinson. Marco Mignot just with a couple of throwaway scores at the moment. Still hasn't really got things going as of yet. Robinson starts with a 5.67. Speaking of Marco Mignot, let's hear some of his thoughts on Tahiti.
There's two ways of surfing this way. You like the guys who are really good at it. There's a few guys, I feel like they always come to this event, dominate, or you're kind of like hesitation and you're scared. So, I feel like that's where you want to be. Those guys who are dominating all the time, and it takes a while. It takes courage, to go into some big waves, and it takes a lot of things. Knowledge, of course, but you've seen over the years, like Italo, who won it last year, you see, a bunch of guys who made it happen over the years. So yeah, that's where I want to be one day.
Well, he's chipping away at it, like what we saw on the free surfs from Marco Mignot, definitely putting in his time, and even though it's terrifying, putting his head down and paddling into waves like this, Stace.
Yeah, this was a really, really impressive wave. And as you can see, the start of the takeoff there, that was just early in the mornings, that the wind wasn't perfect. And so it just had like a little extra ruffle, and it was even more ugly and scarier than it even, you'd even imagine in your wildest dreams. But then obviously as it comes through the west bowl, it comes onto the inside. You could drive a school bus through those things. So yeah, but Marco, it's as you can see, he's playing the long game, but he's definitely off to a pretty good start. He had an amazing couple of days.
So great warm-ups from Marco Mignot. Jack Robinson with the lead with a 5.67. Barron Mamiya being patient and sitting out the back, up the reef with priority at the moment, Stace.
Yeah, this is a sort of a really interesting position for him to be in. As we see, Robbo's going to start to try and just get his wave count up here.
Drags the body, gets tubed, and Jack Robinson comes out, no problem, just smart surfing, just wants to stack some scores up, put more pressure on both Marco and Baron Mamiya, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, and it all comes down to that first exchange. Like, Baron didn't really put up too much of a fight for that first wave, and I understand why, but then you give someone like Jack Robinson kind of free reign of the lineup, and when I say free reign, I mean second priority can kind of be a bit of a blessing out here, because you can put yourself on opportunities like this, where, again, this score's not going to go excellent, but it's just going to keep adding to Jack's total, and I don't think that'll bother Baron too much right now from a scoreboard perspective, but the only time where this starts to become an issue is just a time perspective. So I think Baron will be getting pretty ready to ride one, and he'd be hoping it's a bomb.
So we're waiting for that score for Jack, and there you see Baron Mamiya. News from Channel Islands that Baron's on a 6.5 by 19, 2.5. It's called the Goldie. It's the same board that Baron rode at Pipeline for that 10-point ride that he got.
That's, yeah, wave of the century.
Yeah.
Takeoff was unbelievable. Master craftsmanship to all involved with that ride. That was insane. And again, not surprised to see Jack going on anything that moves.
Jack again, hidden behind the lip, travel for a second section, even better for Robinson, and really putting together a heat underneath everyone's priority. Just that one didn't look like it had a ton on it. He did such a great job of like stalling, getting extra tube time. Previous waves was a 6.17. I'm expecting that last wave to go higher than that.
There's not many people that can just manufacture scores out here. Cali Vass is a guy that can, and Jack Robinson in as well. Those boys didn't even look at that wave, and here's Jack just really maximising his time behind the curtain there, deep in the barrel. Got a little bonus section at the end there. Didn't have that like traditional crazy West Bowl throw over it, but the technicality and the difficulty to ride that wave the way that he did. I think you're right, Copa. I think he's going to keep adding to his score here.
It's just so impressive because, most surfers would just be gunning for an exit, but Jack actually doing a real stall in there, altering his line and extending his time behind the curtain in that barrel. That's a special gift as a surfer.
Yeah, big time. And he just makes it look so easy. Such beautiful style in the barrel.
Who does that here? John,
Gabe, Kelly. Yeah. But then there's like... There's other guys they're not really worried about getting the deepest barrels. They're more worried about getting the biggest barrels. And I feel like that's what that young pack are doing here at the moment. Like Emio and Gilbert and Matei, they're obviously getting deep in the tube, but they're taking off they're paddling the biggest waves. So I guess it's just your personal preference, like what you really want to try to be doing and being the best at. And yeah. It's a hard thing to do either way you look at it.
6.7, and Jack Robinson does improve upon his scoreline. Let's take a look at the CT by the numbers for Jack Robinson and his performance at Tahiti. Stace, look at that winning percentage.
Yeah, that's his Kelly levels right there. He's just got a couple more decades to keep that number that high to be on the true Kelly level, but high scores, massive heat winning percentage. And, it's cool to see that he has an event win here because it's not a given. As good as he is, and, you think of a lot of guys that should have won this event that haven't. And, stoked to see him have one on the board, and he's looking for another one this week.
Highest on tour when we talk about Tahiti specifically. Just 3 previous goes at it and already putting up some really impressive numbers. He's got control of this heat. He's got both of his competitors, both Marco Mignot and Baron Mamiya, in 2 wave combinations.
Yeah, and again, I don't think that from Baron's perspective, the heart rate wouldn't be up. I mean, Baron's as cool as a cucumber anyway, but the total's not massive, and I still think we've seen 9 and 10-point rides. Even in the last couple of heats, I think in Mihimana Bray, I think Jiao Chianka got an opportunity in that last heat to get a huge score, but unfortunately the boys fell. If Baron finds himself near one of those waves, he's certainly the surfer that can execute on that. But, yeah, not to take anything away from Jack. He's, so far to this point, surfed a perfect heat.
Yeah, just putting the pressure on him. But you're right. With 20 minutes on the clock, there's plenty of time for Baron Mamiya to execute on that priority. He's got time to wait for another large set wave to come through as we look back. at the flotilla, and now we look at Baron Mamiya right in the sandwiched in the middle of those two.
And that's where Jack's old school. Like, he could just be sitting, like, further in on the West Bowl, like, but he doesn't need another 6.
Yeah.
You know, and that's probably all he's going to get in there. So he's just gone and put himself underneath Baron, like, yeah, I'm here too, man. Like, he's not just going to let Baron get a free ride into the next wave. Obviously, he's going to get out of the way, but he's certainly letting him know of his presence.
Calm, shaman-like demeanor of Jack Robinson, but also very, very fiery competitor in the water. You watch him on the paddle battles, what he does. You watch him with, you know, positioning and even, like you said, getting kind of in the energy vortex or the energy ball of Baron Mamiya right now, just to try to, you know, take away some of that.
You see a lot of surfers treat first priority like this bubble that you can't go near that person, or, you know, it's just like, oh, well, he's on the next one. But it's not always the case, you know. And so I think, you know, we saw, not that Jack's doing it to the same level of like a Zeke and John at Bells, but it's a similar type of mindset, like just letting Baron know that he's not the only one in the ocean right now.
Yeah. And that's playing the game, right? You got to win the game, you got to play the game.
And then there's the other part of it too, where, yeah, maybe Jack will look to ride another wave that might only score him a 6. At the end of the day, it takes 20 seconds to get back out, you know, if you don't fall. And he hasn't fallen yet. He's 3 from 3. I'd say the most, you know, interesting and probably the trickiest position for the surfer in this heat would be Marco. Like, does he try and six himself out of trouble and win the heat, or does he just wait for his next turn? You know, for instance, I can't see Baron trying to scrap his way out of this situation. I think he'll just stick to the plan and wait for, you know, an excellent scoring ride to present itself, at least for the next sort of 12 minutes or so. Maybe if the clock counts down and he hasn't really got himself there yet, he might look to try to just get something on the board and get in the heat. But for Marco, like being the second priority and no executions yet, he's got a kind of a tougher decision to make. Does he start just turning and going on anything to try and start building some momentum, or does he just wait to go on the wave after Baron, which is, yeah, again, just going to suck up a bit more time.
And when do you think Baron needs to kind of start getting busy?
Not for a while, honestly. I don't think so. I think he's still got plenty of time. Plenty of time.
So I ask you, you know what? Because you know why, Stace? Because I asked you because you have so many different hats. Although you're not wearing a hat right now. Okay, you're a journalist, you're a commentator, but you're also a coach. So you've studied like just the way people put together a heat. Hundreds of times.
Yeah, heaps of times. I used to judge heaps when I was a kid too. I reckon I burnt my retinas out. I needed some ICs down at D-Bar back when I was a kid.
Ooh,
and yeah, you just get to see a lot of heats and so much great surfing going down. But then, yeah, there's obviously great surfing, and then there's people that are great at putting heats together. And that's where I'd put Jack, honestly, and his results speak to that. He's such a talented surfer. He's probably one of the most in-tune people I've ever seen in the ocean anywhere. You know, you look at him at Sunset or Kira or Tahiti or any of these waves around the world, he's just so clocked in, but my God, can he put a heat together. And then, yeah, someone like Baron, he's all show, all talent, and he's an absolute, you know, he's a superstar, and he puts on great performances when the waves are pumping. But you've seen him over the last few seasons start to work with a few different coaches and start to try to like up his game there.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a great opportunity to see, you know, if he can put that into work by kind of backing his just surfing.
Yeah.
And backing the ocean and going, I'm just going to wait for my chance because I know they're out there.
And things can happen really quickly out here. Just for example, Jack Robinson, his 2 keeper waves, they were 1:20 apart. Here's the first one, the 6.17.
Yeah. Yeah, amazing just to be able to pick that wave up with third priority.
And then right away, got this one, the 6.7.
And a completely different style of wave. Like this wave had a bit more run on it. The other wave was a bit more of a slab. And for him to just be able to, you know, execute like he did on those 2 different waves just goes to show that his variety, he's got it all.
I guess what we wanted to show also is that how quickly Baron Mamiya can turn the heat right now with priority and making some smart decisions and getting right back out there.
I kind of see him doing this Kelly style, like 9 and a 3.
Yeah.
That's sort of what I feel. If that's what's going to happen. Like I said, I don't feel that he'll... It just doesn't seem like his style. I don't think he's going to grind it out. I think he's just going to wait to, yeah, like I said, he's going for a photo or a video clip moment, you know. Then that's the theme he's been on the last couple of days, and I reckon he'll just keep that rolling.
Well, Barron, talent-wise, really is not. You know, he's had 3 CT wins, right? But all of them heavy waves in Hawaii.
Yep.
So talent-wise, he's got that talent. I think outside of Hawaii is where he needs to make some improvements. But this year, he was well on his way. Semifinals in Portugal, semifinals at Western Australia. So he's well on his way of gaining some of those great results outside of the Hawaiian Islands.
And I think if someone like Barron just, you know, which I'm sure he's doing and I know he's keen to, like, he's only so young. I think we expect a lot of these guys. And Jack was the same. Like, we expected Jack to just to come on and blitz everyone, but he took ages to qualify in our minds. I'm sure it felt like a long time for him as well. But once he got there, he was, you know, certainly had it figured out. But if you're right, if you look at someone like Barron, if he's looking at waves like Bells Beach and, you know, other waves where he might not be as strong, it's only a matter of time. If he put in a little bit of a few extra weeks there either side of the comp, he's so talented enough and so skilled, he would pick up those locations pretty quickly. And that's what you hear Marco talk about it in his interview that we heard before. It's the long game. Like, he plans to be on tour for, you know, as long as he can be, and he knows that this year at Tahiti is his first event. And, you know, he referenced someone like Italo who came on tour surfing waves nothing like this growing up, and the champion that he's developed into.
When you're a VIP, you get to go on the Lexus boat in the channel. The best seats in the house right there. Of course, Lexus really supporting us over here in Tahiti, and Lexus supporting us at the Lexus WSL Finals in Fiji. Once we have those final 5 for the men and women established, and I like the new Lexus GX too, new body configuration, full-time all-wheel drive, leather seats. It's a dream ride. Got the LS Surf too, with all your storage and surfing accessories already installed on that Lexus.
Classic surf car.
Nice surf car.
Couple getting around on the Goldie. Snap a parking lot.
All right.
It's been a little sleepy, Kibes. That makes me think that there might be something.
Exactly. So anytime there's big lulls, I also feel like that's an indication of big sets on the way, and we're hoping that that's the case.
I mean, you would have seen it a lot, obviously, in Hawaii. Or, you know, Barron's not the first sort of type of surfer of his generation to come out and be so strong at the waves that he's strong at. You know, what's the easiest path do you think those kids can take to then become well-rounded? Is it like spending time in Australia, California? Like, where do you see the way to go?
Once you have the islands wired, get off the islands. Once you feel comfortable and you have a winning track record in the islands, get off the island and work on all your other stuff, because point breaks, beach breaks, all these other varieties of things that you're going to find on the Challenger Series, because you got to get through that first.
True. Yeah.
Before you get on the championship tour, get into your wetsuit, get off the island, don't stay in the comfortable zone. Well, we're going to take a break right now as we wait for Barron Mamiya to utilize priority and get on the board. Right now, it's Jack Robinson in the lead here, final heat of the opening round in Tahiti. Nothing better than a fire dancer at the opening ceremony to get you lit up and ready to go. Piper Girl along with Stace Galbraith. Final heat of the opening round. Jack Robinson on the water with the lead over Marco Mignot and an extremely patient Barron Mamiya, who has now sat for, I'm going to do the math, over 25 minutes, 27 minutes.
It's a long time, but and this is the thing, like, he would have sat that long in the free surfs in the last couple of days. So, like, in that perspective, he should be fine. But the jersey can do strange things to the mind, and yeah, hopefully it's not feeling too tight on his body right now. I think that you know, he would have waited that amount of time for big waves plenty of times in his life, and with any luck, we get a treat towards the end of this heat.
Yeah.
As we alluded to, though, it's just the time obviously becomes an issue. It's not the waves. It's not the opportunity of waves. It's you got to surf within the clock.
When I first posed that question to you, it was the 20-minute mark with Barron holding priority. But now he's got an eyes on this one, paddling up the reef. And here we go. First wave from Mamiya. Pulls up under the curtain, travels through that first section, second section, and even more time. He's going to come right out of that combination that he's in and put a challenge to Jack Robinson.
Yeah, heat on now, and Marco's going to throw his hat in the mix too.
Marco easily makes that one and kicks out, wants to get ahead of Barron, but I think Barron's going to win the priority race right there. There's the paddle battle, though.
Yeah, now you'll probably just watch Jack Robinson here just cover that west bowl. He won't chase anything up the reef. He'll look to come this way, and as you see, straight into a wave here.
Jack Robinson pulls up on the rail, pulls into a girthy barrel, and Robinson. What an exchange. So Robinson's going to make it that much more difficult for Marco Mignon and Barron Mamiya. Likely to bet, well, he will better his 6.17 than he is in scoreline.
For sure. When he was paddling for that wave, I wondered if it might have been a necessary wave to add to his total, but it for sure was. It was absolutely the right decision. Some of those waves today you'd seen on the West Bowl, like not keep the surfer deep for so long, but I think we'll see from the slow-mo replay on the channel, like Jack's skill set. He obviously knows exactly what he's doing. This is Barron's wave. This is going to be a great score, Kaipo. Definitely going to get Barron right in this heat. And he did. He waited a long time for that wave, but it certainly didn't matter. And this is Marco Mignon's best wave. He also had to wait a really, really long time for this opportunity. He's just trying to slow down and get right deep in that barrel. But then this is the best wave of the exchange. And unfortunately for those boys, it comes from the heat leader.
He's already got some scores stacked, and he's going to better his position and make it that much more hard for both Marco and Barron. Look at this.
Just toying with it. Are you kidding me? Wow, this makes it look so easy.
It's like Matt Bemrose in the channel with his hands up. Look at this from above one more time. Just sitting on that foam ball, Jack Robinson.
And it was really, really good timing for Jack for that wave to come through. You know, quite often you see, as we just take this slow-mo replay here, beautiful technique.
So what's impressive is him able to like skirt above that explosion and that foam ball on the bottom third of the wave, alter his line, pull up on the rail.
Yeah, we heard Kai Lenny talking about it earlier. Like ideally you want that spray hitting the underneath of your board. The moment it goes over the top, that's when it can slow you down and really cause you some grief. And Jack just had that technique down to the absolute inch. It was perfect.
So 6.93 drops for a patient Barron Mamiya. That would have got him right back in the running, but we're suspecting on Jack Robinson to increase his heat total. Mamiya, however, does have priority right now. It looks like our surfers are scrambling, Stace.
Yeah, this looks like a decent wave coming in here, but Barron's too far out. It was Jack with third priority. However, Marco didn't go the wave. We'll look to see maybe another replay from another angle to give us a better look at that there, but certainly some surfers wanted a piece of it, and we'll see what our young friend Ratzo does there with priority, because it's definitely three surfers paddling for that wave.
Yeah, interesting play, and perhaps things remain the same. I'm just surmising in that they all three paddled for the wave. We'll take a look at it here.
I think for Barron it'll stay the same, but
yeah, Barron just kind of backed off, and there Marco, that was a paddle.
That was a paddle for sure, and it was a good wave. Also, a missed opportunity there for all three surfers. That's the most important thing. They all would have benefited from being on that wave. And I would be surprised to see the priority not switch there after that replay.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for scores for Marco Mignon as well as Jack Robinson. Remember, Robinson, anything over a 6.17 will make the job that much harder for both Marco and Barron. And it appears, okay, 4.83 for Marco Mignon, 8.53. 8.53 for Jack Robinson, and now he's looking to shut the door on Barron Mamiya and Marco Mignon.
and he's just had another little psychological win there. He has been put up into second priority, which is, yeah, it's the right call. And to be honest, it's also unfortunate for Marco. He did really want that wave, but he was just a little bit too far out. It would have been a great score for him to have in his tally.
Barron needs an 8.31. Mamiya looking interested in this one. This one draws off the reef. Look at this wave. Mamiya drops to the bottom. It's a big barrel. White water throughout, fills up in there, and it eats up Barron Mamiya. I thought he was on his way out, but that could be the heat for Mamiya.
That was a super gnarly, thick west bowl. And, you know, you could see he had to do what he needed there to get that big score. For him just to ride through that section and come out, he wouldn't have got the 8.53, and he knows that. But it's very, very rare to see him fall in that situation.
Tahitian Water Patrol grabs him. Look at this.
Wow, perfect technique off the start there. And he's just, yeah, I mean, again, to take the words out of Kai Lenny's mouth, the foam ball going over the top of the surfboard there rather than staying on top of it for Barron, I mean, and it's just, yeah, it's an incredibly violent dismount there, but he's safe and well, and he'll be straight back out. And, you know, normally I wouldn't think that would be your heat over if you can get back out straight away, but because he's been lagooned, this is going to take another 60 seconds off the clock, and at 2 minutes remaining, yeah, it's valuable seconds there to go the long way around.
Yeah, and as Stace refers to lagoon, he means the surfers coming all the way through, getting pushed all the way to the inside there by the judges' tower before the Tahitian Water Patrol can pick you up. They have to go inside now and go out back through the channel, so there's not really a shortcut for them to take.
That's where the old
there they go.
Cowley no leggy trick could have, yeah, been it. You know, you can understand why he doesn't use a leg rope.
Well, they got that throttled right there, that Red Bull jet ski. That throttle's pinned. The grabber in the back hanging on, not to get tossed off. These guys are so good.
So good. I love watching it. It's amazing. Time trials.
Yeah. Tahitian Water Patrol knows one speed.
Yeah. Go.
Fast.
Fast. Yeah. Irrespective of the tide and the reef.
It's just amazing. So great to see that. But, you know, now with just under a minute remaining, Marco Mignot with second priority, Jack Robinson with heat control. It looks like this is going to be a valiant effort, but I think the clock is just going to burn out before any other exchange can happen.
I reckon Kelly did this to Ethan that year. Was it last year or the year before?
Jumped off straight into
a wave. And so we'll keep an eye on it. But Jack's too clever to let that happen, but yeah, I think we'll probably see Jack just, like I said, you go, the takeoff field's very, very tight, but it's also for the different directions of swells that are in the water at the moment. It's also pretty wide. But yeah, on this occasion, unfortunately for Barron, that wave that we saw earlier is looking like his last opportunity, Kaiko.
Yep, 10 seconds left. And Barron not giving up the fight. But the countdown coming from the tower and the horn coming up. Splash water by Barron Mamiya. He'll go into the elimination round. Marco Mignot, he's going to go into the elimination round. Jack Robinson, however, just grew the scores throughout this heat. Robinson moving on into the round of 16. We'll be back with the elimination round. When we return, it's going to be Jordy Smith and Kareba Tairoa.
I'm just a surf dog, absolute surf turkey, and I love competing.
Jordy is on fire this year.
The South African Zappa Smasher coming out of a barrel, laying one down.
He gives it a double cobra as he gets it a little undercut.
Smith is up again.
Oh!
He's slamming on the brake.
Come on!
You've got the longest serving, biggest guy on the tour, just ripping that big rail game to pieces.
Straight off the buzzer, Jordy Smith.
Oh my gosh.
An 18-year veteran lets out a roar. Your champion of the Surf City El Salvador Pro.
Wouldn't that be something special if we saw Jordy finally get that world title?
He's more focused and seeing more clear than ever. He realizes, yeah, I could still beat everybody on tour.
As a father, you want to show my son, keep believing in yourself, never say die. South Africa, let's go!
The best in the West, Jordy Smith, You're going to the Lexus WSL Finals.
Oh, come on.
Jordy's just been dominating this year. It's making everyone feel good. Everyone who's followed this career, an incredible one at that, for over 2 decades. Seeing this young kid come out of Durban, winning the World Junior Champs, being a world title threat, bidding wars for space on the nose of that surfboard. Man, he's been through it all. And now he is in the Lexus WSL Finals, still to try to get that first world title. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier. We've had that story for decades on tour of guys that are supposed to win and they've had to retire and move on without accomplishing that goal. Now there's so much energy behind Jordy, thinking this might be the year that he does it.
Wouldn't it just be amazing? Because it's been incredible. The start to the season, probably the best he's had in about 10 years. He's had 2 wins this season as well. I think we just saw a big whale out the back breach, which was pretty cool. The wildlife here, it's all coming together. But yeah, Jordy's run this year has been amazing, and it'd just be that, I don't know, that for that photo finish, that the moment everyone's been waiting for. There's a couple of other surfers that come to mind. I mean, West Aussie Taj Burrow, runner-up multiple times in the world, just didn't quite get that world title. So to see it go down potentially at Cloudbreak in less than a month could be history.
Totally. Jordy Smith didn't plan on being in the elimination round, but the way the points go, he just had to paddle out to officially get his spot into the Lexus WSL Final. So he's accomplished that. We're still working on the seeding order. So Jordy Smith is hoping to continue to move on. Like he told AJ McCord at the US Open when he stopped by. He's like, yeah, I just want to, try to surf as least as possible when it comes to Cloudbreak. He wants to give himself the biggest advantage he can. And with Yago getting a win there, Yago's already put pressure on Jordy to get a heat win right here.
Yeah, he has, for sure. It's just coming in with that yellow jersey, it's just such an advantage. You literally have to just win with that new rule change, the 1 heat, right? And then you've got the world title. So there is huge implications. And yes, he's already clinched, but to wear that yellow jersey means a lot. So, I mean, I guarantee you he's going to want to win this. And I think he even said to AJ, right, that the goal is to win this event. I mean, he wants that yellow jersey. So he is fired up.
Things moving around on the live rankings. Check that out on WorldSurfLeague.com. Italo Ferreira moved up a spot to number 3 in the world. As we watch a potential star, Jordy taking on Teva Tairoa. Teva pulling in on the backhand and holding on to that rail. Looks like he'll start with a completion in his first ever call-up to the championship tour. Teva was in the trials, and when he heard about the injury of Alejo Muniz, realized he was getting the call-up. We're wishing Alejo a speedy recovery. He said he had a very successful shoulder surgery, hurting himself in competition at Jeffreys Bay. So that opened up this opportunity for Teva, 35-year-old fireman, enjoying this dream of competing at Chopes on the World Tour. This is a start.
Yeah, this is a cool start. And you can just see that he was just playing with this wave, really playing with the speed. You could see him just drag that arm, the side of his body into the face of the wave. He knew he wanted to maximize this tube time, which he does. So he gets that completion. It's going to feel good. Get a score on the board, feet in the wax. But he has got a pretty hard job ahead of him. Really fired up Jordy Smith, who is in fine form. But it is going to be a good heat because you're coming up against the local. Wildcard put a lot of time in here and is going to know pretty much every inch of this reef. So yeah, this is going to be a great heat.
Focusing on the live rankings and the race for the final 5. Italo, I mentioned before, had jumped up to number 3 with a heat win this morning. Kanoa Igarashi sent to round 2. He's dropped to 4, and Kanoa's got Mihimana coming up in heat 3. That's in a couple of heats from now. Big one for Igarashi. We saw Griff go loony in his matchup, getting a huge win to the round of 16. He jumped up to 5th. We saw Ethan Ewing fall out of the top 5 for the moment on the live. So Ethan will be in this round. Remember, he had a 16+ total, and he has Seth Moniz to deal with.
Wow. I mean, that heat is going to be crazy. I mean, Ethan did put on a great performance this morning. I mean, it was just, he just came up against too good, right? I mean, it was Cole that was on an absolute heater, and it was just crazy the way that whole heat played out because Cole beating him, Griff was in the channel waiting for his next heat to go out, and This is going to continue to change today. It's going to be really exciting as we move through these elimination round heats, because that 5th, 6th, 7th spot, I mean, it's so close. Even, 4th, 5th, 6th, you can even say is super close. So, I mean, we've already seen some change on the leaderboard.
Jack Robinson moving up to number 7 on the live rankings. He's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Jack Robinson, this is your happy place, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I've been coming here a long time, and yeah, just happy to be here and get a few waves.
Tell me about the excitement that you feel when you know that Tahiti's the next stop. You're coming here, you've had a lot of success in the past. How do you temper that excitement and get it a contest mode?
Yeah, well, after the last 3 days, it's pretty easy, especially with the swell, and yeah, we had a lot of fun and just try and respect the wave and go out there and get some. So yeah, it's definitely one of those events that is like, it's another level, like just intensity, and the wave is so heavy. So yeah, just go out there, enjoy, and respect it. Yeah.
And there's some business to take care of. I know you're hovering right there in the conversation. Are you watching all the scenarios leading up to the final 5 and the possibilities?
No, not really. I just focus on myself, and those things are kind of all scenarios and things that are outside of what's in front of you, so just focus on where I am right now.
Just get barreled. And hey, I want to say congratulations. You got some new sunglasses. I see Team Rider.
Yeah, so grateful for that. The crew is really cool, and yeah, love being around that energy. It's good people, so super stoked and to partner with them.
Love to hear it. Well, Tahiti, Jack Robinson, they just have a way of fitting nicely together. Good luck moving through the rest of the contest.
Totally agree with you, Chris. Yeah, that was a magic session. They're all magic when you watch Jack on a wave that's slabbing that he could pull in on. He's got this extra zen type feel to him when he's just picking apart the reef. He talks about the mana. He often looks back to the mountains and lines it all up, and he just threw it down in that last team. And he had Barron in that heat. Marco's been on a tear. Barron getting sent to the elimination round. It's been a short break from Mamiya. He's actually now reseeded, coming up next against Al Cleveland Jr.
What a cracker of a heat. Heat 2 of that elimination round. 2 absolute barrel lords. I think and 2 guys that are not going to back down from a challenge. If this big set starts moving through the lineup, that whole channel's screaming, the boats are yelling, that both of those guys are going to have a dig. So hopefully we see a couple of really big sets come through for that heat. On my last break just then, I zipped out on the jet ski into the chat there too. It is a little bit more ruffled. I think sometimes when you're watching at home, it almost looks a little bit more groomed than what it is when you're really getting a look at it in the channel. So just a little pickup. It kind of looked a bit more unruly, a bit more rogue than what it looks like on the screen.
It really is a whole nother feeling when you're in the channel and everyone's watching Jordy. They're screaming for him right now. He can hear it. Jordy gets one pump to start, grabs the rail, pulls up a higher line, but the exit shuts down, and Jordy Smith starts off with an incomplete barrel ride, mixing it up with his shapers throughout this entire season, really. And it's kind of been a topic we discussed quite a bit. Like when you're this talented on tour, do you want to know what's out there? Some just stick to what's working. And, I think Jordy's always been a guy that just loves surfboards. And right now, he finally got himself a Paisel.
Isn't that cool? I mean, I think to all the different boards that he's rode throughout these events. And it probably just speaks to, the family history, and with his dad being a shaper and growing up around that. I mean, why wouldn't you, if you are one of the best and people are willing to give them to you and everyone's okay with it, why not?
Yeah, it's a good point, because as the story goes that, our friends at Stab Magazine were documenting, there's a story where Jordy was like, okay, let me try one of these Paisel Ghosts. And John Paisel was like, hey, I'm invested in John Florence. And imagine if they have a heat together and I help you beat John. He's so invested in that. And you're like, hey, that's fair. Jordy's like, all right, I'll have my best friend Damien Farrenford order some. And, kind of undercover. And so he snuck some Paisel's order. Damien gave them to Jordy. Jordy camouflaged him up with a paint job. And he tried to pull it off. Jordy said he didn't end up really carrying any of those boards further, but now he actually connected with John Paisel. Paisel's like, yeah, John's off tour, let's do this. And he actually made him a lot of surfboards for not just Tahiti, but also a great quiver for Cloudbreak with a lot of his models that most of his team riders ride. So Paisel made him 10 boards A couple of ghosts in there, mostly the next step model. And we'll see what he ends up on, these next two events. He's got a 6'4" next step, will be his backup for today.
Wow, it's so cool, right? I think it also speaks to the maturity of Geordie as well, and just the experience, the years on tour, and the willingness to be able to, one, have those shapers be okay with that, and two, everyone to respect you enough to be like, yeah, okay, that's fine, I'm fine with that. Like, you're so good, you've been on for 20 years, let's do this. And I mean, it's what the best start he's had to his career in 10 years. So it's working for him, and I'm excited to see how the Pizels go.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He's so good. He can actually mix up his boards in an event. We saw him do that at El Salvador. Mayhem, and then next round he's on his dad's board, Graham Smith, as we look at the Vissla CT Shaper rankings. Congrats once again, Lost Surfboards, Matt Biolis. Wow, making it 3 in a row. You can't catch him now. Now it's up for second. DHD at the moment holding it down.
This is just incredible, right? Almost reaching 300,000 points. I mean, who is going to take him down next year? I mean, it's sort of close there for second, I'd say. Yeah, DHD, Sharp Eye. I mean, you got to be thinking DHD, who's left in the draw here? Who could potentially be there at finals as well? My brain goes to Ethan. And then obviously you got Sharp Eye there in third, so second's open, but who is going to knock him off his perch?
It all ends here at the last stop of the end of the season here. It doesn't factor in with points at the WSL Finals, so we'll settle things here at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. Smith turning around, deciding not to go. Still under priority of Teva Tairoa, the local wild card. Teva opened up with a 3.5. And what made things interesting when Geordie, lost early at J Bay and tough conditions, it was getting smaller, and he ended up hurting his hand on the bricks. Marco Mignot, great job taking down the biggest name in the draw. But we knew there were some points there. He did lose the yellow jersey. Dora made the final on Geordie's home break. And so now he drops to second. Coming into Tahiti, it hasn't been his best event on tour. He had 14 starts over his years. He's only made the quarters twice. Those 2 quarters he did turn into semifinals, but he's had a lot of losses in round 2 and round 3. As we look at putting the head down, Teva Tairoa is getting spit out of a cave. His first start on the championship tour, coming out of the trials, just took over, and the locals on the boat are letting him hear it right now.
Whoa, that was a big cake, Joey. That was crazy. He's so fired up after that one too. That was a big wave, that degree of difficulty there. He was super deep. Can't wait to watch this. It's just going to be so good. Just the way that he maneuvered through that barrel, the way that he came out, maybe just potentially just after that spit. And he's going to be fired up. It's going to be a great score. It's going to be feeling really good, especially after that opening round he had. Probably not finding the waves that he wanted, didn't go the way he wanted. This is definitely more like it.
So this wave rolled through before Teva got his. So this one just wide open.
How's the sound on it when it breaks? And then here we go. Teva just absolutely threads this one. He's so deep here. You could see he was on the foam ball and had that to negotiate, which is super hard. You can see it hit the fins. So he grabs a rail here. You can see he travels through that section, and he was right on the foam ball. Comes out with the spit. This thing is absolutely mental. Just the length of the ride, coming out with the spit. There was so many elements there to that judging criteria.
Wow, that could be a contender for the Mophie Charger of the day here. Teva Tairoa earns every bit of that excellent number, an 8.33 along with his 3.5. Has Geordie in a quiet combo at the moment, but just sucking the energy towards him because all the locals in the channel on the boats were just losing it, knowing that he's surfing in his very first CT event. And you've got the contrast of Geordie Smith into his 18th year on tour, 14 previous starts at this event, and this guy that's just going, all right, CT jersey, let's go. And not many can say they got an excellent number in their first try.
That's so cool. I think it's epic for the community. It's epic for Teva. I think this can happen at these sort of events, though. This is where we get those wildcard dream runs all the way through to the final. I mean, we've seen Vahine do it here last year on the women's side. You know, we've seen Moana do it at Pipeline, and it's incredible to watch. And these sort of waves, it plays to, you know, that home ground advantage. It's time spent in the water. It's knowing the reef. It's knowing what waves to pick. Even the fact that they let that first one go. I mean, both the guys, they both let that first one going, having that knowledge. Second wave of the set, it's going to be the better one, and it's paid off.
Well done to Teva and Jordy Smith, trying to just stay in the game. The one thing he obviously has on his side is CT experience at the highest level and an incredible brain of competing that has kept him with longevity in the world title race. You know, I said it was Teva's first event on the CT level. It's Jordy's 167th contest at this level. So right now, he's taking the deep breaths. It's nothing he hasn't seen before, which we talked about earlier, Flick. It's the theme of this event. Wild cards are devastating in the world title race, and Jordy felt that in real time, losing to Manoa Drolet in round 3 when he was in the title race back in 2010. He also lost to Ricardo dos Santos. Ricardo was unbelievable, winning the trials. He'd come up and just take down huge names, and Jordy was one of them back in the day. On the other side of that, Jordy has had success, and even his best performance he's ever had out here. The Hog was a wild card one year out here, or a couple times, and Jordy had a 9-2-3, a high 8 against him. They both had 17-plus totals. Jordy actually took that win over Nathan Hedge and turned in a semifinal performance, still his best to date.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing when you think about the experience versus the local wild card out here, because these are the sort of waves where, unless you grow up on a wave like this or a wave of consequence, you have this home court advantage. You know what? Wild cards at beach breaks, it's a bit different. I feel like the playing field is a little bit more even. Whereas when you come to these reef breaks like Pipe, like Chopes, I think the playing field. I mean, obviously Jordy's got so much experience here, but for Teva, these reef breaks and just having that comfortability level of, you know, picking the right waves and feeling so comfortable when it's so consequential, that doesn't come natural to most people. You know, obviously Jordy has so much experience and he does have that comfortability level out here, but that's why you see people go on these dream runs at event locations like this.
Huge one for the title race. Jordy's already guaranteed to be in the Lexus WSL finals, but we still have to work out what seed he'll be as he tries to compete for his first world title. He still has the back end of this heat to try to come back against the local wild card, Teva Tairoa, who just threw down an 8.33. Could this be the Mophie Charger of the event? Time to crack open the pulse. Wow, action-packed. Not going to want to miss this. It was Italo Ferreira showing his intent for the opening heat of the event.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. Started off with a bang, just perfect wave selection. What a bomb. Locks in the 7.5, and he was able to back it up with this one, another 7. So he was just looking so in control, just picking up right where he left off with that last year's event win, Joey.
Yeah, his friends were dealing with heavy water. Pupo, Seth Moniz taking some beatings, and then it was the Cowley Boss show. No leash. It didn't need one. Look at the caves that he was dwelling in.
This was so cool on so many ways. I mean, you expect nothing less, right? Performances like this from a Olympic gold medalist, one of the best to ever do it out here, standout performer in the last couple of days. And yeah, the no leash thing, I mean, that's started a storm over the internet.
He's got the swagger, he's got the confidence, and then it was heat 5, an important heat for the title race with world number 5 Ethan Ewing in it, but Cole Hausman turned in his best session at Chopes, a 9 to start. Ethan got the lead, but Cole had more to say.
Oh, this was a great heat between Ethan and Cole, just kind of going blow for blow here. Ethan locked in a couple of nice scores, but yeah, Cole just too good, finishing off with this wave here and sort of sealing the deal, and yeah, not taking Ethan through to the elimination round. And watching by was Griff coming up in that next heat, so interesting dynamic there.
There was the opportunity if Griffin wins this heat, which he did. He'd take that 5th spot from Ethan on the live rankings, and it was sensational. Griffin finishing on his last wave with a 9.33.
Yeah, he was incredible. He came up against Al here. Al had a couple of nice moments too. O'Leary went, you know, top to bottom on a couple as well. Came out of this one, had a gnarly wipeout too. But, you know, it's all those last couple of days for me where Griff put in the work, and it really shows right now. That comfortability level for him is just, it's just coming with ease. He looks casual out there.
What a day. And we still have time to have more highlights. Enter the Pulse. The Pulse covers all the major moments that have happened in the day's competition. Things moving around just slightly on the live rankings. Jordy still world number 2 in this one, and hoping to survive against Teva Tairoa, needing to break down an 11.83 combined total. Up next, it will be Barron versus Al Cleland Jr., and there's a lot at stake. Obviously the title race, but for a lot of these guys, you know, if they're losing this afternoon, that's the end of their season. So they have a little bit even more incentive. If they have the chance with priority and a crazy one comes their way, you know, it's on.
I think you don't want to go out leaving any stones unturned, you know, and it's kind of, you also got 100K on the line. That's kind of nice. That'd be a nice way to finish off the season, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Going into your off season.
You don't want to think about for the months of the off season. It's a giant one too. I mean, next time we'll see these guys, you know, that are not making the finals. We'll be at Bells next year. That's in April as everything's transitioning next year. You don't want to think about the wave you didn't go on or that
The
close
last
call
hit.
that you got clipped on for 7 months.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, Joey. You just, I think we will see guys rise to the occasion this afternoon for sure. I'm really looking forward to this next heat, the Barron and Al Cleland show. I think this is going to be really cool. As we were saying before, both guys are not going to back down, and Barron's still, you know, technically in that conversation as well, to potentially fighting up into that number 5th spot if he got a win. So that next heat is going to be exciting.
Yeah, all you want is a chance, and you hope everything goes your way. Barron with the skill set to win this event. No one would be surprised if he's on the podium. He's a slab specialist, and then Al Cleland has maybe a little bit more raw approach. He might just take a few more chances potentially. So yeah, that's an unbelievable matchup coming up next. For Jordy Smith though, he's watching his time. He needs to make a decision soon so he can turn it in one wave, because right now he can't win it in one wave. So he's got a great world title threat type mind. Let's see if he goes for a wave very soon. Jordy Smith starting to paddle, and he knows he's got to be great on this one. Grabs the rail, has to readjust, pulls up and under, comes out after the spin.
Oh, there was a fair bit of turbulence in there as he was coming out with that spin. That was pretty cool. Great way to break down that combo now. So he's done that, and he's back in the game. Exactly what you said, Joey.
And that wasn't just the easiest ride, was it? He had to adjust his rail a couple times, and then when you see that spit burst, and it takes a second before Jordy comes out, you know he was as deep as he could have been on that one.
Well, you know, that is in the judging criteria. I was having a look this morning, and let's say that wasn't easy. Kind of almost got a balance there. This is that moment. Spit first, Jordy second. If I even rewind to last year, and I was thinking about those big scores coming through last year with Gabby Medina and a few other guys on that finals day, you know, it was definitely moments where they were coming out after that spit. Kind of just gives a real demonstration of just how deep these guys are getting on these waves. You can see that little redirect there from Jordy, pulls that rail up high just to get up underneath that lick, make sure the board is fine. But right here, he's on that foam ball. Look at this spit. Yeah, he is riding that thing like a bull.
Yeah.
It is crazy.
How cool is that? Jordy hanging on, knowing that seating's on the line, coming back in a big way against Teva Tairoa, and that had to feel great. Al Cleland giving him a salute. This is one of those events where everyone's got their hands up in the channel, just appreciating pro surfing at its finest. Jordy Smith, so we saw a lot of angles of that last replay, and the judges on the tower do the same thing. So this event's unique. Obviously, it's all about barrel riding, and they don't want to just rely on their view from the tower. They really do rely on certain camera angles to see what's happening on that foam ball, to look inside the tube, see how thick that was, how late they're taking off, and how committed they are to really break down the degree of difficulty. I remember back in the day, Davey Shipley as well, if someone was on a break, he'd be like, all right, take a boat, you're going in the channel for your heat off, just to watch all these waves from that view as well. So a lot goes into putting in those numbers.
Yeah, and that's a good point. You know, I mean, you look at the tower there, it gets that direct, straight on view. But yeah, from the channel, it's totally different. But you've obviously got, you know, a lot of different things that go into getting a good score. And Geordie just demonstrating a fair few of those on that last wave.
Pulling up and under, stalling and maxing out the tube bride. Geordie Smith has found himself on a roll, and he's also beating off the momentum of his wave before. It's a shootout now. The wild card, Teva Tairoa, makes it. He'll cut his short to kick back out with 4:30 on the clock. This heat completely flipped upside down. First half was celebrating Tairoa's excellent score. And then Geordie Smith stayed patient, picked the right wave. And I love how Teva's still putting his head down to try to fight for priority here.
Yeah, this is really cool just to see how fired up they both are. And when you know, Geordie has dropped a crazy wave and then he's just backed it up as well. And you got Teva sitting out there with the 8.33. We've got these last 4 minutes are going to be exciting, and all I hope for is just one more set.
Last of Geordie Smith, Flick.
Oh, this is this backup wave, and he just threads this thing beautifully. You can already tell just the confidence that's come from that previous wave, and probably hearing the screams as he exited that previous wave from the channel. It would have been erupting, right? I mean, Geordie as well, really showing that emotion. And then behind him, Teva, just trying to back up that, get rid of that 3.5, back up the 8.33. So nice stall there. You can hear the channel. I mean, they're screaming. They're getting really involved, but...
What a heat flick. This thing completely changed pace. Teva Tairoa really pushing Geordie Smith. Geordie's second wave turns in a 9.5. His best number of his career at Chopes. Happening now in his 18th season on the championship tour. He equals his best number of 2025. He had a 9.5 at main break Margaret River. And then the backup was still important. He got a 6.5. He's out in front. Last of Teva, a 5.10. Wild card in second now. And eating a 7.68.
Wow, that got so exciting there at that last, you know, these last sort of 5 minutes, 6 minutes have been incredible to watch go down. I mean, something special about Geordie's 18th year on tour, really. I memean, even finding these moments, because obviously, you know, you speak to the experience that he's got, but it's still hard when you come up against a wild card and you hear that they drop an 8.33 on their second wave. You know, it really does put you on that back foot. And then, you know, here we go. You can see these judging components right here for the barrel riding. Obviously, you got commitment and degree of difficulty. You know, you think about the takeoff. You think about, obviously, the size of the wave comes into play. That, you know, and you think about Italo's waves at the start of the day. Those things were bigger, but not necessarily the longest barrel, but definitely a lot of degree of difficulty there. And this one for Geordie, obviously, you can see the depth of that tube ride coming out after the spit. You've got that grab rail, and just technically here. So you've got the technical tube ride coming out after the spit. That's a couple of places of that criteria of for the judges, that what they're looking at there to get that 9.5.
All those technical aspects that they look into to put in a score, and Geordie earning that 9.5, 90 seconds to go as he holds down first priority. Those technical aspects include the speed generation inside the barrel, stalling techniques for controlled positioning, sometimes backhand when you let go of the rail in a real critical section. They're looking at that too, and composure and control in those critical sections, coming out behind the spit, the foam ball, like all those things Geordie did on his 9.5. He was so deep when the wave unloads that spit, and the surfer hasn't come out yet. That's always something to celebrate. 59 seconds to go here. You can see Barron paddling out without Cleland. We mentioned the tough blows he's had against local wild cards over the years. From Manoj Olay in the past, Ricardo dos Santos in the early parts of Geordie's career. This one just feels different. 37-year-old playing a smart game with priority. And the wild card, certainly well aware of Geordie since he's just 2 years younger at 35. Still trying to work out a strategy to maybe get one more wave here. Geordie's covering him. He'll watch him on this wave. His goal is to watch him and hang on to priority. Teva chasing a 7.68. He'll spin on a small one, and it's not going to be enough. Jordy Smith survives a wild one and gets reseeded into the round of 16. And the local firemen put on a show. Teva Tairoa will continue to protect his community and continue to surf in local events. And we can't wait to see him maybe in this event next year. Jordy, pumped. 9.5, his best number he's had here in Tahiti. Up next, Barron taking on Al Cleland Jr.
The thing about history is that whatever happens, happens. There's no denying it. It is what it is. And no matter how hard you try, you're never entirely in control. It's the beautiful chaos. Hell and heaven canceling each other out. Triumph and defeat. This year, history will be told in 12 chapters. 54 men and women will write it. History will be written live at worldsurfleague.com.
History written all day today here at Chopes at the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. These two slab specialists already paddling each other up the reef. Al is in blue, Barron is in red, and going around Barron, Al Cleland Jr. out positions him for the start. Let's go the rail, and is hustling for the exit. He makes it. Cleland Jr. put his head down and got around Barron Mamiya. After accomplishing that, he had to make it count.
That was crazy. I mean, he's asking some serious questions of Barron at the moment. I mean, just even to have the guts to do that and to bulldog him up the point and to be like, no way, I'm taking this, and then to convert on it because he was so deep. What a start to a heat. I mean, you can just see how competitive these two guys are and how much Al wants this win right now. Staunch coming out. He's going to be feeling so good. He's going to be fired up. But just look at, like, even how much he had to try to get around the back of Barron here to do this. And then just the ability to keep weaving through the tube. I mean, there was a lot of there was a real technical aspect to that because that tube became quite tight there towards the end. So really, he really had to weave to get through that. Really, really, really impressed.
What a start. Al Cleland Jr. does not want to have his season end right now. 19th in the world, rookie on tour, taking on Barron Mamiya, who's inside the top 10. He'll get a 7.83 for that start. Now, let's check in with Jordy Smith with Chris Cote.
Oh, Jordy, you came paddling up to the boat, yelled, "I knew I could do it." What's up with you in these wild card heats?
Oh, mayday, bro. Woo! I'm fucking just stoked, bro. I just told myself, I know you could do this, Jordan. And, yeah, I just believed in myself all the way.
9.5, one of the highest single wave scores of this entire event. And did you get the news that you clinched your spot in the final five?
Hey, now we're having fun, boy.
Tell me what
we're having fun.
What were you thinking before that heat started?
Actually, Duma got on the call with me and he just started talking to me. He was like telling me a bunch of things and yeah, just everything that I needed to hear, just to fucking get out of my own way and go for it.
Hey, it's working. 9.5, highest single wave score yet. Big Bruce on a roll. Let's go, Jordy.
Thanks. Stoked.
I love feeling that, man. Whoa, that was real. That was some good energy from Jordy Smith. Wow, that meant a lot to him. You could, I mean, for a lot of reasons, where he's at in his career, you know, relied on his good friend Damian Farentford for some words of wisdom, got himself in the right headspace that he can do it, and Chris reminded him, yeah, he's had some crazy ones against wild cards, not just this year, but for 18 years. When you're a high seed, you're always going to be dealing with crazy wild card talent. That one felt good.
So good. That post interview was all time. Oh, wow. I just love that we're seeing so much personality from Geordie. I know, he's always had it, but for some reason this year it's really being highlighted, and it's really cool.
Well, he's a dad now, and usually when your parents call you by your full name, you're in trouble. He did it himself. He's like, come on, Jordan. Get your head in gear.
It's so good.
Proud father of 2 boys. Lyndall, his wife, looking on. She's probably laughing, cheering, celebrating. It's been a great year for the Smith family. That Paizel looked great. And he's gotten points for a lot of different shapers this year on the CT Shaper rankings from JS Industries. He helped out there. Matt Biolis put some points on the board. He didn't even need them. As we look at a late takeoff and controls it, Baron Mamiya's old ninja here at Choves.
Wow, that was reminiscent of those drops we were seeing at Pipe earlier this year. Just that, it's trademark Baron, right? The underneath the lip, almost upside down, taking off, grabbing that rail. So much control in such a critical section. Just really sliding underneath you couldn't be any later. And you could really see him trying to just delay that time in the barrel. This is the moment. This is trademark Baron, just ball straight in there. Rides that foam ball. And yeah, he is such a magician when it comes to surfing waves like this. I think, even though Al's locked in this 783, we already saw, when we saw this heat, earlier just before Joe, we were kind of rubbing our hands together, being like, okay, this is almost like one of the heats of the round, because these 2 guys right here are just going to take it to each other.
When you see these guys just barrel riding, going back and forth, they just make it look easier than it is. And they can position themselves in places that some people might not even see possible. And for backhand tube riding, we're so lucky that this heat's just getting started. For Al climbing up the reef, showed how competitive he is. Even though Baron kind of had a good position on the face, he decided to reroute him, go high above him, and he almost got an 8 for it. And then for Baron, where he could just stop his speed on the takeoff, where usually people are trying to outrun this thing and get to the safety of the channel, Baron's buying himself more time.
Where at that certain moment on the wave, everyone feels like it happens so fast, right? That he really does have this ability to slow time down. It's so crazy. I just think back to the beginning of the year and what he did at Pipe. It was so incredible to watch. That rematch he had with John, that was amazing. The final with Leo, he is just so tapped in when it comes to this barrel riding, and especially on his backhand. He really is sort of that next generation coming through. You had John before, and John's still at that level, but now he's seeing this next generation come through, which is Baron.
Baron Mamiya getting his number in, and it's different opinions from the panel. Some thinking Al's better, some thinking Baron's better. It comes out just under 767 compared to Al's 783. So basically now it's like, okay, let's go to wave number 2. See what you guys got.
It's really cool. Keeps them both in the game. This is what you want as someone watching this, and this is really what you want. You want to see another set, and Al about to swing.
The rookie from Mexico holds tight to that rail, super smooth, nice patience in the pocket. Kicks out with the completion. That'll back up his 783. But he's just handed Baron priority. World number 9 accomplishing a lot this year. And same for Al Cleland Jr. One of those guys that makes friends at every event. And he did that with Jake the Snake Patterson over the years, just seeing him around the different events. And then this year they were just hanging out, and they were kind of like, yeah, let's work together. It's just sort of serendipitous. It wasn't this big formal meeting at the start of the year. It just kind of happened on the fly this season. As we watch Baron Mamiya loading up into a nice solid barrel. Makes it. Just speed management. That is insane how he can slow down, speed up, maximize the critical part of the wave.
Wow. Okay, so automatically, this wave is going to take him to the lead. It was incredible control, pretty similar. The takeoff, the time spent in the tube, it is really incredible to watch this next he is this next generation of surfers coming from the. Let's have a look here. Just to speak to that point, Joey, I mean, he's really slowing down just to ride that foam ball. The way he takes off, his nose is almost pointing straight down. It's unbelievable that he's able to engage that rail, you know, while he holds the rail with one arm, he engages that white rail. It almost looks like it's engaging on the side of the wave. It's how he does it and knifes it like that it's so incredible, that technique. And I'd say a lot of people would be studying Barron's technique, Emieux, you know, those kind of guys. They're at the level right now. That's where the bar is.
Yeah, you're speaking to how he got his 10s the last 2 back-to-back seasons at Pipe, both eerily against John Florence. It was kind of weird how that happened. One was in a final, one was a few rounds before the final. But where he's looking down, I think most humans go, I better jump, I'm too late. But that's where Barron wants to be, and his back foot, his right foot, is like over his head. But with his stance and grabbing the rail, he knows exactly what he's doing, because it's not just a fluke. He's done it once. He can repeat that positioning, and it helps him take off deeper than most. And he uses that as a strategy on waves like this.
It's so gym-like or gymnastic-like, right? And then you got to think about the flexibility and you know, what sort of almost contorting his body into a different shape to be able to fit into that part of the wave. I mean, obviously he's got some amazing boards underneath his feet, Channel Islands boards, and whatever he's doing, obviously the time spent doing, the experience, the boards, everything is, you know, playing into his favor, and he's just locked in a nice backup.
Such a natural surfer. You know, if Barron could pull it off, he'd probably just rely on surfing for his fitness. I think that would be his happy place. He's not running to the gym, you know, like Leo Fioravanti or Italo Ferreira, you know, those guys are addicted to their training. Barron does love the way he feels after, and he knows he's just got to do it. He's like, you know, he was telling me, he was like, you know, it's like going to your bank and just you keep withdrawing money. You've got to put something back in, you know? And so he's like, yeah, okay, I'm working hard. I'm surfing 8 hours a day. If I'm doing that, I need to give myself some backup physically. So he's really proud of himself when he's doing it, and he knows he has to. Likes the way he feels on a wave when he's at top physical shape, but, you know, he'd rather just be surfing for his training.
He's one of those guys that is just so naturally talented, though, right? And he could just keep surfing. I think it's been really cool. I was hearing Stace talk about it before, but it's just been cool to watch his trajectory this year, and you know, he's changed a few things up in his camp, and see him, you know, perform at other venues other than, you know, where he's had his event wins. It's amazing he's already had these 3 event wins, you know, but they've all come from Hawaii. So to be able to change things up this year, to be able to start to get a few good results at other locations, beach breaks, it is really cool. But I just think, you know, he could be one of those surfers that, you know, he could be a free surfer for the rest of his life. Like, not necessarily does he need to be on tour, but he obviously has that competitive hunger inside of him that he still wants to be here, you know. And he obviously has things to prove and goals that he's obviously set for himself. But he could be a free surfer for the rest of his life.
Well, it's kind of crazy how time just slips away from you. I mean, Barron, his opening round tee was his 100th championship tour heat. Isn't that wild? It just feels like he's still getting started, and he has so much more to give, and he's already surfed in 100 heats at the CT level. And kind of like Al in a way, it was almost an accidental qualification run. Barron was like one of the last to be able to get on tour with that rule as wild cards, keeping points. So he lost in the round of 16 at Pipe. That's when Kelly came back, won the event a couple years back, and then he won Sunset, got the call up again, got past the cut, and then he was on tour. And for Barron's ability in world-class waves, that was the best route he could have imagined to make the tour.
It does, right? Because the tour suits Barron surfing. You know, you're thinking the best waves, the best surfers, and he's thinking, all right, let's go. Like, I'm already here. And I mean, for me, it's been really cool this year, though, to see him progress in those other, you know, locations. And, you know, for Portugal, Margaret River, right? I mean, he's had those finals day appearances, which has been really cool. And right now, technically, he's still in the mix to potentially crack that final 5 situation. Obviously, you know, results-wise, a few other things might need to happen. But if he does advance here, he probably keeps that dream alive a little bit.
Pretty cool that Al Cleland Jr. is working with one of the great minds of the sport of surfing, Jake the Snake Patterson, who was an absolute weapon when he was on tour. crazy story for Snake here. One time he locked into a big barrel, came flying out, everyone screaming in the channel, and then he realized the cheering wasn't for him. He had actually dropped in on Glendon Ringrose. Glendon was on the foam ball. Snake thinks everyone's cheering for him. Glendon gets a 10.
Stop it.
Jake gets an interference, but this is the coaching mind. He goes talks to the judges like, hey, how did I get an interference? I obviously didn't hinder the scoring potential because he still got a 10. That was a classic.
That doesn't surprise me, that he's got the brain to think like that. He is a strategic mastermind, Jake. He's such a good coach, so that is pretty funny.
And working with Al, they've got great connection. Everyone's different that he works with, from young Aaron Brooks, who's got her sights set on huge things as a rookie on tour. And then with Al as a rookie too, I think Snake is exceptionally good with rooks that are just new to everything. And he just goes, here we go. This is not only what I went through, but having experience as a coach. And that is a really luxury for Al Cleland.
Yeah, even if you think about the contrast in Kanoa to Al and those two approaches and how he has to manage those two athletes, in my mind, they're complete polar opposites. Yeah. So it's cool as a coach, like having to be able to, all right, I've got to cater that both sort of athletes.
Here we go, a little action. Al Cleland will take this way. One little pump and then pulls in. He's got a lot of speed. Nice make. Nice looking surfboard from Timmy Patterson. And he'll look to improve on that 3-point ride. Al chasing a 6.67 for a lead change.
Wow, I mean, things are going to get interesting. We've got so much time left on the clock here for what's possible out here at Chopes. And I mean, from what we've already seen from Barron, looks like he's having a paddle.
Nice easy in, doesn't even drop to the bottom, straight into the barrel. He could do that in his sleep. Mamiya, an all-star in the warm-up session yesterday, got barreled right in front of us in the boat, just came around the corner, and I looked at that board. It was a 6.6. Looked great. He has a really great quiver from Channel Islands. Just the way he can take off already in the barrel as he's getting up. Great to see him in motion. So this superheat still waiting on some numbers. Al was hoping for a lead change with his last, and Barron trying to improve on a 6.83. It's Al's turn. Cleland grabs around the takeoff, ultra deep, bigger cave, and even with that end section clamping, he punches free.
Yeah, I mean, he's so strong, Al, and he's so fit. I mean, the core strength, he's always going to punch through that. Super fired up. I think he's probably going to need a bit more, though. You just try to, you can make comparisons to both of Barron, the 6.83 from Barron, and potentially going to need a bit more here. So he's fired up, and both guys are looking connected. So 16 minutes on the clock, plenty of time for things to still unfold and change up in this heat.
What a great battle. World title race is exciting. Barron with an outside shot to potentially go out the way. So he's thinking event win like he always does at events. This one's drawing off the reef. Barron's going to punch through that thick lip line. We call these waves slaps when they come out of severe deep water and just unload on a shelf. It's a wild phenomenon to see this thing unload. When you look at the bathymetry or the topography of the ocean floor, it's kind of wild how deep this place gets so quickly. From 1,000 feet deep, about a third of a mile offshore, then it goes down to a mile deep, 3 miles offshore. So it's really abrupt to that shallow shelf. Let's check in with Strider.
Yeah, Joe, thank you very much. Back out here in the lineup and just watching the scenario go down between these two surfers, just hacking away at the tree, trying to chop it down. But, I love the insight from the coaches. And Jake Patterson, you guys were just talking about him earlier. He's never out of it, and he's always so psyched about it. And as Alan paddled by, I don't know if you guys saw the intent in his face. He was just so laser beam focused. But then, Snake goes, hey, wait for them to call out your score, see what you got, and then surf to the situation of the heat. So basically, still having to compete in these kind of ways and making sure that the competition head is there and making sure that he's not trying to overdo it. pretty insane insight right there from Jake Patterson to keep his athlete right on the line so he makes it.
Great breakdown, Strider, and looking really good in those IC shades. Those are the Ivan Florence signature models. Ivan, one of the best barrel riders in the world, great skateboarder as well. Got a signature shade, along with Cole Houshman. Jack Robinson just signing on to the IC team. Grayson Fletcher, man, they've got a squad. 13:50 on the clock in this one. Al Cleland, 6'3" on his last. Barron, 7.7. Here's the IC replay.
Yeah, I love that takeaway that Strider got from Jake, because I think, you know, as we watch this last wave of Barron, this is the 7-7. He's improving on that situation, making things a little bit harder for Al. But it's cool because you know, you obviously get that impression that Al's the kind of surfer that could just be searching for that Hail Mary, the 10, the grungiest, gnarliest mutant wave, when, you know, he is only, okay, yes, he's almost chasing an excellent score, but Al is the kind of guy that maybe you just need to settle a bit and be like, hang on a sec, we've still got a heat here to surf. So that's some pretty valuable insights there from Jake.
Barron Mamiya kicked off the year world #1 with a win at Pipeline, going back-to-back on his home break. Then joined forces with Luke Egan for the remainder of the season, and they accomplished a lot of personal best results. Barron wants to keep himself with a shot at making the final 5 of this event. He's out front. We'll be right back. (2025), what a year it's been. Barron Mamiya winning at Pipe. It was a tie-break decision over Leo Fioravanti. Then we saw Italo take on Rio Waida, the first ever event we've had in the Middle East.
And we had Iago Dora in Portugal, and this was his first event win of the season, followed by Jordy Smith with, you know, an event a win that had been coming for a long time, super emotional.
That's right. Also, all South African final as well, which hadn't happened in like 40 years. Jack won the bell. Toledo found his comeback energy.
On the Gold Coast, where it was absolutely heaving on that hill, followed by Jordy Smith's second win of this season in Margaret River. And then Iago Dora just went to town with some serious acrobatics at Trestles.
Kanoa was in that final runner-up, and then Griff was in the final runner-up to one of his best friends, Cole Houshman, and wow, there wasn't a dry eye in the house. Connor O'Leary getting his first CT win, and at one of the classics at Jeffreys Bay. Things have changed as we look at the live rankings as we're into the elimination round now. See Barron drop down to 10 there, but still in the event, still in the lead, so he's got some room to move. Leo won his heat earlier today as well. Those guys still with that outside shot at making a big charge at the final 5.
Yeah, I think the most interesting thing for me, yeah, Griff's obviously jumped up into that number 5 place. Ethan's just dropped down. I mean, it's not over yet. Ethan will be coming up later today in this elimination round, so that is going to be one heat to watch. All eyes on Ethan.
When you see it change heat to heat, round to round, that's when you know how close it is on the points. You always can just look up worldsurfleague.com, go to live rankings, and you can see all those adjustments happening at the end of every heat to see who will be competing at Cloudbreak very soon. Lexus WSL Finals, first ever time it's going to be decided at Cloudbreak. Cleveland wants a time call. I thought I heard Renato Hickle's voice on the tower. Man, he does a lot for pro surfing. He was up there just relaying scores moments ago.
Sounds like Renato.
Sounds like him. Could be Cedric, but yeah, it sounds like Renato might have been up in the tower, hanging out with the judges. Head judge Lily Pereira. Been watching closely to his crew on the panel that are all incredible surfers. Barron Mamiya has done a lot this year. We talk about that win, but he's also had the highest combined heat total of the season. 18.9 points that he earned in the semifinals at the start of the year. Ethan Ewing just under, second best performance number-wise. That one was at Bells, where he changed the way to look at the Bells Bowl. One of the best modern-day rail acts we've seen out there, but got knocked out early, which all adds up now, which sees him right on that fence line for that final 5 position.
I feel like he's had a couple of moments like that this year where he's come into the event, and I even just reflect on Bells and that performance. but he was the most informed surfer of that event. And you're thinking, oh my goodness, this guy's definitely making finals day, especially with that performance you just mentioned. And I mean, I even almost thought that one wave that he scored was almost a 10. I was blown away with what I saw, but I mean, here we go. Barron
locked in. He's so deep already on the takeoff, but somehow lost it on his way out of the pit. He's had some great reads, but that would have been a huge number for how big that barrel was right on the get-go. He has to shake that one off. He's shown a little frustration today on these near makes he's had.
I think if he makes that, I think it was the highest wave score of the heat. Just that takeoff, the degree of difficulty to it, how late he was. Just not possible for most humans. It was incredible. Let's watch how late he just slid up underneath that. Almost, oh wow, he just got flung out in front of that foam ball. But he would have probably potentially still been in that, maybe a little bit chandelier-y, clampy there at the end, but now the ball is in Al's court. Al has got, you know, I guess another opportunity here. He's got priority. The set comes his way. He's just looking for that 7.54.
Kanoa Garashi taking on Mihimana coming up next. Connor O'Leary will have Joao Chianca. Ethan Ewing has Seth Muniz. That's a huge one for the title race. Seth is not trying to make it his last day of his season as we see Kanoa preparing.
I thought that's what that was for.
Tropical paradise. Ocean so clean and pure. Takes about maybe 15 minutes if you paddled off the land at the point to get out here to Teahupo. And get out on a ski in less than 90 seconds. As he's next to his coach, same coach as Al, Jake the Snake Patterson.
Yeah, this is cool. Even this next heat, you know, I mean, Kanoa is, you know, he's a fair way up there on that leaderboard at the moment. I think he's dropped down into number 4 right now. Italo went up into number 3. But it's still going to be nervous times for him right now. And I think, so there'll be all eyes on that heat number 3. But for me, it's heat number 5 in this elimination round. I think that's really going to be the one to watch. There's so many implications there. I mean, Ethan sort of isn't a must-win situation, so to really keep that dream alive, this is where it gets exciting as a viewer and a spectator.
Now 5 minutes to go, jumping off the lip line. Cleland Jr.'s got some room to move, and he will make it out into the safety of the channel. Just a well-read wave on the back end. An absolute 2-pound from Pascuales, Mexico, chasing a 7.54 for the leadoff Barron.
Wow, that he still looks pretty fired up. He looks pretty focused. So,
a couple of words from Snake and a look on that takeoff.
Yeah, I almost thought he goes, oh, you came out a bit too quick. And look, when you watch this right now, again, yeah, you can agree with that. I mean, maybe a little bit more tube time would have served him well. That thing stayed pretty open. You could see he was trying. He was trying to stall. But I definitely see what Jake's point is there. Probably needs a bit more hang time in that tube. I don't think that will be the score that he's chasing.
But always a great opportunity to see how lethal he is on backhand tube rides. Going so fast. I mean, the art of slowing down, especially backside as well. Remember, some surfers would take quads out here over the years, but a lot would end up saying, you know what, I don't want to go that fast. You know, guys like Owen Wright would be like, you know what, I'm trying to actually slow things down. The last thing I need is a board to have me outrun the barrel because they're trying to disappear for the judges. As Al Cleland chasing a 7.54, waiting for that number. We'll check in with Strider.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, we're just watching you know, the waves are riding on the reef right now. There are still some really solid waves outside, but the swell has been dropping through the afternoon. So there's that inside ledge that's starting to fire up right now, and they are going so square and running across that reef. So you kind of have to, could be like a commitment to either outside, out the back, and wait for those bombs, because those middle ones are kind of clampy, or you get to the inside ledge and try to, you know, run that gauntlet as well. But then you know, risk the risk of getting caught inside and pounded and all those little things that go through your head. We got big heat coming up right now for Kanoa. He's coming up against a local boy, winner of the trials, Mihi Manabrai, and it's going to be an interesting one because, you know, he's probably been looking at these inside wedges, those double ups, those grinders across the inside. He's sneaky. He's coming out right here behind me. Couldn't even find him earlier, but that's what he's going to be doing in this heat. So it's going to be fun to watch. It's going to be a sick one coming up. And this one, still epic. Can't wait to see the end of it.
Thank you, Strider. Yeah, it's a big point. Kanoa Igarashi just being so consistent this year. And, you know, has a spot in the final 5, but he's hoping for a better seeding. He wants to clinch. He doesn't want to lose in the elimination round and just see what's going to happen around him with like guys like Jack Robinson, Griffin, Ethan Ewing, and, you know, Felipe Toledo. They're all just gunning for those positions. So Kanoa knows he's in a must-win situation.
You want to be in control of your destiny, right? You don't want to be sitting there waiting, watching it all unfold, thinking, oh, shoulda, coulda, woulda, shoulda gone this one, shoulda blocked here, shoulda done that. You want to dot all those I's, you want to cross all those T's, and I think at the end of the day, you just don't want to be left wondering, or you don't want to die wondering, you know? So I think, as we see Al having a look here.
Grabs a rail really early, then locks into that first section and will hop out. His wave before that we were waiting for as we checked in with the Waz was a 6.93, so that kept him in second. And like Snake was hoping that he'd go a little bit, came out too early on that previous wave, which could have held him off from taking the lead. Now down to 1:20 on the clock in the season for Al Cleland Jr. Will it end in this final minute, or will he get another chance?
Maybe a potential little lump coming through, but, you know, this little lump looks a bit too small. Might be something behind it.
Al Cleland Jr. in the Rookie of the Year race with Joel Vaughn and Marco Mignot. Here at the final event of the season, 45 seconds. Al up the reef, but Barron has priority. He will take this wave. Late decision, late takeoff. Using his whole body to slow down, sucks himself so deep he'll go down. But playing defense, and Al now gave himself 30 seconds to look at the lineup.
Wow, okay, well, he's pushed it, and there looks like there's one more lump potentially, so Al might get another roll of the dice here. If this makes it here in time, 22 seconds.
This is big. Al Cleland Jr., it's coming down to this. It's already going top to bottom. Cleland grabs the rail. Composure gets spit out in front of Barron. Unbelievable. Kicks out, runs right over Strider. He calls an interference on the Waz. Judges are going to review that. And Al Cleland is waiting for the number.
Whew, that was super exciting right up until those last 20 seconds. I mean, even for Al to push Barron to go that one before, I mean, he never gave up, right? And you've got to give it to him. He kept fighting. He, you know, he improved on that situation, get the 6 to the 6.3, 6.93.
And we'll check in to see if Strider's okay.
I'm all right. Fuck yeah! There it is! Al, what did that look like when it came out? You had seconds left on the clock. I mean, it must have felt pretty incredible.
You know, this is what I've surfed my whole life for, you know, these moments under pressure, you know, when you need a score and, you know, you really need it. This is like where my, you know, my Mexican blood comes into play. I can stay super calm in situations where everybody can be super stressed. And I seen that wave and I was like, this morning I ate shit on a bomb and I knew I was too far out. And then that one, all I wanted to do was just be under it. So I'm really stoked, you know. Snake told me outside and I heard 30 seconds and I see my friend Rolando. And, you know, it's a great feeling just to get a good wave at the very end and make the heat.
I want to say thank you for a great interview. And one this morning, as before the contest started, and one right at the end, baby. Nice work, man. That was insane.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you to everybody watching. Un saludo allá a todo México, a toda mi familia, mi hermana, mi abuela, mi tía, mis primos, todos mis amigos, everybody from the WSL. Thank you for having this event here at Tahiti, Tupu, everybody at the end of the road. Thank you. I don't know. Thank all the locals, and here more to come. Woo! Woo!
How good is that? Al Cleland upsetting Baron Mamiya ends the Hawaiian season and moves on into the round of 16. Kanoa Mihimana up next. The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is brought to you by Mophie, empowering you to live a life untethered. Power On. By Vini, official telecommunications partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Air Tahiti Nui, official airline partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. By Banca de Tahiti, official bank partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro. And by Lexus. Experience amazing.
Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, men's elimination round. We're in heat number 3. It's already been really exciting in the first 2 heats. We got another one coming up for you. Kanoa Igarashi coming in here, number 3 on the rankings, up against Mihimana Bray. The 3-time wildcard, Mihimana Bray, would be a local threat to Kanoa Igarashi, who right now is sprinting for a spot in that final 5. I'm Kuiper Girl. That's Stace Galbraith. How about Al Cleland Jr. just coming off of that last heat? 16.53, 2-wave total. Did it on the last wave. He's into the round of 16.
My adrenals have been squeezed to within an inch of their life. It just keeps coming. The waves are firing. The wind's fluffed up a bit, but it's just added even more drama. And for Al to sell Baron on that last wave and then get the wave with seconds on the clock.
Incredible.
Unbelievable performance.
We saw heat number 2. There's Al Cleland Jr. handing off a handshake to Conor O'Leary. Conor O'Leary, heat number 4 against Joao Chianca. We saw Al come through. It was a high-scoring affair between Alan and Baron. Baron lost with 15.37. First heat of this elimination round, Stace. We saw the Big Brew. Jordy had his back up against the wall, came out with a 9.5 to make it into the round of 16. This has been a great, and hopefully we'll get the same kind of excitement in this matchup between Kanoa Igarashi and Mihimana Bray.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really exciting matchup. Obviously, Mihimana is not your typical wild card. You know, a lot of wild cards we go around the world, and you know, I think of places like WA, Pipeline, Tahiti. It might be the only event they do that year, apart from maybe some local competition. But Mihimana Bray, he's a well-rounded competition surfer. You know, as well as having the talent to perform in waves like this. This guy's like been on the Challenger Series for years.
Yeah.
So Kanoa would know of how dangerous Mihimana is going to be today.
And Kanoa's got a challenge right now because Kanoa still's got some work to do here in Tahiti if he wants to make that Lexus WSL finals. Here's the situation. Math on his own, he will clinch a spot in that final 5 by making the quarterfinals. So that means making it out of this round and the next round. So Igarashi's still got some work to do, and that just shows you how important this matchup is for Kanoa Igarashi. 27 years, 8 years on the championship tour, 7 times to Tahiti in competition here. His best finish was quarterfinals in 2022. So we'll see if he can, you know, really stand up to the challenge that will be Mihimana Bray. On the other hand, Stace, Mihimana, just zero pressure, just nothing but local pride out here. Everything to win, nothing to lose.
Totally, and a fair bit of money on the line too, like some great prize money the deeper you go into this event, so that can help, you know, set himself up at home and on the road to do more events on the Challenger Series. Interesting paddle to start this heat, Kibes.
Just open priority, 2 surfers paddling for position, neither taking it. Deepest right now has priority on the wave with that open priority. Mihimana in the blue, Kanoa in the red.
It's kind of funny. No one's really deeper right now, are they?
Yeah.
It's just kind of in-out game. Here comes a big wave. Wow.
Both of them paddling out to this wave. Decision time.
Kanoa's got to be careful here.
Is he going to whip it around?
That he doesn't just swing without knowing exactly where Mihimana is.
And that shot, the drone shot, shows you how there's a lot of front, but not much back on these waves.
Nah. Yeah, it's a unique perspective, this angle. You know, from the channel, it looks as big as it is, but as you said, from behind the wave, it doesn't look half the size of what's happening down the other side of it.
And the standoff continues between these two. Mihimana, like I said, 3rd time coming through the trials. and making it to the main event here. Well, we'll get back with more backstories from Mihi Manabre, because a story that unfolded in front of our eyes was a clutch performance. Last wave to turn the heat. Al Cleland Jr. Let's hear from Al. He's with Chris.
Bro, the best year of your life just keeps getting better. You just beat one of the best two-breaders in the world, and guess what that makes you? One of the best two-breaders in the world. Congratulations for that buzzer beater finish.
Thank you so much, Chris. Yeah, seeing that heat on paper, I mean, my first heat, you know, I had a really bad fall, and I was just waiting to see what heat I was going to be in, you know, because of the rankings and stuff. And then, yeah, shortly, you know, Barron was in my heat, and, you know, Barron's one of my really good friends. I've really looked up to him my whole life. You know, I spent a lot of time in Hawaii, and, you know, seeing him at Pipe, he's one of my idols for barrel like just big wave surfing and barrels. And, yeah, to have a heat with him is an honor, and, you know, to just trade some good waves off. And, you know, the wind kind of came up, so it got a little harder, but there's still really good waves to be had. And yeah, to have a heat with him, it was insane. And to come up on top is even better. And to be on the glass in Tahiti for the first time in my life, you know, in a CT is crazy. I love this place. I love everybody here, all the locals, just all the mana from this place. And yeah, it's just wonderful to have my dad, Snake, Rolando, and everybody back at home watching. Is really cool.
When you're a little boy, you know, just learning how to ride the barrel in Pasquales, did you ever imagine that you'd be sitting right here doing something like that, taking on the world?
To be honest, no, not really. Like, I've always, like, you know, from starting surfing to growing up, I've always wanted to be a pro surfer and just, you know, be, you know, everywhere around the world and, you know, score waves. And to be honest, I don't think I ever would have thought I was going to make the CT. You know, coming from where I come from, it's really hard to leave the place. And, you know, there's not much support. And, you know, growing up was hard. And there's definitely not an easy childhood. So to be here, it just makes everything much better. And I'm just so happy and grateful. Like, right before that heat, all I said, you know, I just told myself, I was like, you know, I'm here, I'm a rookie, this is my first year, enjoy the moment. Whatever happens, happens, you know, go out there, try to get a couple waves. And, you know, I made a couple of mistakes in my heat, but at the end of the day, I still got, you know, that last good one. And yeah, I'm stoked to be here.
And everywhere you go, I mean, Abu Dhabi, El Salvador, anywhere, there's a huge fan base growing for Al Cleland Jr. Even out here in the channel, these boats are going wild for you. How does it feel not only to be one of the best, but to be a huge fan favorite anywhere you go in the world?
Yeah, it's crazy to have so much support, you know, and so much love from so many people around the world. Like, you know, growing up, my dad taught me to respect everyone and, you know, treat everybody equally the same and never put anybody down. I always try to bring them up, and I felt like that helped me a lot, you know, to know how to respect everybody around you and everything around you, even in the world, you know, pick up trash or just whatever. Yeah, it's cool, and it's cool to see, you know, like there's a boat with, you know, a bunch of my people from Mexico, and it's crazy to see, like, they've traveled all the way here just to watch this contest. And yeah, no, it's a crazy feeling to have so much support and love, like, on my back and for every event I go to. And yeah, it's been fun, you know. Not just gonna keep it going, try to get a couple more waves and see what happens.
Love to hear it. Al Cleland Jr. moving through.
Yeah.
Great interview, Chris.
Yes, yeah. Just a surfer, just 23 years old. His dad, Big Al Cleland Sr., professional surfer, California surfer before moving down to Pasquales. Big Al was on the cover of Surfer magazine, big Imperial Beach barrel back in the day. And Al, you know, traveling, he always has a good time. He's with his good friend most of the tour, Ronaldo, who's a great surfer in his own right. Those guys bring the vibe.
I mean, they've had a sick day, those boys. Like, Al did the call this morning with Strider. Rolo got spat out of a pit behind him as they were doing the call.
Oh, Ronaldo did?
Yeah.
Oh.
and then he's had the crazy buzzer beater today. And yeah, it just keeps going on. But yeah, full respect and obviously appreciation for what Barron did this week, not just in the comp, but you know, in the free surfs as well. And I think that you never want to lose a heat, but if you're going to lose a heat to someone, at least it's I would say someone of your, you know, equal peer kind of group. And you know, like Al said, he spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He's got a lot of respect for Barron. And yeah, I guess the season's done now for B, but I certainly had a great time. I know we all did watching him this week.
Yeah, we look forward to Barron Mamiya in 2026. But yeah, to your point, Stace, when you bow out with a 15.372 heat total, you got to just, you know, you can't be mad at yourself. You surfed your heart out there.
No, for sure. And he kind of he surfed well against the heat that he had with Robbo too. It was just kind of his wave, which the waves came when those opportunities presented himself. He didn't really have a high wave count, so he really didn't get the opportunities that he was hoping for. But he certainly kept swinging in the next heat as we'd expect, and yeah, he certainly went down fighting. That's for sure.
We talk about on heat and off heat. That last heat with Al and Barron, that was on heat.
Yes.
Tons of waves,
yeah,
big numbers. These surfers must have kind of expected this to be the every other heat, or maybe a little bit of the slower heat right now in the water.
Yeah, for sure. And like, most of them are really tuned into that. It's not just the local surfers that are from here or have spent a lot of time here. Most of the pros, they kind of get the ebbs and flows of the day and realize, kind of ahead of time, somehow, Nostradamus, like they can feel kind of what's coming. And for sure, Kanoa and Mihimana would know that.
Oh my goodness, you know what's coming. A restart if we don't get a wave ridden in the next 90 seconds.
Oh, we're due for a break. I could use the oxygen.
Well, these guys are going to patiently wait it out. And, if neither of them try for a wave, and if there's no waves deemed, kind of rideable and scoreable by our judge, then they will get a fresh clock. We'll see how this last minute plays out. But it looks like there might be some action. And anyone takes off, that's going to turn this into a 20-minute heat. Looks like Kanoa may be interested in something, but kicking and scratching is Mihimana now paddling out. Anyone going to whip in on this one? And they both kind of out-position themselves a little bit, which gives you the question. The judges have been pretty lenient this year with restarts,
for sure.
The question is, was that a scoreable wave? Did they paddle themselves out of position for the wave by the rule book?
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think they've gone too far up the point or anything like that. But there's an interesting strategy at play here, and I think that Kanoa is one of the surfers that would know well of this. And it's like, obviously Kanoa is going for a title, and he knows this place really well. But if he kind of looked at the whole situation, he doesn't know it better than Mihimana. So it suits Kanoa to have a shorter clock than a restart.
Yeah,
and I'm surprised to not just see him go that wave and get the party started.
Interesting. Well, the party's going to start in another 3 seconds with a fresh clock. So the restart has been offered, and we're now back up to 34 minutes and 50 seconds in this heat. So now, how does that strategy change for Kanoa Garage?
Well, it goes back to looking for the best wave now. With that clock kind of counting down, you kind of get more to just kind of maybe get a score on the board like what Robbo did at the start of his heat. Maybe get the sixes going and get the fives and start sort of building it up that way. But now it's gone back to 35 minutes. It's like you're kind of going back to that Baron Mamiya style of like just waiting for an absolute bomb and trying to win the heat on your first wave, because obviously you've got the time to work with now. But someone who was really good at doing that out here was Chloe Andino. He used to work the clock, I thought, really, really good out here. He's probably not the first person that would come to mind when you think of like Chopes, but I remember watching him when it was about this big, and he was just so good at knowing, like what you said earlier, about what heats are going to be on and off. And I always thought he did really well out here with that. And I think that, like I said, Kanoa's a tactician. He knows that for sure. But he's also in that world title conversation. He can't be doubting himself. But sometimes when you come up against these hard draws, it can sometimes help to have a bit of, like, all right, I've got this wild card. I'm kind of the underdog here.
Yeah.
And how do I play that in this situation?
Well, Kanoa with that fresh clock. And by the way, we're looking at the position of both these surfers as they hustle for each wave. It's open priority between these two. So whoever's the deepest has the right of wave.
What have we got here? Usually when a little wave like this comes through, it's just a little draw out for something that could be behind it, Kipes.
Well, that was the first wave, and we'll see. And the wind has kicked up actually considerably. Just watching, some of the Whitecaps out the back. We heard earlier, and actually with that wind, that buoy that used to be, do you see that Lexus buoy that used to be kind of like a landmark that Kai Lenny told us?
Yeah.
That buoy has moved.
Yeah.
So don't count on the buoy anymore.
I always, I'm never going to doubt Kai Lenny, but in that moment I did, because I was like, that thing's just anchored to the reef. Like
it'll move.
It'll move, so easy.
Well, when the wind comes up, this morning we had light winds. Likely that the buoy was pretty stable, but you could see, from the Lexus flags out in the channel that the wind has kicked up a bit. It's to the surfers back going left, so it's not a bad wind.
As you saw from Al Cleland there in that last heat, it's not windy inside the pit.
Yeah. And the way that this wave refracts around this reef pass is that it will kind of go a little bit more on offshore as that wave grows down the line. You might start off with some chips to your back, but then you're going to get to offshore section.
Which is such a bizarre concept to think about when you think about how short the ride is. It's like a J-bay that goes for 300 meters, and you kind of eventually the wind will become offshore.
Yeah.
It's like, you know...
It's an abrupt turn
Abrupt,
here.
aggressive, violent. Yeah, I think the surfers, you know, they'll have multiple lineups out here, and I think the most important one, which would be the hardest one, is the in-out on the reef. Obviously, the tower's there, so and it's really close, you know, so it's pretty easy to line that up with maybe some houses in the background to kind of give you like a perfect straight line. But no one can really help you, or there's no real solid landmark that's above the water that can give you a lineup as to how far in or out you are.
Yeah. Which
when the swell's west, which it was at the start of the week, those waves come out of nowhere. There's no indicator.
There's some of the potential lineups that the surfers can look at on shore, which is absolutely beautiful. And that also illustrates, you know, here on the Tahiti YETI side of Tahiti Island is this big mountain range right here, right? Through these trade winds that they get all the time, blowing the clouds up against those big mountains right there, creating orographic lifting. So the clouds get pushed up against this, and it kind of melts the rain out of the clouds. So that's why there's such a lush green side of the island. Now coming down all of those mountains, in between those mountains are a series of rivers, and those rivers create all of these great channels and reef passes. That's why we have such great waves on, you know, the outer reefs here around this side of the island.
We could be on here, Kaipo.
On the paddle, Mihimana deep, and neither are going to go there. Yeah, and so there's the channel right there, Te Ava Hawaii. So it's the channel or the path, the name of the channel, Hawaii. Now you have the next channel over is Te Ava Ino, bad pass. Then the next channel over is Te Ava Iti, small pass. So the series of passing waves here, and you can see, look at that reef and how it just bends around.
And it's crazy to see along this, you know, such a short stretch of the island here, the different characteristics of the different waves around here.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, obviously Chopu is one of a kind, but you kind of get the feeling like, oh, the next left reef pass might look something similar. Like, it doesn't at all.
No.
They're all so different.
Some of the other passes are a little bit more, you know, user-friendly. And then even, you know, hey, dare I say, past this particular break, there may be some waves too. I don't know. Maybe.
You'll have to ask Kai Lenny.
Yeah. 29 minutes and 20 seconds remaining after a restart. So these two surfers are maybe cycling themselves. We're talking about on heats, off heats, but now, you know, you get into the cycle.
Yeah.
You might just roll into an on heat just because of your pure water time that you're going to have out here.
Totally.
Because these guys are going to have 50 total minutes.
50 minutes.
50 minutes.
That's a full surf.
50.
That's a bit more than a lunch break surf, isn't it?
Remember, on his own, to clinch his spot in the final five, Kanoa Igarashi needs to make it into the quarterfinals. Now, there are other kind of scenarios that are circling around here, but that's the simplest way to explain the line that Kanoa needs to cross if he wants to book a ticket to Fiji.
Yeah, and he would obviously well know that coming into this event, and he would also know that behind him right now are some surfers that are looking really tuned in. Griffin obviously had a big heat win. Jack Robbo had a really convincing heat win.
Yeah.
Italo's progressed and already passed Kanoa on the live ratings, and yeah, goes without saying, very, very important heat here for Kanoa.
On the hustle right here. Decision time. Let's see if the local wild card takes this one. Both paddle, both pull back. And rightfully so. That thing just kind of crumbled down the line. So that, to me, is a very south wave right there.
Yeah, with the texture of the wind, too, not helping.
Yeah.
It's already kind of the flatter direction, and the wind just kind of keep pressing it down. You know, we saw in the earlier heat, Al, one of his waves that didn't score, had the massive chandelier foam ball at the end of the wave that he had to kind of work through. He kind of had no problem with that, but it was just a little bit of a sign of what the wind is doing to the wave out there. And particularly those smaller waves, they certainly don't love this wind direction. But the bigger waves that are still standing up, yeah, still wide open. It's just, as you said, Kipes, it's just been a little bit since we've seen a wave like that. And we are expecting this swell to kind of, taper down over the next few days. And I think if this was day one of any other year, obviously we're pumped up and we're excited, but it is smaller than yesterday, and so it is like the trend of the swell is kind of sticking true to what Perry was talking about earlier.
Yeah, Charlotte Perry from Surf.
Charlotte.
Yeah, no, coming here from Surfline, and we were expecting this to kind of be the backside of the swell. Which it is, and which makes it challenging again. Now we're down to, again, 26 minutes between these two. You can see the reef and further up in the positioning. Kind of these guys off the west bowl, more towards the south side takeoff. Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by Icy, of course, brought to you by Lexus. And look at this. This is the gorgeous Lexus GX. Redesigned body style. This is the third version of the body style. 33-inch tires on 18-inch rims. Full-time all-wheel drive. This comes in a number of packages, including the off-trail and the off-trail plus package, where you have full-time four-wheel drive plus a locking rear differential. Tow your ski, no problem with that, Stace.
No problem at all.
In style.
In style, indeed. Yeah, like I said, we've seen a few of them getting around on the Gold Coast. Griffin Colapinto's been selling a few Lexuses, that's for sure.
He looks good now.
He does.
Kanoa Igarashi is also a Lexus ambassador. Wave coming through. Is it going to be Igarashi? Is it going to be Mihimana? Scratching for this one, and nobody takes that one either. So,
I just want to remind you there's no other restart in this heat.
Did you hear that from the tower? And Cedric, our tower announcer, he just reminded these surfers, you get one restart. You don't get an hour and 5 minute heat. you just get a 50-minute heat.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, you think there'd been enough time passed now with the rhythm of the sets and what we've seen earlier in the day. There had been some quieter moments for sure, but when the waves turn up, they're definitely there. And what have we got in our hands here, Kipes? It's this wave standing up again. What are the boys going to do?
Wow.
Everything looks bigger from the top, right?
You go that one. No,
they're not flinching.
There is, well, this has been a practice in patience between these two surfers, Kanoa Igarashi as well as Mihimana. We all know Kanoa making a switch with equipment this year to JS Industries, Jason Stevenson, and Mihimana has been getting support from Australia in the way of James Chile surfboards.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, both of those shapers know their stuff, particularly in good waves like this.
Connor O'Leary was ready to go, but he's going to have to wait an extra 15 minutes. He's going to have to adjust to the timing of this restart, as he's going to be coming up in the next heat against Joao Chianca. There's Chianca right there. Again, this elimination round, we will get through this elimination round, and then what we do is we reseed again into that round of 16. And then after we get through that round of 16, then it's straight brackets. That's when you can kind of see the future of the draw, the top half of the draw and the bottom half of the draw.
Yeah, once we get through this round, yeah, as you said, Kipes, it's really going to set up what we can expect to see, and what kind of matchups we're going to see kind of unfold to set up our final five for the men here. There's obviously a couple more exciting heats we've got to get through today before we set that up. This is definitely one of them as far as final five implications are concerned. And the surfers that aren't looking to get in the final five, there's still plenty on the line.
Any subjects you want to address right now? Because I feel like we've had a half-hour surf podcast potentially right now.
Yeah, we've been
no waves written.
We've been pretty lucky today.
Talk
yeah,
surf.
Yeah, I can keep talking surf for sure. I can talk flat ocean.
Oh, well, just any kind of current subject you want to talk about. Here we go. This one has a draw to it.
God, thank you, Ocean, for saving me.
Could have gone anywhere with that.
Oh,
come
no.
on. Pack it for the boys.
Oh, man, but it's just one of those things because, like, you know you're not going to make it out of a barrel like that. You would just be handing over priority. And so
the boys are too far in. See, Kanoa was like, he knew that wave was coming. He's going to be upset at himself there. He was most of this heat. He was just positioning himself a little further out the whole time. He wasn't too worried about Mihimana, and yeah, that was a really quality wave that went unridden. I mean, I would even say the wave before was a pretty good wave on the front side. Like if you're Mihimana, it was a little bit chandelier-y, a little bit kind of long and in the tooth.
Wait a minute, the water patrol coming in there?
Yeah, I think Kanoa's lost a
Hey,
board.
Strider, what's going on?
Well, I'll tell you what happened right there. Was big set came in, nobody was in position, and then bailed his board, elected not to duck dive because maybe he thought he was going to get sucked up and over the falls and, you know, get smashed. So he left the board, went under, broke the leash and maybe the board, but he's back in the channel now, and he's going to get back over there to work. And I think Snake's reading him the riot act right now because there was some waves in the beginning of the heat that were, one wave was particularly good. And now he's just like, dude, get over there. Dude, get to work. Basically what he just told him.
Strides, I don't know what it looked like from you, but Kanoa kind of looked like that wave. He knew that wave was coming, but he was just a little further in because the whole heat until that point, he'd actually been a little bit further out. He must be really, really kicking himself right now.
Well, yeah, it's, you know, as you sit that long and you move around on the reef, it's pretty easy to lose perception of how deep in the lineup you are and where you're at. And every wave that come through before that was kind of that mid-range, kind of soft lump that comes through. So there's two ledges. There's one out the back, but it's got to be big enough to hit that. And then there's that inside ledge, which we've seen a couple of good waves on. But they got caught right in the middle, looking at those medium ones that are a little like soft and kind of lumpy and just kind of roll across the reef. And then all of a sudden, bang, there was the real one. And they were just out of position.
So, are you describing the surf or your collision with Al Cleland Jr.?
A little bit of both. Yeah, no, actually just skirted me, but I did a rollover, make it look dramatic enough, you know.
He's a real one. He's a real one for sure.
We love it.
Well, down to 20 minutes. And we heard from the tower there's going to be no second restart. So this is an interesting situation that we have in the water right now in this heat number 3 of the elimination round. Just a standoff.
So 30-minute swim.
30-minute standoff between these two. Let's take a look again at what happened on this set that came through, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, this wave here, like Mihimana, just a little under it and not quite going to get that gliding that he would have liked. I mean, I think for Kanoa, that wave would have been pretty tricky, but then obviously both boys not far enough out for this one. And for competition's sake, I'm stoked this wave came through because if in 30 minutes we didn't see a wave like that, I would have been a little worried for Uncle Renato out there. I think he might have had some surfers looking at him.
Right.
But they're still out there. We've seen them. They've just, the positioning was the problem, not the waves.
Yeah, and down to 19 minutes, still holding ground, still on the inside to Mihimana, which I feel as a goofy foot, he's going to try to take advantage of that stance, being on his toes, being able to be a little bit deeper. He's the local. He's playing a little bit of defense right now, showing kind of Kanoa like, hey, this is kind of my house right now. I'm going to stay on the inside of you.
For sure, and he's been that way the whole heat. He hasn't really given Kanoa a look in at all at the inside. And yeah, I agree. I think like him just being on the front side too, well, just with the way the wind is at the moment, it'd be a little harder to just kind of manufacture a score on the backhand.
Yeah.
Whereas front side, you know, you can kind of mongrel up and get it done if that's what this heat turns into. But we're still obviously hoping for a shootout. Like 18.5 minutes to go, you'd think and you'd hope that, you know, we know the swell's still there. The ocean's just taking a little bit of a breather.
Yeah, well, we started the day, you know, really with as a purebred, you know, with all these perfect waves coming through, you know, with papers. But now it's getting a little bit mongrelly out in the lineup. Okay, breaking away. Mihimana.
Kanoa should just swing and go and keep him off it.
Mihimana and doesn't go.
Wow. Oh my.
Just feet too deep.
Just really quality waves in 5 minutes.
Just maybe a few feet too deep. Are these surfers pushing themselves out of position? Is my question to you, Stace.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the buoy hasn't moved. Maybe they're just sitting too deep. That was an amazing wave.
Maybe Strider's got some insight on it. Strider.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? I think what happened there, the boys have just been battling so hard to get back there and have priority that they just put themselves too deep. The last couple of waves were just insane. We've had about 3 really quality waves that have happened, and well, now we're gonna get one. It looks like Kanoa. Woo! He's deep.
Go.
And no doing for Igarashi. So bottom dropped out. Just like you said, Stace, Strider confirming that these guys did pull themselves up. The tombstone on the board just pops up just now. Kanoa's not going to have much time before this next wave comes through. Gets right under that one.
Such a hard wave to ride with all the foam on the face, but he did so well. You saw him pop out the end there. He was right there. And thankfully, you know, he's already, you know, a lot of time gone on this heat without too much happening. He would have, the last thing he would have wanted there would be to get washed all the way in and have to go the long way round.
First off, red is a 2. 2 points for first off.
Yeah, narrowly avoided getting cleaned up there as we take a look at the angle from the boat.
So what happened here?
He got a great pump into that wave, and he did so well. He just came off with the foam ball hitting his board there, but just off balance. It wasn't like he, you know, the board got sucked under the water or he nosed over or anything. It was just the power of that foam ball is, you know, nothing else in the world. And you know, even someone as strong as Kanoa Igarashi is going to have a hard time when you're hitting it that fast. He did the right thing. Like, he'd come from behind it, got a huge pump into it, and I'm sure he's going to get another tune-up from Snake here. Snake doesn't mince his words either.
Yeah, Jake Patterson is going to give some advice, and looks like a board change for Kanoa Igarashi.
I reckon he's just going back to his other board that he took the leggy, bailed on before. Or he might be going down an inch maybe, I'm not sure, but it looked like he actually went from an Arakawa to a JS and then back again. But I don't think his board broke on that other one. So I think he's probably just going back to his preferred, like, #1 board.
Yeah, let's get to Strider in the channel.
Yeah, well, you guys nailed it on the call there. I think that, you know, the problem was he had to bail the board on the big set and then broke the leash, so then he had to switch out, and then he had to get on a different board, the smaller board, it looked like, and then he just paddled up to Snake, and he were having the conversation, and he said, man, I would have made it on that board. And they said, oh, no, and they switched, and now he's back on the original board. So you guys are right on that, and they identified that was a mistake not to have that board under his feet for that wave.
Wow, well, the pit stops happened here, and we still have a really tense event between Kanoa Igarashi and Mihimana Bray in this elimination round. We are going to take a break, and we are going to come back to a 12-minute heat between Kanoa Igarashi and Mihimana Bray. Back in the channel here at the end of the road. Delpo chokes in Tahiti, stop 11 of the championship tour. We're in the men's elimination round, heat number 3, low scoring affair. We already saw a restart in these 35-minute heats between Kanoa Igarashi and Mihimana Bray. Kaipo Guerrero along with Stace Galbraith covering the action. And I do want to say I love our fans. Everyone's checking out, watching us from all over the world. The great people over at Heritage Surf in New Jersey have the show on right now. They're a great IC dealer over there. So thanks for watching, you guys, and thanks for joining us with all of today's action. It's been a wonderful day of surfing. This Stace, though, being the most challenging heat of the day.
Don't let the scoreboard fool you, though. There's been plenty of storylines to it. We've had bailed surfboards, pretty much like nearly a double restart until Cedric just shut that down, said absolutely no way, boys. And then Kanoa got a sick one just then, but unfortunately, if you've just tuned in, he just couldn't make it. He swapped out back to the board that he preferred, and a frustrating call, and I reckon every surfer in the world would say it as they're paddling back past to grab their other board.
Yeah.
I would have made it on that one.
Yeah, let's take a look at our live rankings right now. Kanoa Igarashi, remember, makes the quarterfinal. He's locked in his spot for the final 5. On the live rankings, however, coming in at number 3, Kanoa Igarashi has dropped down to number 4. If he fails to attempt to advance out of this heat, he's going to be on the sidelines, and he's going to be watching guys like Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, and Jack Robinson potentially to take in his spot in the final 5.
Yeah, it's just like so much talent behind that red line, and Kanoa knows that. He's surfed against them his whole life. He knows how important this heat is right now, and you know, he's really got to make it out of this one, just to kind of almost get rid of you guys like Leo, and to a degree Robbo. Makes it a lot harder for Robbo if he just gets out of this heat. And just sort of just by way of the numbers, just start scratching guys out, going, no, you can't catch me, you can't catch me. If you leave the door open to that many good surfers, he does have a little bit of a buffer there at the moment. He is in 4th, but with that much talent behind the red line, you'd have to think we're going to see a lot of movement there, just with the way the day's played out so far.
Yeah, and you know, elimination round is really hurting you points-wise as well, because it's only 1,330 points for a loss in this elimination round.
Yeah.
So I mean, you make it into the quarterfinals, you're talking 4,745 points. You know.
Yeah. And also too, by that time as well, there's only 8 people left. You know, so you're kind of thinking by that point, some of the guys that are trying to chase you are also done.
Right.
So you're kind of killing 2 birds with 1 stone there. So in that sense, the job's pretty simple. But right now, it'd feel far from that for Kanoa. He's basically about to have a 9-minute heat with Mihimana out. Like, still, it's slow, but it's still pumping chokes.
Yeah, and at what point do you kind of just break away and go to a whole different piece of the reef, if you would?
Well, it's really hard to say, because
it's really hard from this vision, right?
Because like we've just seen, you know, at around that 20-minute mark, I think about 22 minutes to go and about 17 minutes to go, we saw 2 8+ rides, or maybe even bigger. The waves were insane. So that would be messing with the boys' head right now. Like, where do we sit? How do we attack this heat? I know 8.5 minutes on the clock now. It's still a lot of time remaining, but you know, should we get anything under kind of 4 minutes remaining and we still see this scoreline, Kanoa is cheering. He's got a 2-point head start.
Yeah.
And he'd be thinking that now too. So it's not much, but it's just you've only got to win the heat you're in, and right now that's just what we're dealt with.
Hey, Chris Cote, what's the vibe in the channel right now?
Well, you know, even though this heat is a little bit strange, it's still really nice behind us. As you can see, the crowd has come out. This is a big crowd for a Thursday afternoon. They got music playing, and anytime Mihimana even looks at a wave, this crowd starts to go wild. So Waterworld is on, all right? And it's just gonna get bigger and louder and wilder out here from here on out. But right here, I can tell you the home crowd has come correct. All eyes are on our surfer in that blue jersey. They are trying to will him waves. And it sounds like the tension is starting to build in the lineup. So big things always seem to happen at the end of these heats.
Yeah, Chris, down to 7.5 minutes. And it looks like we got Kanoa on a paddle here. Igarashi wants to chip away at this, wants to get just anything meaningful. So smaller wave, pulls up and still gets dunked at the end, clamped on.
Yeah, and he's quick back to his board there, which is great, because the last thing you want to do in a situation like that is get dragged in and then get the next couple on the head. But you can see what he's trying to do now. He's just trying to, as mediocre as it sounds, he is just trying to improve on that 2-point ride, you know, because he would be hoping that he's going to replace with one more bigger score. That would be the ideal, but he'd still, right now, he's just thinking, how big can I make my backup? Because he's probably hoping for a 2-wave exchange at the end of this heat. Mihimana's going to get a bomb, and then Kanoa's hopefully going to be on the bomb behind. That's what he'd be thinking.
Yeah.
And, you know, how far in front can I put myself so that I don't need to be on the best wave of this next set? I just need to be on something.
Have the stronger backup, right? Have a total heat score rather than a single wave, because the closer we get to that 5-minute mark, the more and more it's going to turn into maybe a single wave from Mihimana, and see if Kanoa can. So, and he did not get, you know, he didn't build upon his 2 that he has. So still, he's holding on to that 2 as his only meaningful score. This is the last wave of Kanoa. This is just a fractional score.
Yeah, just a marginal score. But again, he got a bit of intel. He's sort of practicing the technique. He's only ridden 2 waves this heat, and you know, hopefully he took something out of that he can take onto his next ride. You know, just getting the feet under his board. I think that's actually the first wave he's got on that board in this heat.
That's true, because
So
they
it's
waited
like-
that whole time. He bailed the
Yeah.
board, lost the board, had to do the board change, and now
Yeah.
he's back on the board that he preferred to be riding
Yeah.
in this heat.
Yeah, so it's not much of a positive, but it's certainly one way of looking at it. That it's something that, you know, okay, I've ridden one on this board now. I've put some heel dents in it, and when a real one comes, you know, it won't be the first time he's kind of feeling the rail on it. Because I doubt he's ridden that board this week. I could be wrong, but just with the way the swell and the sizes,
You would think he was on a bigger board yesterday.
Most likely on a bigger board.
Oh, look at the Tahiti flight cam. I mean, hey, the surf might be challenging. It comes in and out. It's been pretty epic. But you know what's epic all the time? This view from high above, looking down at the end of the road and the village of Te Ahupo'o. That is wonderful. And right straight inland from the tower is where Stace and I stay. Right,
Our little Zen den.
At Hinatea Zen Den. You better like cats and dogs if you come to the Zen Den, because there's a plethora of domestic wildlife over there, ready to greet you at the end of the day, every day, wake you up in the morning.
I had one sharpening its claws on the end of my bed this morning. It scared the daylights out of me. But it was a great way to start the day, you know.
Hey, it's nothing but positive vibes here.
Ooh, Mihimana's got to be careful here.
Was that a paddle or was that a peak? That is the question that I proposed to Stace Galbraith.
I think just a
paddle or peak.
Yeah, just looking, as Ratso would say.
Kanoa
here.
looking for anything.
Oh, and I thought that one was going to let him in. That kind of looked like a good wave at the start. Like, for the context of this heat, but not to be.
Well, this is a wild one. And like you said, look at the numbers don't tell a good story, but there has been a lot of stories and a lot of drama in this matchup between Kanoa Igarashi and Mihimana Bray.
I mean, I still sit here and think with 4 minutes to go, we could still see like a really high heat total go down.
For sure.
You know, it's like, as we see, it's so quick to get back out, particularly if you make the tube straight back into the channel, straight back out there, but that's just not the way this heat's played out so far. So, yeah.
And when does Mihimana pull the trigger? I mean, he scores a 3.5 at this point, and he takes the lead by there he goes. Like, he heard it in the barrel. That's enough. Like, just tube manual, if you will, just trying to manufacture a little barrel for Mihimana. Now he's on the paddle. He's going to have to sprint paddle back out there. He knows he's going to take the lead on that one wave. He wants to back up that wave really quickly.
So now he has the best of the worst of it. I still, you know, and I think the surfers are thinking the same way. Like, you still would have the expectation that you're going to ride an excellent wave. But obviously the time on the clock, you're only going to get probably one chance at that. And now Mihimana is going to have the advantage just on that single score. That's a positive way of looking at it. The flip side of it is it's just a duke out, and we are going to be fighting over twos. But I still don't think that either of these surfers should be hitting the panic button and trying to find a two. I think you leave that for the last, like, 20, 30 seconds.
Mihimana here, Stace.
Nice ride for the context of the heat. You know, he'll have the single best score so far. He only needs a 2.8 to get into the lead.
And like Chris said, you could hear the shouting from the channel, the local support for Mihimana Bray.
As we see the setup for the next heat, which is, yeah, super important how you set your heat up. And Jiachi Anchor at this point does not look like giving up the inside. He's really getting there to put the anchor down.
Strider, what's the strategy?
Oh, this is awkward, let me tell you. But if I'm Mihimana Bray right now, I'm on the inside over here trying to catch these double ups to back up my score. I just can't, you know, if a big set comes, it's likely there's only gonna be one good one. And if you're Mihimana, you could get into that corner and back it up, get a 5 or a 6 just on those deep drainers. I mean, they're beautiful little nuggets coming in on the inside. Look at him, he's moving on one now, actually. See if he can get barreled. Here we go, Mihimana Bray on a double up. 6 it, in the barrel, spits, come out. It's exactly what we were talking about.
Well,
there you go, I think he heard me.
Yeah,
Well,
he may have. He may have.
He heard himself. He's local, he knows.
But like you said, Strider, that's two. Those are going to be two good scores in the context of this heat. So that's going to put a lot of pressure on Kanoa Igarashi. Say he just gets 2 4s.
I don't think he's getting much more than 2 3s.
Well, yeah, even if he gets 2 3s.
And I think the judges are actually, they're lagging here. They need to get those scores out. They're not big scores, but they're very important for the context of the heat, and they haven't shown us one score for the other ride before.
Yeah, that's...
And I wonder if they're arguing what's better, a make on a make on a smaller wave. Well, here's the answer. Maybe our graphics is just catching up here, but it's a 3.5 for his first one.
Yep, so waiting for the one on his second one.
And then this wave spat really hard, but he didn't, you know, he's sort of just in there. And, you know, the judges have still got a scale of what we've seen today.
Okay, there you go. So that's the context right there. So now Kanoa's going to need a high 4. I mean, a high 5, a 5.5 actually, as that needs comes through. With only 20 seconds to go.
Wow.
Oh.
Where did that 50 minutes go?
Oh. Well, 15 seconds.
Bit of action here, Kipes.
Here we go.
This is it.
Needs a 5.5. 5.5's the number. Here he goes. Goes over the falls, and that's going to be the end of Kanoa Igarashi's run here in Tahiti. He's going to have to wait on the sideline and see if he can maintain his spot in that final 5. A disappointed Jake the Snake Patterson here. A happy local crowd. Hey, it wasn't pretty, Stace, but Mihimana got the job done.
And we're going to have 2 locals, wild cards, in that round of 16.
Wow. So, well, there you go. Mihimana Bre on to the round of 16. Kanoa Igarashi eliminated from competition. More on the way from Tahiti after this.
The Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, the official eyewear of the World Surf League. By YETI, built for the wild. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by the Tahiti government, official tourism partner of the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
Kanoa Igarashi, after a disappointing heat in the elimination round, had a restart. Surfers went 35 minutes, 40 minutes without catching a wave. It was a 2-wave total of 7.5 that took Kanoa out. Mihimana Bre moving on into the round of 16. Another challenge out in the lineup. Connor O'Leary up against Joao Chianca in elimination round heat number 4. O'Leary, fresh off of his first championship tour victory over J Bay at the Corona Cero Open J Bay, where Connor O'Leary, after 7 years on the championship tour, took out a big win in a huge way. 10-point ride along the way to that victory for Connor O'Leary, coming up against the young Brazilian 24-year-old Joao Chianca in this matchup. Kaipuguro along with Stace Galbraith, and let's hope someone catches a wave soon.
Well, they're lined up with the buoy, Kipes, but it is the buoy about 100 meters to the east of the West Bowl. So
they're way up there.
They're way up. They're top shop. So yeah, let's see.
So this is something, you know, obviously unique to the sport of surfing, where we had incredible, impeccable, jaw-dropping conditions this morning. As the day presents itself, the wind has turned up a bit. Side offshore, the waves have receded a bit. We're on the backside of the swell, and Connor O'Leary and Joao Chianca need to make adjustments to that change in conditions.
They've certainly made an adjustment. Whether it's the right one or not remains to be seen. I think, firstly, I'm surprised to see Joao go up the inside, even though at this point it's the inside of a wave we haven't seen anyone surf so far this week. But I think Connor's like pretty smiley, happy-go-lucky bloke, but he's not going to back down.
Are these guys being too aggressive initially, paddling too far up the reef?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for the straight answer right there, Stace, because
that's
what
what's
I'm seeing
going on up there. Like we just saw 2 amazing waves, But also, they have the right to do that. I'm not saying that it's not but to answer the question about wave-wise, but, you know, surprise us. Let's see what's going down up there. But right now, they look really, really deep.
You know who we've seen utilize that part of the reef in the past?
Gabe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm thinking it suits Connor better than Jow.
Exactly.
But Jow's the one forcing the issue right here, which kind of surprised me.
Yes, yeah, good analysis right there, Stace, in that we've seen Gabe Medina do that to his fellow competitors, paddle them up the reef so far. Gabe full well knowing that he's one of the few surfers in the world that can make a wave from that point A to the channel point B.
Or even, you know, I think it's spots like Fiji, you know, you can see some goofy footers, basically just Gabe, do the same thing and then ride the wave back to the ledge.
Yeah.
And then, you know, then go again from there before the other surfer can paddle down. It's just, you know, that's kind of the high level that Gabriel works on. Not many people are pulling that off, but Connor's on a hot one. He just won the last event. He got some great waves out here this week. He's certainly, you know, a dark horse I'd consider out here for sure, but a very capable one. And I actually think he'd be completely fine with this.
Yeah.
I mean, like, look at where Strider is in the distance. He's miles away.
Yeah. Connor O'Leary, you know, just a couple of years ago had a change in mindset when he came to approaching competition surfing, where in the past, when he first came on board, very serious, very disciplined, and then he realized, like, hey, look it, this is a great life that we're living, and I can be serious, but I don't have to be serious all the time. I can have a beer every once in a while.
Yeah.
And still live life as a professional surfer if I take that pressure off myself. It seems to be working for Connor O'Leary.
Yeah, absolutely it is. As we see the boys looking to reposition here.
Okay, could go right. Well, while we're waiting for the first exchange, let's hear from Mihi Manabre onto the round of 16 after a very difficult heat with Kanoe Igarashi. Chris.
Oh, Mihimana, man, that was a strange heat out there. You had all these people in here stressing. What was it like for you after the restart and just the wild happenings?
Right. I mean, feels like I did like 3 heat today. It was super hard. I mean, actually, right now the soil is decreasing, so I was kind of like in between sitting on the inside and the outside. So on the heat before, Byron and Alan, they had like a lot of medium-sized wave. I was looking for those ones to kind of build my heat, but then all of a sudden there were nothing, and then just a bomb that was coming out of nowhere. So it was hard. A win is a win. So yeah, on to the next now.
No doubt, Kanoe Igarashi, one of the best in the world, and I've seen you in contests all over the place, qualifying series, challenger series, everywhere. What's it mean to you to get to compete here in your home territory?
Yeah, it's a blessing first. Thanks WSL, thanks everyone, the Federation of Tahiti to make it happen for us, you know, surfer from Tahiti. This year I'm not in the Challenger Series, so I decided to focus more on this event, on the trials. I won the trials, so I was pretty happy with it. And now it's my third main event in a row. First year I got 5th, last year I got 9th, so yeah, this year hopefully I can do better. So I'm just so thankful for this opportunity, you know.
And what about the support in the channel? These people were going wild every time you caught a wave.
Yeah, I know. It's, you know, it's home, you know, it's family, it's friend. I've been doing this. I've been surfing over here my whole life, and you know, just to be able to make some hit with the best in the world, like Kanoa is one of the best right now, 3rd in the world. So it's just amazing, and to be able to make it's even more sick, you know.
All right, well, you got the weird heat out of the way. It's only big things from here. Watch out for Mihi Manabre.
Yeah, that is true. A lot of times coaches and surfers will tell you, when you survive a weird heat like that, or a wave-starved heat, that a lot of times can be, you broke it through the worst case scenario, and then there's nothing but blue skies in front of you from there.
You know, it's so amazing you say that, because I was just thinking that about Kanoa. Like if the chips fall in his favor and he makes it to Fiji,
yeah,
I think he'll feel like he's on borrowed time there, which can be an amazing feeling.
Right.
You know, like he's just had such an unfortunate performance today, and you know it happens. You know, it's not a slight on his character or his ability. It's just you have those heats sometimes, and it's just a really bad time to have one of those heats. But should he manage to stay in that top 5, he's going to go to Fiji equal parts like angry and frustrated, and wow, I'm stoked to be here because it could have gone any way the other week in Tahiti, and he I don't know, he could clean up.
Yeah, you could be a phoenix that you just
Totally.
fly out of the flames into the sky.
You thought you were done.
Thought you were done.
Never over till it's over. So we'll see how it all plays out. But as we've spoken about all day, there's a pretty red hot pack of surfers trying to chase him down. He does have a little buffer there. He is 4th on the live ratings, but you know, I wouldn't go as far as to say he's safe at this point.
Yeah, he is not. So it's going to be with bated breath that Kanoa Igarashi will be watching the round of 16 and the rest of this round, the elimination round. Meanwhile, we started with a 35-minute clock. We're down to 24 minutes, 35 seconds.
Oh no, not this again.
No waves ridden as of yet.
I'm running out of words.
Surfers have paddled way up the reef. The patience game is in play between Connor O'Leary and Joao Chianca. Let's take a look at our live rankings right now, and a little bit of a shakeup on our live rankings. You can see grayed out. Kanoa Igarashi hot in the pursuit of that number 4 spot. Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing, Jack Robinson, Felipe Toledo, and Leonardo Fioravanti.
Yeah, I mean, it was action from the very first heat of the day. Italo Ferreira won his heat, which just on the live ratings put him above Kanoa. And then obviously since then we've seen the elimination round unfold, and unfortunately Kanoa bowing out in that last heat. And then Griffin's already through to tomorrow. Ethan we'll see this afternoon, and we'll also see Philippe. The rest of those guys that are in, that aren't grayed out, they're all in round 16 already.
Yeah.
So it's, it's going to be tight.
And commingling of boats happening right now. People are going to take around the locals' boat.
You much of a boat guy, Kaipo? You got a boat at home?
I don't have a boat. I grew up on a boat. My dad had a boat and was a fisherman and diver, so I've been around boats my whole life.
What kind of boat are we talking?
We're talking the Shoreline. It was a 19-footer, but then we redid we had an open console, and then we redid it. We remodeled it and put a closed console to make it that much more user-friendly. But as a little kid, I mean, I'd be anchored out in channels like the Kaiwi channel, Molokai channel, as a 8-year-old with a open console boat, not much shade, and the uncles and dad would be diving, and I'd just be floating in sea for hours.
No iPhone.
No iPhone.
Rubik's Cube?
Not even that. Just watching birds and fish.
So good.
Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of like what's happening right now with Connor O'Leary and Joao Chianca. Of course, they're more focused. They're more focused right now, but they are 2 minutes and 25 seconds away from a restart.
You and Gary Kong Elkerton, similar upbringings.
Was he on a? He was on a trawler though.
Trawler.
Trawler was much bigger than 19-foot Shoreline, I feel. But yeah, still. What? Yeah. That toughens you up as a little kid.
Oh, for
you know?
sure.
Rub some salt on it, would you? Sunburn. Of course you're sunburned. You were made for that. Get sunburned some more. But yeah. Okay, well, 21 minutes, 50 seconds. Connor O'Leary, Joao Chianca got some movement right now. And we'll see if this ebbing swell will provide at this point any rideable waves. I feel like these surfers, Stace, need to at least paddle further kind of west on the peak.
Hey there. Yeah, it feels like they're making their way to that position, and they're getting a little bit closer to where they probably would want to be if a wave comes that has that kind of west characteristic to it, as we see the lads paddling here.
Nobody goes.
Yeah, it's just you can just see they're both kind of got a similar mindset right now. I don't think either one of them really truly wanted that wave. They both just wanted to see if the other one would.
You know what, Stace? You want some assistance with words right now?
I'd love some.
We'll just go out to the channel and see what kind of words we have from Strider Wazalewski. Strider.
Some assistance, huh? No. Hey, you guys. These guys need some assistance on getting back to the peak. They paddle themselves up the reef, and I get it. You know, you want the first wave, you want to have like the waves that you want, but where they're at, the only thing they can do is catch those double ups on the inside that run the reef. But for those bigger ones, you've got to be much further over towards the channel, and so it's just at this point, it's unfortunate to have to sit and watch it because
Hey.
you just want somebody to catch a wave.
We'll hold it down in here. I reckon we could maybe stay with you. Go and ask Dog what he thinks. He's just behind you.
Hey, Dog, what do you think about all this? He said, whoa, whoa, whoa,
He
here's
said,
a wave.
woof, 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 woof.
Yeah, he just woofed it.
He woofed us right out of a restart. Connor O'Leary in the barrel, travels through there,
Oh,
second
no!
section, and he gets chandelier.
Oh, how's the inside still just bowling out? Wow.
Wow. And Connor, well, the clock is going to run down. Now we have a 20-minute heat, Stace.
We needed that.
Oh. And Connor is going to cop a beating as well.
So now it's kind of, you know, Jow this morning, back to the heat of play. He was just launching himself into anything that moved. He had a couple of crazy wipeouts. He's the only surfer today to go as far up as they did before. And it didn't pay off for him at all, actually. And Connor here, he did all the hard work, but as you just see there, a bit of a chandelier coming down, knocking him off his board, which is a bummer because it would have been so pretty for him to come through that little section and into the wider, more enjoyable part of the reef. Not to be, though, on that occasion, as he'll make his way past the Dogfather, get a bit of a tune-up, and head back to the peak.
Yeah, well, I mean, this changes the complexity of the heat. I mean, we're just, you know, we're 60 seconds away from a restart, but now this really changes, you know, the urgency in this heat for Joao Chianca and Connor O'Leary.
It does for both of them, for sure. You know, look, different story if Connor had made that first wave and was able to get in and out of there with maybe like a mid-range score on the board, you know, 4 or 5 or something like that. But starting with a 1, he's basically both these guys are going to have a 18.5-minute heat, and that's it. Just sort of takes away, that relaxed nature. Just I can just sit and wait for whatever I want. They kind of need to start thinking about, okay, well, how am I going to piece this heat together? They would have been, you know, or their coaches or their team, you know, brother, whoever they're working with, would have been, you know, counting sets and counting waves, which has been a really hard thing to do today, just with the sort of inconsistency of the bigger waves. But if you kind of draw it out over a whole day, you kind of think there has been at least 2 or 3 bigger waves in a set. You know, just since we've jumped in, it's slowed down a little bit, but there has been that quality scoring opportunity there. It's just, you know, are you going to get it in the time frame that you need it to come, or is it going to go to the heat behind you?
Yeah. Well, Stace, let's go get some intel from the channel with Strider Wazalewski. What's going on out there, Strider?
Yeah, you know, just having our eyes on the athletes. You know, Connor on that last wave, he got fucked up, but underwater, behind the closed door, his board nailed him right in the hip.
Ooh.
Gave him a good little hipper. So woke him up, gave him some feeling, but, you know, he looked a bit uncomfortable paddling by, and then he had a couple of words with the dog. And, you know, he said, yeah, my board whacked me. And, you know, just kind of just get back on the horse, I guess, and get back out there was the plan. So everybody moving back over into position. So we're on again.
Paddling.
Connor again drags the arm, gets behind the curtain, speeds up, hits the gas pedal, finds the exit. Much better for Connor O'Leary at this point in the heat, and that's going to put a real challenge to Joao Chianca.
Just good to get some blood back into that hip. You don't want to sit on your board for too long.
And I just like, you know, sometimes you're just, you know, we see so many perfect, girthy, big, wide barrels out here, but that one really a manufactured barrel where Connor had to slow down and then speed up. There's the dog barking at him, giving him some instruction. Chasing him out on the fence line.
Here we go.
Look at this.
Here we go.
Chianca, nose down, body dragging, and Joao comes out. What a drop, what a line, what a technique by Joao Chianca Chumbinho.
Wow, he'd be so stoked on that one. He'd been waiting all day for that wave. Not to be in his earlier heat, but I mean, he had a wave bigger than that, but unfortunately fell. And that time around, a bit of redemption for him. And, you know, that 20 minutes that he just had to wait for that wave in this heat would have felt like an eternity. With how hard his engine is revving at the moment, he'd be stoked to get that opportunity. And this is Connor's wave. Like you said, Kai, it was a bit manufactured. He had to slow down a lot at the start, but it was still really well done. Come flying through that wave there. Would have felt nice to complete that wave after the fall that he had earlier, but then this wave, obviously, just a lot more size and really, really expertly ridden there by Joao Chianca.
Look at this. Wow, talk about putting your nose down. All right, so Joao coming out of there. Little board talk for Joao Chianca. He's on a 6-0.
And here he is again. He's not messing around. Connor didn't even look at this wave.
Wow.
He's having a day.
So we got some scores to come in. Like I said, Joao Chianca on a 6-0 modified Rook model by Channel Islands. 6-0, 18, 7/8, 2.5. Just got the word from Connor O'Leary's shaper, Darren Handley. Connor on a 6-4 sweet spot. One more look at this again. And after Chope's taking a little bit of a breather, we got some action going. Yeah, why not one more time from the top? Give you guys some variety of views of this wave for Joao Chianca. Live action coming out of another barrel there. So we got some catching up to do to keep you on pace with what's going on in the water.
Oh, outside, O'Leary.
And O'Leary
Go.
feasting on this next section.
Wow. Oh.
That's okay. He made the barrel. Got a little caught on the toes, but Connor O'Leary and Joao Chianca, after a sleepy start, coming through with some great rides.
Because I was sorry, I was just on my phone, which is kind of unprofessional, but I was just looking for my text from Darren Handley. Just looking. Yep, not there. Darren?
Well, we want to just also Darren Handley DHD celebrating. Stacey, you can tell him.
Yeah, 40 years.
40 years of board building.
What a legend.
Congratulations, you
Congratulations, Darren.
So
and, Connor's been enjoying Darren's boards for a while now, and certainly looked good on that last set. But Joao Chianca, he's probably not going to better his situation here, but this one, Kaipo, this is a goofy footer's dream, right? Or anyone who enjoys getting tubed, just racing through a section like that.
Just a drainer. Look at him just standing up in there as it crouched down a little bit.
And he's a big bloke too.
What is he, 6'2", 6'3"?
Yeah, 6'2". And he's
6'3" in heels?
Yeah, 6'3" in heels. And he's a unit. He's a big lad. You can't fit your arms around him when you give him a hug.
Well, this is really going to set the heat. We're still waiting for last score, that running left for Connor O'Leary. Joao Chianca checks in with a 6.83 and a 7.5 respectively. O'Leary needs an excellent score to take the lead, but when that score drops for Connor O'Leary, is going to keep this matchup very, very tight in this final 12.5 minutes.
Yeah. And, you know, the scores might seem modest from what the rides that we're seeing, but, you know, they're still keeping scale to kind of early what we've seen today so far. So it's not just like, oh, just because we haven't seen anything in an hour, we're just going to start throwing some real high numbers and stuff. We've still got to keep it in line with what Barron and Al were doing an hour or so ago on some of the more excellent rides we've seen today. So, yeah, 7.5 and a 6.83 for Joao. That's certainly, you know, those numbers are well attainable for Connor. And once we hear this next score from him, it's going to set up a really, really interesting 12 minutes for us.
Yeah, I expect his needs going to be probably in the, you know, 6.5 point mark. I think where the score is going to come in for Connor O'Leary. That's just me trying to look into my crystal ball, making an educated guess on it.
That judging crystal ball is pretty mystic.
Yeah,
there's a lot going on.
Yeah,
I can't score off the screen.
Yeah, well, they're watching the replay right now in the judges' tower to really analyze last wave of Connor O'Leary, because it's an important wave in the context of this heat.
No, it is for sure. And to be honest, we haven't seen too many waves like that today, where the surfers have got that opportunity to like drive from really deep behind the section. We've seen a lot of crazy drops, a lot of amazing sort of, you know, pig dogging going on from all the natural footers. But you know, obviously Gabe Medina comes to mind. How could he not when you're talking about Chopu, who's so dominant out here, and the way that he likes to surf this wave is very similar to how Connor surfed that last wave. You know, coming from deep, kind of getting that like leggy barrel at the start, but really generating a lot of speed and driving through the West Bowl. And it's just, you know, the speed of the ride is where Gabriel and good footers like Connor can, you know, extract those huge numbers, because they don't always have the most critical drop, those waves.
Yeah. But, you know, a clean carve or something after that, rather than coming off on your toes, would have really helped him sell it to the judges. Intel from the judges' tower right now is they're doing a comparison right now over video review of comparing Connor's, that last wave of Connor's, to Joao's 6.83.
Yep.
So they're really analyzing, you know, analyzing the tape, if you would, and before they lock in a final score. 10 minutes and 35 seconds. on the countdown. It comes in a 6.17, so Conor O'Leary still needs an excellent score, this time an 8.16. Conor O'Leary now sitting under the priority also of Joao Chianca, who does have heat control at the moment. Conor O'Leary, there we go with the numbers coming through. Pretty straight across with those 6s, a high of a 6.8 and a low of a 6, so we drop those and average out the 2 6s and 6.5, and that equals 6.17. Well, the question is, can Conor O'Leary respond right now? He's under the priority of Joao Chianca. Joao with the lead. We're going to find out. We'll return to Tahiti right after this.
All right, we are back. We have a very special guest with us today.
As the next generation, I want to push that bar even higher.
I think everybody's a threat.
You could get the wave of your life out there.
Ethan Ewing and the dad Bill right there in the channel. They're going to be coming up in the next elimination round heat number 5. Ethan coming up against good friend Seth Moniz in that challenge. Welcome back. There's Seth. Welcome back to the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. We're in the elimination round this afternoon. At the end of the road, there you go, the beautiful village of Taupo'o. And it's Kaipo Guerrero here along with my friend Stace Galbraith talking you through all of the action. Out in the water, we have 7.5 minutes remaining between Joao Chianca and Conor O'Leary. Joao with heat control. He's got the lead. He's got priority. The young Brazilian has everything in his favor right now to advance into the round of 16.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's doing it all right in the back half of this heat.
How many kind of different hues of blue can you see on the screen right there?
Oh yeah, too many. I generally focus on the whitewash and I just think about what it would be like to be under that.
I don't like those thoughts. I take them out of my head.
Yeah, that was
that right there.
The most interesting hue of blue that I saw this week was from the inside of the tube. The tube's that wide. When you're in the boat looking into it, you can see like the sheet of glass coming down.
I thought you were getting barreled.
No,
Stace.
not at all.
I thought you were looking out.
No. I leave that to Kai Lenny go and switch. But like in the boat, you can see the back side of the tube, and it's like this dark green, kind of bluey, I'm gonna hurt you color. If you join that part of the wave like Griffin did when he was paddling through Eli Olsen's tow wave, yeah, that part, that hue is that's the angry one.
I've been calling them sea monsters. They just kind of surprise you. They lurch up out of nowhere and just barrel down the reef. That reef right there, that reef pass, you can see the curve in the reef pass right there. Again, the river creating this deep channel over centuries of fresh water flowing through there, not allowing the coral to grow in that section. All the water coming down from the river through the channel of Hawaii right there that you can see in the background. And it's such a unique setup on how you have that super shallow reef that falls off hundreds of feet into deep Pacific blue ocean water.
Yeah, it's an unbelievable setup, and there's nothing else like it in the world. I mean, look at how close all the boats are, all the jet skis, and even even have the tower right there to be able to judge the thing off.
And then I would imagine in ancient Tahitian times it would allow for a really resilient kind of civilization here. You got it rains a lot here, so you have tons of fresh water, and as a Polynesian, you have a deep channel like that. What does that give you? That gives you access to the ocean daily to go fishing, right? You're never going to get closed out, or you never have to deal with, getting trapped on the inside and not being able to fish and harvest. You always have that deep channel, so you get access over to the deep water. See where that straight line is in the blue and the ocean meet? That's the moana right there. That's the deep ocean water, and that's where the good-sized fish live out there that we all like to dine upon.
And I also think too, like a really healthy level of respect, because obviously we come here and say, I respect the waves and respect the ocean, but one thing that I didn't really have too much knowledge of until we came here on a really big swell, like at the start of this week, was 1 foot off the shoreline, like where we're staying, if you weren't confident in the ocean, it's good night, Irene. Like the current.
The current's crazy,
on
right?
The inside is
is violent. You know, like we were losing boats and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And so I think about all these swells that have hit this place over, all that time. Yeah, it's you got to be on your game. You can't switch off.
Yeah, you would get sucked out to sea on one of those giant swells, and it'd be pretty hard to swim against that current of that outgoing water, because all that water that flushes in through where all the white water's breaking there, times that by 5, and all that energy that goes through the reef has to flush out somewhere, and it flushes back out through that channel, which is a raging rapid.
Oh, paddling.
Oh, talk about raging drop and head first. Joao Chianca. So, priority over to Connor O'Leary, needs 8.16 and a horrible beating for Joao Chianca.
That was a nasty one.
Well, let's see if we can find. There's the head.
Popped up.
There's the board. No problem. Looks like he's okay. Whoa. How about that duck dive?
Wow.
It just shows you how athletic these surfers are, by the way. How they are able to take wipeouts like this and just shake it off. It's baffling.
That was next level. So committed.
Look at this.
Wow.
Oh, Stace.
My word.
Give me a word to describe that.
Oh, just savage. Absolute savage. Giles as gnarly as it comes. He's, again, just stoked to see him back at full health and absolutely testing his rehabilitation right there.
Yeah.
You mentioned he's on a 6.0, which for normal surfer standards, quite a short board for what size of waves we're dealing with out here. But for someone of his ability, that's right where probably the length needs to be. I don't think the board was an issue there. It was just one of those things, he was so under it, and sometimes you're just going to poke the nose in a situation like that.
We had a flash vision of older brother Lucas along with Pinga, the supporter of Chumbinho.
I always thought that was Diego Maradona.
Joao Chianca. Is it?
Pinga.
Pinga in the back, and Shumbo driving. Shumbo being one of the best big wave surfers in the entire world, and multiple tow victories over in Nazare as well.
He's unhinged, that bloke.
Yeah.
He's doesn't take no for an answer when it comes to towing or being towed into waves. He's absolutely certified crazy. I think obviously the big waves around the world all have different natures to them. Nazare is one thing, and then you come here to Tahiti and it's a completely different ball game, and he absolutely does not back down. He's crazy.
From either. Lines coming through here. Connor O'Leary needs to go excellent. He's got just under his 90 seconds, 1 minute and 15 seconds actually. This one shifts over to the west and allows Joao Chianca to pull up on the foam ball and out. That may be making it a little bit more difficult for Connor O'Leary. Got that on the way back out, sat wide, and you could see, Stace, how that wave kind of shifted from the south to the west, giving that opportunity to Joao.
You can see too, the instinct and the way the really good guys surf this wave. He wasn't paddling and kicking and scratching to get into that wave too quickly, because he knew he was pretty far over, so he didn't want to be in front of it. And it's just a pretty, he's not even paddling right there. It's literally 2 strokes into that wave. It's just how calm and collected the very, very best guys are out here is it's to be marveled at. Look at this, just waits for the wave to catch him.
And poised, just to hold your ground and then spin around. Just special, man. These are special people doing some special stuff.
Really, really talented surfer. Yeah, really, really special to watch. It's been amazing to watch him this last couple of days.
And under priority, that may be the highest wave in this heat. It is a 7.83, and congratulations.
Look at Connor's just going, did you really get a 7.83 on that wave? Connor was obviously a lot deeper, and he's thinking maybe if I had a paddle 10 feet over, and maybe there was an 8.16 in that wave, which there probably was.
Well, a hard-fought win and a high heat total for Joao Chianca. Near excellent, 7.83, 7.5. Joao on to the round of 16. We're on to a commercial break. When we come back, more action from Tahiti, just like this.
You're watching the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC, the final event of the regular season. All roads leading to the Lexus WSL Finals. And these two good friends going head-to-head. They've been on surf trips together. They made movies like The Trilogy. And now it's for a spot into the round of 16, and it's for a chance for Ethan Ewing to keep himself in the world title race. Thanks for being with us, Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, Flick. We know the implications are huge for Ethan. If he loses to Seth in this round, his season's over today.
Yeah, this is major heat in this elimination round. When we saw all these things line up, I mean, I was like, yep, okay. This heat, it's on. And coming up against Seth, this is not an easy task. Seth has been on fire. They've had two different approaches to the start of this event. You know, that lead-in swell, Seth was out there getting amongst it. So was Ethan, but maybe a bit more calculated. That is his sort of approach. He definitely had moments, though. But, yeah, I mean, the pressure is completely on. I'm really interested to see how this plays out. Ethan right now holding that inside position and sort of that more dominant position over Seth right now. But I just... the pressure is on. This is the pressure cooker that, you know... I mean, we've seen Kanoa. He fell out of the draw before, too. And, yeah, now it's Ethan's turn, swing of the roll of the dice here.
Yeah, it's a big one. Kanoa Igarashi out of the event, but still with a spot at the moment in the final five, and it's probably the hardest time for him. He's got to watch the rest of the event to see if he'll have a shot at Cloudbreak. Ethan Ewing is down to sixth, and you don't know what his camp's doing with that. You know, are they going, hey, this is what's on the line today? Would he have an idea? Usually the canned answer we get on the boat is, hey, I'm not looking at that. But there's a lot of surfers that actually do to use that as fire to perform.
Nah, he knows. I think that's the composed answer when you get in, that you don't really care. Like, obviously you care because you're at the elite level on the championship tour. You know, you're a competitive beast. There's no doubt about it. And I think you don't have to be a genius to work this one out, that this means a lot to Ethan right now. And yeah, if he doesn't advance through this, then that dream of going to Cloudbreak in just under a month's time will be over. So, but if you think back to his performance in his last heat, I mean, he went down swinging, right? I mean, he came up against Cole. Cole was incredibly in form, but he still locked in a couple of beautiful rides. So he's looking good, but he's got no easy feat coming up against Seth. As someone who, you know, obviously he's not in contention for that final five picture. It's kind of the point we were touching on before, Joe, where it's like, this is your last event of the year. You know, some serious coin up for grabs. You don't want to die wondering the shoulda, coulda, wouldas that are going to eat you up until April next year, until you get another go at it. So, yeah, this is got big implications right now.
Yeah, coming to this event, this was the scenario for Ethan Ewing that he could clinch a spot if he made the final. And that's still the situation. He makes the final, he knows he's going to Cloudbreak. But just simplifying it into this heat, he's dropped to number 6 in the world. Griffin up to number 5. So in this moment right now, he's just got to make this heat to get back in front of Griff heading into the round of 16. And there's more players involved. You know, Jack Robinson was sensational today. Toledo's going to be in round 2 as well. So there's a few just heavy hitters creeping behind, just hoping for that 5th spot to open up. And that's why it's even more devastating for Kanoa losing out in the elimination round.
I think Kanoa's in a really difficult spot right now because you do have those other couple of names still left in the draw. And the really deadly one for me is Jack. And just seeing what he was able to do when there was an opportunity out there and what he was able to make happen, and when the opportunity presents himself too. You know, I think that is the real, you know, that's the danger card for me. It's the danger zone. I think if there's so many things that can happen after this heat. You know, if Ethan advances, you know, he keeps that dream alive. If he doesn't, you know, people like Jack are thinking, okay, this is opening up a bit more for me, a bit more room to breathe. So, yeah, 28 minutes, Joey, to decide it.
What an effort we just saw from Brazil. Joao Chianca, 15-3-3 total to end Connor O'Leary's season. He's on the boat with Chris Cote.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Nobody wants it more than Joao Chianca. That's pretty clear. You really earned it today.
Happy to be happy to earn it, Chris. Thank you. It was a pretty particular day, I think, because just falling on the best waves of the heat, and I mean, just like my connection with chopes, I think it's way better than this. If you give me like 10 waves of those, I'll make all of the 9 at least. Just been falling all day. Pretty particular and peculiar. I mean, just average day for me as well. I think just a lot to take home and to be proud of, but a lot to learn as well. So yeah, I'm just besides that, I'm just feeling the blast of Tahiti. We had some magical days for warming up. Everyone is ripping, and I'm really happy to be part of like a great event like this. So thanks WSL, thanks everyone, thanks the Tahitian mana to the locals. So like, yeah, it's been magical. So everything to be happy about.
Now you've got some of the best barrels of the week and also some of the heaviest wipeouts. Can you describe what it's like to slam on a wave like this to people that have never, surfed anything close to this?
For sure. Tahiti, Tiahupo, it's one of the heaviest waves, if it's not the heaviest.